Volume 1, The Konoha Store Under Attack. A store in the Konoha ninja village was suddenly attacked by gangsters, and the store was completely dark. After a while, the shop owner broadcasted, for the safety of customers and to avoid stampedes, customers can take the goods away for free. This is also a compensation for the attacks by criminals. Please leave in an orderly manner. The villagers heard the broadcast and left the cashier in an orderly manner. After the reinforcements from Konoha arrived, the shop owner was surprised to find that the cash register was filled with banknotes ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of taels. It turned out that after the shop owner issued a notice, the high-quality Konoha villagers consciously estimated the price of the goods in their hands and quietly left money when they left. What a civilized, harmonious, honest, polite, and friendly ninja village this is. In response to this, a minister who wished to remain anonymous commented, "The strength of a ninja village does not depend on how many powerful ninjas they have, but on the values of their grassroots people." Obviously, the Konoha ninja village has done it, and they even choose to pay for the opportunity to get supplies for free. If I were a ninja, I would also feel sincerely happy to protect such kind people. 4th Hokage, Gojo Kazuki is reporting in accordance with your orders. Gojo Kagetsu came to the Hokage's office, put his hands behind his waist, stood straight, and looked at the man in front of him with yellow hair and wearing a divine robe. "Gu, I've already told you that you can just call me Minato in private. This is not good, Hokage-sama. You should refer to your job title when you are working." Namikaze Minato waved his hand and refused to communicate with Gojo Kagetsu in a superior subordinate manner. After he finished reading the first article in the magazine called Yumu in his hand, he raised his head with a strange expression and looked at his classmate and good friend in front of him. "I couldn't help but say, Gu. Is this the Four Nations invasion plan that you asked me for 350 million taels of funding for? In principle, this is possible." Minato Namikaze was hesitant to speak. He was the Hokage now and needed to consider the overall situation. He could not be partial to others just because of his relationship with Gojo Kagetsu. 350 million taels is not a small amount, and he needs a reason that can convince him. Gojo Jaiyu nodded solemnly, "Yes, this is my plan. After my layout, I have opened up the sales channels to big countries such as wind, water, thunder, and earth. Due to time constraints, the sales channels to small countries will be opened up later. Next, we just need money to pave the way. Also, only the article on the front page was written by me, and the rest are just normal articles. But even this is enough. I'm worried that if I use too much force, it will alert the 4 major ninja villages." Gojo Jaiyu said, tapping his temple with his index finger, "All the relevant articles have already been written and stored in my mind, 1 per week, 1 per month. By the time the 4 major ninja villages react, it will be too late." Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully, and did not immediately discuss the funding issue. Instead, he raised his doubts. "Which store is this that you mentioned in this article? I think as a Hokage, he should be rewarded for making such a decision when he was attacked by a traitorous ninja. And this minister who wishes to remain anonymous, who is he from the Fire Nation? Minato's idea is very good. If the store owner is rewarded, it will undoubtedly play a positive guiding role on the spiritual level for ordinary villagers and ninjas of Konoha. But Gojo Jaiyu shook his head. "In fact, there is no such store in Konoha, nor does there exist any minister. The contents inside are completely fabricated by me." Minato was stunned and even more surprised. "Does not exist? Isn't that just cheating?" Of course, his status as a Hokage and the rationality of an adult ninja would not allow him to ask such a boring question. He quietly waited for Gojo Kagetsu's next words. Gojo Jaiyu pointed to the cover of Yumu, which he had drawn himself, and said, "The main purpose is to attract merchants from the other 4 major countries. In the ninja war, in addition to the combat power of high-end ninjas, what is being fought is the blood-making ability of the major ninja villages. The ability to generate blood requires a lot of money. I have calculated that in addition to the support from the Fire Country daimyo for our Konoha ninja village, the missions issued by the Fire Country merchants have almost reached saturation. The successive wars have caused a huge deficit in our Konoha finances. It's not okay to spend more than you earn. We need to attract investment. Minato Namikaze was a smart man and reacted immediately. Based on what Gojo Kijiki said, I couldn't help but take a few more glances at the article titled Konoha Store Under Attack. So, the fundamental purpose of this article is to transform our Konoha village's external image into a perfect business destination. Perfect business environment, honest and conscious villagers, and entrustment from foreign businessmen. Under the influence of Gojo Jiu, Namikaze Minato also learned some strange words. His blue eyes became brighter, as if he saw the grand vision of the future described by Gojo Jiu. Putting aside the national hatred and family feuds, the fundamental meaning of ninja is actually a job. A large number of ordinary ninjas need to eat and earn money by completing tasks. If Gojo Kagetsu's plan succeeds, the tasks of the other four major countries will be greatly reduced, which means that less money can be paid to the ninjas. Over time, the blood-making ability of the four major ninja villages will be drained by Konoha village. Of course, this is the most extreme case. There will always be the most basic tasks to maintain the operation of the ninja village, but it is impossible to develop it. As he said, it is now the beginning of the 51st year of Konoha. War is a beast that devours gold. When the detonating tag goes off, gold is inexhaustible. Even with the size of Konoha, it was a bit overwhelmed after experiencing the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. The current ninja world is a ninja world without a ninja god, and it is not the ninja world of the future where super shadows are everywhere and shadow-level people are worse than dogs. Among the ninjas active in the current world, there are no monsters who can take on an entire village. The cage level is the absolute pinnacle, the number of jonin is the face of a ninja village, the Choyunin are the backbone of a ninja village, and the genin are meaningful cannon fodder. A few more shurikens and a few more detonating tags might change the course of a ninja war and reduce casualties. It takes time to train a mature ninja. Konoha has reached the point where teenagers have to go to the battlefield. Minato Namikaze never wanted his children to enter the cruel ninja battlefield as teenagers. He put down the Yi-Mu in his hand, stretched out his hands with a serious face, placed them on Gojo Jiu's shoulders and looked at him. If that's the case, Chunin Gojo Kagetsu, I approve your proposed Four Great Nations invasion plan. 350 million taels will be delivered to you within one working day. This will be a demanding and lengthy plan, but if it succeeds, Jiu, you will be a hero of Konoha. Gojo Jiu smiled and nodded, the better Konoha is, the better I am. After the solemn and sacred work delivery process, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office relaxed. Namikaze Minato looked at his friend and joked, Jiu, I feel that you are more suitable for the position of Hokage than me. How about I give the position of Hokage to you and you can be the fifth generation? What a joke! Gojo Jiu said seriously, Minato, you are the Hokage. Is that so, Jiu? Don't regret it. New author, new book, please support me. The new book will be updated twice a day. Volume 2, Konoha Prosperity System. Gojo Jiu, a time traveler. In the previous life, I was a up-host in the torture area. The targets of torture were all-encompassing, including two-dimensional games, animations, and public intellectual magazines. In the process of closing and opening his eyes, he traveled to the world of Naruto and formed a deep bond with Konoha village. The system is like this. Konoha Prosperity System. The more prosperous and powerful Konoha village is, the greater the rewards Gojo Kagetsu will receive. Similarly, when Konoha suffers a devastating blow or its prosperity is thwarted and collapses, Gojo Kagetsu will be punished in an unimaginable and horrific way. Prosperity is comprehensively evaluated from four perspectives: military, culture, economy, and politics. Military affairs are easy to understand, including but not limited to, the number of ninjas at each level, the loyalty of the ninja clan, the types of ninjutsu levels. Culture and economy are also easy to understand. The only thing that is more intriguing is politics, the degree of clarity, the ideology of high-rise buildings. This made Gojo Kagetsu immediately think of the root of Konoha and the Hokage advisory group who were just sitting there doing nothing. If they were all killed at once, the political prosperity would probably have a qualitative leap. But with Gojo Jaiyu's current strength and status, he couldn't do that. If he really did that, he would probably be labeled a traitor to Konoha the next day and be hunted down endlessly in the ninja world. No matter how good his personal relationship with Minato Namikaze is, it will be useless in this regard. Konoha Village. Prosperity, 4,399. Status, General, experienced 2 ninja world wars, in dire need of rest and recuperation. Historical records. 1 Tsunade suffers from hemophobia due to the death of Rope Tree and runs away, prosperity -300. 2 Jiraiya leaves, prosperity -300. 3 Orochimaru and Konoha are alienated, prosperity -500. 4 Konoha White Fang commits suicide, prosperity -300. 5. Shimura Danzo conducts secret experiments, prosperity -99. 98 Might dies in battle, prosperity -300. 99 Namikaze Minato receives the honorary title Yellow Flash and replaces Sarutobi Hiruzen as the 4th Hokage, prosperity +500. He tried hard to start from the 4 dimensions, adhering to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still a piece of meat, and patched up Konoha. However, the elders such as Shimura Danzo kept sucking his blood like bloodsuckers. The conclusion of fate also caused the powerful ninja of Konoha to escape and die uncontrollably. As a result of the above factors, Konoha's prosperity could not be improved. To make matters worse, it is now the beginning of the 51st year of Konoha. If history had not been changed, his good friend Minato Namikaze and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina would have died on the Night of the Nine Tails, and Konoha's infrastructure would have been destroyed on a large scale, and a large number of ordinary ninjas would have been killed by the aftermath of the battle. The ninja clan would have had different ideas, and the third generation's forces would have made a comeback. The prosperity circuit breaker collapse mechanism will definitely be triggered. Page 2. But fortunately, all the preliminary preparations have been completed, and he, Gojo Jaiyu, can finally carry out his plan. He wants to change the future. Culture milestone reached. Gift pack unlocked. Gift pack has been distributed. Skill : Dakujutsu 6 eyes proficient, 360-degree long distance vision, can see behind, can see from a long distance, can also see even if the line of sight is blocked. Can directly distinguish whether the opponent is a ninja, and see through the opponent's ninjutsu. Can directly track or predict the trajectory of chakra. Can allow the holder to perform fine chakra manipulation. Medical ninjutsu reversal technique introduction, converts one's own chakra into self-healing energy. Cannot be used when chakra is exhausted or consciousness disappears instantly. Recovery status depends on chakra consumption. Ninja Beast Makuro cannot be summoned, sealed in the host's body, cannot be summoned, cannot be unsealed, can try to extract its chakra. Hiss! Gojo Jaiyu gasped, and was so shocked by the milestone gift package that he was speechless. The system had given him many rewards over the years, but this time, the reward was really too generous. This is a skill from Sukuna Kaisen. Judging from the skill description, it has obviously been forcibly transformed into the Naruto Chakra version by the system, but the original attributes have been copied and pasted without any changes. Just talking about this 6 eyes, it is the prerequisite for Gojo Satoru to be invincible. At present, it seems like a fusion of the Sharingan and the Byakugan, and there are no restrictions or side effects. As for the reversal technique, one can use chakra to heal oneself before consciousness disappears, and this alone proves its value. As we all know, ninjas have always been high in attack and low in defense. Even a jonin or even a cage-level warrior would still die if stabbed in the heart by a kunai. But now with the reversal technique, I'm afraid that except for Grandpa Onoki's dust release, there is no possibility of killing him instantly. This will be his strongest trump card, no doubt about it. Never expose it in front of others. Finally, there is Makoto. There is nothing much to say. Gojo Jaiyu has already begun to imagine the future Makoto chakra mode. Gojo Kagetsu chatted calmly with Namikaze Minato about family matters, then left the office and walked out of the Hokage building. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. 100 Gojo Jaiyu's 4 Great Nations Invasion Plan has been approved, Prosperity plus 100. Panel. Gojo Jaiyu exclaimed softly, and a transparent light screen lit up in front of him. Name, Gojo Kazuki. Age, 24, born in Konoha 27th year. Chakra attributes, Earth Escape, Wind Escape, Yang Escape, Reversal Technique. Total Chakra, 1 card, Jounin level. Title/Position, Sakai Wenhao, Konoha Culture Minister, Konoha 9000 years old, Konoha Assassination Tactics Special Forces Deputy Captain, Konoha Ninja School Vice Principal, Hokage Advisor. Evaluation, a capable minister in peaceful times, a powerful figure in troubled times. Gojo Kagetsu was very satisfied with his long list of titles, which were a symbol of his dedication to improving Konoha's prosperity. After leaving the Hokage building, Gojo Kagetsu did not inspect the ninja school as per his work schedule. He just walked to the vicinity of the school symbolically and listened to the students' slogans, "Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate this village and make new leaves sprout." He curled his lips in disappointment. This is also rubbish. When this slogan is abolished, Konoha's cultural dimension can be taken to a higher level. What a pity! It can't be wasted. Gojo Jaiyu passed by the ninja school. His target was a secret building located on the outskirts of Konoha village, which was the base of the secret organization he founded. Arriving at the gate of the base, Gojo Jaiyu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the sign hanging on the gate, Higher Vocational School Press. Just like the concept of root established by Danzo Shimura, this organization is located under the shadow of Konoha, with its roots deeply rooted in the darkness. Its biggest goal is to secretly eliminate obstacles that will hinder the prosperity of the village. The same is true of his root Gojo Jaiyu, who will do whatever it takes to carry out his missions. It is a ruthless and cruel organization. Even though he only had a bachelor's degree in his previous life, in the ninja world he was undoubtedly a top student and a scholar. Scholars never use knives to kill people. The cultural invasion plan against the 4 major countries has long been secretly launched, with the aim of continuously destroying the physical fitness of the ninjas of the 4 major ninja villages. They poison their younger generation with cultural dregs and attack them at the roots. However, due to the special and shameful nature of its mission, it cannot be made public, and has always been operated by Gojo Jaiyu out of his own pocket. At the same time, this publishing house is also the origin of Gojo Jaiyu's title of Sotokai Wenhao. Gojo Jaiyu coughed lightly and walked in. Volume 3, this book you are reading is really harmful. Last week, we printed 996 additional copies of Female Ninja Goes to Hell and they have all been sent to the Uegakure village. A total of 1,000 copies of The Record of Female Ninjas in the Spirit have been printed and will be shipped to the Hidden Mist village for sale next week. There are also Young Ninja Xiaodong and Light Ninjutsu, which have also been shipped to the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Sand village respectively. Gojo Jaiyu sat at the head seat in the conference room, cracking melon seeds while listening to the reports from his subordinates and nodded with satisfaction. 1. You have poisoned the ninjas of the Hidden Rock village spiritually, prosperity plus 20. 2. You have poisoned the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village spiritually, prosperity plus 20. Listen, what a pleasant sound. The improvement of prosperity can also start from the external environment. In simple terms, weakening the enemy equals strengthening yourself. 4. You have poisoned the ninjas of the hidden cloud village spiritually, prosperity +5. Okay. Gojo Jiyu frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. The weakening of other ninja villages has provided Konoha with a prosperity of 20 points, so why is it that your cloud village is only 5 points? Yamashita-kun, bring me the book that was sold to the hidden cloud village this week. Hey, yes. The editor-in-chief of the higher vocational press, Yamashita, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. And quickly took a copy of Young Ninja Xiaodong from the printing room and handed it to Gojo Jiyu. Then he stepped aside and carefully observed Gojo Jiyu's expression. Editor-in-chief Yamashita is full of awe for Gojo Kagetsu. He is an ordinary person, while Gojo-sama is a ninja. This is the first reason. Gojo-sama has a very high status in the Konoha village, and in the circle of people like them, there are even titles such as Shadow Hokage and 9,000 years old of Konoha. This is the second reason. Selling such marginal books to the other 4 major countries might lead to a wanted arrest. This is the third reason. Gojo Jiyu glanced through it casually. They were all written according to the ideas he provided, so there was no problem with the quality. So, the problem was not the quality of the books themselves, so what was wrong? Gojo Jiyu fell into deep thought. Editor-in-chief Yamashita took a step forward and reminded him courageously, Sir, a new patrol team has appeared on the borders of the 4 major countries recently and has confiscated many of our books. Do you want to make some arrangements? Gojo Jiyu waved his hand and said, You can handle these matters on your own. You can allocate the money in the account on your own. The most important goal is to deliver the books. It doesn't matter how much money you make or lose. Let me ask you, what happened in the Hidden Cloud Village recently? Cloud Hidden Village. Editor-in-chief Yamashita took a deep breath and thought that Lord Gojo was truly an expert in foresight. These things could indeed not be hidden from him, and he had spies everywhere. Yes, it's mainly the Hidden Cloud Village. Our books are most heavily inspected in the Hidden Cloud Village. I think, we may have reached our limit. If we continue to sell, we may be discovered and a wanted notice may be issued. Just issue a wanted order. Gojo Jiyu spread his hands and said, It's your name that's on the publishing house. If something really happens, it has nothing to do with me. Ah, yes, I understand. Lord Gojo has never been to our publishing house. Editor-in-chief Yamashita secretly groaned in his heart, but did not dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. Lord Gojo has been very kind to him. Over the years, by helping Lord Gojo publish illegal books, his family has been able to live a life without worries about food and clothing. It is reasonable for him to take these risks. If something really goes wrong, I will take full responsibility for it. Editor-in-chief Yamashita gritted his teeth to show his loyalty. Gojo Jiyu patted his shoulder, there's no need to be so nervous. Things won't necessarily get that bad. Do your best. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Gojo Jiyu walked out of the publishing house's door and prepared to go to the Fire Country's official publishing house in Konoha to supervise the printing process of Yimu. Poisoning the 4 major national plans, and persisting for at least 5 years without wavering. There cannot be any mistakes in this process, so Gojo Jiyu chose to be cautious. The distant Hidden Cloud Village. Killer Bee, the 8-tails Jinchuriki, was currently being hung on the ceiling and severely beaten by the 4th Raikage AI. Pop, pop, pop. Every blow of the whip was filled with the anger of the Raikage AI towards his brother for not fighting back. Bye. I have tolerated your obsession with rap and neglect of your training. But you actually watched something like this in secret. Snapped. Another whipping. AI pointed at the strange publication Young Ninja Xiaodong on the wooden table, and his heart was already filled with anger. At the edge of the house, there were several young ninjas of similar age to Killer Bee, shivering with their hands on their stomachs. Most of them were the younger generations of the high-ranking cloud ninjas, and could be considered accomplices in this incident. Reikage AI grabbed the young ninja Xiaodong and flipped through a few pages at random, his anger growing even more intense. What kind of book are you reading? This book you are reading is really harmful to people. You guys are such assholes. Do you know that none of the recent Kirabi tests have passed? Reading books like this all day long will kill you. Kirabi is now in the golden age of ninja development. As a ninja, reading this kind of book, do you want to be killed by a moment of distraction when facing the enemy's shuriken on the battlefield? AI's roar echoed in the small house for a long time. The cause of the incident is this. The young ninjas, led by Killer B, have shown a significant decline in their recent assessments. Even when carrying out their employer's tasks, they are reported to be inefficient and absent-minded. The suspicious Reikage AI asked the Cloud Ninja Anbu to investigate briefly, and they soon discovered what had happened. Who among the ninjas understands this? Killer B, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, was actually bewitched into reading such a book in private. AI looked at the junior ninjas at the top level with an increasingly hostile look. These playboys undoubtedly harmed Killer B. But as the Reikage, he could not really punish them in a substantial way. There are insects in every village that are difficult to kill. What makes AI Ying even more uneasy is that if the children of high-ranking officials are like this, what about the grassroots? How many of the ordinary ninjas at the grassroots level are secretly reading such banned books? If this continues, can their hidden cloud village still maintain its martial and aggressive spirit? He couldn't say. If this continues, the village will no longer be a village. Big brother, don't be angry. Kirabi said cautiously, but his little eyes under the sunglasses were staring at the book in AI's hand, fearing that his big brother would destroy this treasure in excitement. Bastard thing! The yellow-haired Reikage was so angry that he exploded. The next second he entered the lightning chakram mode and crushed the book in his hand into pieces. Order a thorough investigation and confiscation of any copies of Young Ninja Kotobuki within the limits of our hidden cloud village. We also need to investigate who is behind publishing such a book. Finally, all of you must reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. No one is allowed to leave your home without my order. Volume 4, The Ninjas of Konoha are all dirty-hearted. Page 3. Call. Reikage AI sat in the Reikage's office, tapping the table with his thick fingers, looking at the investigation report presented by the Anbu ninja. A total of 980 banned books were confiscated, and it was found that they were printed and published by a high-tech publishing house located in the Land of Fire. Humph, the people of the Land of Fire and Konoha village are all filthy. AI snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. The relationship between Konoha village and their hidden cloud village is not good. He and Killer B fought against Minato Namikaze on the battlefield, earning the other party the title of Yellow Flash. In the goals of the hidden cloud village, the hidden Uegakure village ranks first, and Konoha ranks second. Have you found out? Is this a conspiracy of Konoha village? The captain of the Kumagakure Anbu reported solemnly, according to our investigation, theoretically it should not be the case. The president of the publishing house is just an ordinary person named Editor-in-Chief Yamashita, not a ninja. In theory. AI found Hwadian, in practice. In fact, during the investigation, we found that he bribed the border patrol officers of our lightning country, so that the books could be delivered to the village for sale. It is hard to believe that an ordinary person has the courage to sell banned books like this. I am afraid that he may make money but not spend it. After all, he is from Konoha. He is beating around the bush like a coward. Lei Ying AI crossed his arms and said disdainfully, whether it is true or not, just send someone to investigate it. What do you plan to do, Yondaime-sama? Since this could be a conspiracy of Konoha, we must not alert the enemy. AI has always considered himself a man who is rough but delicate, but he usually prefers to use his muscles rather than his brain. Send someone to sneak into Konoha village in disguise. If you are sure that it is just that idiot named Editor-in-Chief Yamashita who is selling the banned books to our hidden cloud village for money, kill him. If there is someone behind the scenes. AI's eyes flashed with a shrewd light, just lie in wait and serve as our chess piece in Konoha. Yes. You are so smart, Lord Raikage. The Anbu captain praised repeatedly, and then he carefully reminded, but Lord Raikage, Konoha's defense level is very high, and it is very difficult to sneak in. Even if you practice our cloud hidden secret technique, if your identity, gender, and appearance do not match, I am afraid you will still be exposed. So, who should we send to infiltrate? AI looked thoughtful. The question raised by the captain of the Anbu is not without reason. Due to the unique geographical location of the hidden cloud village, most of the people in their village have dark complexion, rough skin, and sturdy appearance, and can be easily recognized by the people of Konoha. For this, Konoha village doesn't even need to use the Byakugan to identify it. Got it. AI clenched his right fist and clapped it on his left palm. Let Samui come over. After a while. Dong dong. Come in. Blonde and blue-eyed Samuel pushed the door open. Samui is tall and plump, with beautiful curves and delicate features. She has fair skin and proud big breasts that are totally inconsistent with those of a Kumagakure ninja. She is a sexy and mature female ninja. Image, Ninja World 2nd, Samui. Location, images/17158308579-100404979-1116744888.jpg. Although she doesn't look like a Kumagakure ninja, she is actually the swordsmanship apprentice of the third Raikage. She is a ninja who is loyal to the Kumagakure village and lives in the clouds. Already modified, because everyone knows the reason, the age was changed from 12 to 18, and from Kirabi's disciple to the third-generation disciple. Because of her special status, Samui has a high position in the hidden cloud village, and can only be transferred by the order of the Raikage. On weekdays, and because of her special appearance, Samui does not show up too much in public. Many Kumagakure ninjas don't know that there is such a blonde ninja in the village. Lord Raikage, you are looking for me. Even when facing the Raikage AI, her expression remained indifferent. Samui, it's time for you to help. Please give your orders. Samui's voice was cold. As a ninja, she had already realized long ago that ninjas were tools to complete tasks. I need you to infiltrate Konoha. AI looked serious as he pushed the secret scroll of concealing aura and information about the Polytechnic publishing house across the table in front of Samui. He has great trust in Samui, a valuable talent who can always stay calm and complete tasks. She is also a disciple of his late father, the third generation. After Samui heard the mission, his eyes narrowed. Sneak into Konoha? Is there a new genius ninja in Konoha who can threaten our Kumagakure? Not all of the ninjas' methods are so fair. In the ninja world, it is not uncommon to sneak into other ninja villages to assassinate target geniuses. After all, a genius who has not grown up is just a genius, not a strong person. Samui guessed that perhaps a talented ninja who could rival Yellow Flash appeared in Konoha village. Only in this way could Lord Raikage's face become as black as a casserole. If it is like this, Samui subconsciously touched the dagger on her waist. Even if it cost her life, she would resolutely complete the task. It was a sure-win business to eliminate the genius of the hostile forces at the cost of a senior ninja's life. It's not as bad as you think. Raikage AI comforted, I want you to infiltrate a publishing house in Konoha village and investigate the truth behind Ching. The target is just an ordinary person. Even if he is killed, it will not attract too much attention. If there is someone behind him, you will lie in wait and serve as our hidden agent in Konoha. Publishing house. Sam, who had already shown a fearless expression, suddenly showed a silly and cute expression on his cold face. Although he tried very hard to guess, he still didn't expect it to be such a strange task. What happened? That damn publishing house actually dared to publish and print banned pornographic books and sell them to our hidden cloud village. What's even more damning is that Killer B was really bewitched by those books and neglected his training. He didn't pass any of the Jinkriki tests in the past. In a fit of emotion, AI punched hard and smashed the table in the office directly. Samui, tell me, should such a person die? AI gnashed his teeth in hatred and urgently needed the approval of his subordinates. If that's the case, indeed. Samui glanced at the information casually, and probably understood what happened, and his eyes became even colder. Putting aside the Jinkriki who had poisoned their village, how could the author write such a shameless book? Shameful! Shameful! She put away the scroll and the information, and said in a voice without any personal feelings. Promise to complete the mission, Lord Rakage. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Volume 5, we would rather break the rules than stop production. The official Fire Nation publishing house in Konoha. There is no market downturn, only poor efficiency. Strengthen team building and improve work efficiency. A century-long plan, production first. I would rather break the rules than stop production. Such slogans were everywhere. Under Gojo Jaiu's deliberate design, the entire printing factory was filled with similar slogans, and an environment of struggle was created. The scent of ink wafts through the air. The printing pedals under the workers' feet were almost invisible, and page after page of paper with clear handwriting was printed. Due to the limitations of the current technological level, the printing output is really low, and we can only use such extreme methods to increase the printing speed of Yimu. Output. Output. It's still fucking output. To launch an offensive against the 4 major countries, a massive amount of public knowledge magazines would be needed to carry out a saturation attack. Gojo Jaiu wanted to make the citizens of the 4 major countries see the nation of fire when they open their eyes and the advanced civilization when they close their eyes, and to deeply implant such concepts into the hearts of their business class. When the workshop director saw Gojo Jaiu coming to the market, he immediately shouted the slogan he had prepared for a long time, "Thank you for your hard work, Master Gojo." The production workers who were pedaling frantically also shouted the same slogan in unison. The atmosphere in the printing factory became even more lively. Gojo Jaiu's reputation is really good in the hearts of ordinary people like them. In such a war-torn era, where can one find a stable and high-paying job? Gojo Jaiu smiled without saying anything. He just stretched out his hand and pressed in the air to suppress the fanatical shouting. An afternoon passed in a flash, and Gojo Jaiu, who was lying in the boss chair with his eyes closed for a nap, slowly opened his eyes. A strange light emerged deep in his eyes. With 6 eyes, he could see things that were invisible before. For example, the chakra carrier that was approaching quickly from a distance. It seems that I need to wear goggles or black satin, otherwise these eyes may be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Gojo Jaiu muttered to himself, opened a drawer casually, took out black satin and tied it over his eyes. 3 seconds later, the 12-year-old Hitaki Kakashi, wearing an Anbu uniform and a black mask, came behind Gojo Kagetsu. Kakashi looked at the de facto leader of the Anbu in front of him and found that he looked a little strange today, but he couldn't say much, so he quickly reported. "Gojo-sama, something happened." "Hey? What?" Gojo Jaiu stretched lazily. Since the system had not reported any changes in prosperity, it was not a big deal worthy of attention. "The funds that Yondaime-sama planned to approve for you today were intercepted by Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama asked me to tell you to meet him at the route base." The atmosphere was stagnant. And Kakashi subconsciously held his breath. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his body without feeling any warmth. Because he was behind him, he couldn't see Gojo Jaiu's expression clearly. "I just feel that Lord Gojo must be looking very unhappy right now." He lowered his head quickly. "Let's not talk about blocking the special funds approved by the Yondaime for now. Isn't it a bit too shameless for me, the deputy commander of Konoha's Special Assassination Tactics Unit, to meet him at the route base? What does he want to do? Rebellion. Is Minato the fourth Hokage, or is he, Danzo, the fourth Hokage? Gojo Juyu said expressionlessly. He had always known that Minato's position as the fourth Hokage was not secure. There weren't many people who were absolutely loyal to him and obeyed his orders, and in the eyes of the major ninja clans in Konoha, he didn't have enough say. So, he directly told Gojo Juyu that the person in charge of Konoha's financial allocation was controlled by him, Danzo. First of all, Minato is just a commoner. Even though he is Jiraiya's apprentice and is considered a member of the Hokage family, he is still just a commoner. Although his strength, talent, and personality are very suitable for being a Hokage, his background is still too shallow. The main reason why he was able to become Hokage was that he held the launch button of Konoha's nuclear weapons. Even with so many unfavorable factors, he is still the Hokage. He is recognized by the Land of Fire Daimyo and is the fourth Hokage under the attention of the villagers of Konoha. He is the nominal leader of Konoha. How could he, Danzo, dare to do such a thing? Kakashi stood behind Gojo Keigetsu, not daring to say a word. He just felt that today, Gojo Keigetsu's aura was more oppressive than before. Is this kind of oppressive feeling really something a Chunin can possess? There is no doubt that Gojo-sama is a Chunin in the official records. Although his ruling ability is that of a cage-level strongman, it is still a bit inferior for a ninja. When it comes to the power struggle among Konoha's high-ranking officials, Kakashi chooses to remain silent and act deaf, and only wants to quickly leave this vortex and return home to secretly read Female Ninja Goes to Hell, which he bought at a high price from the black market. Well, Kakashi. Exist. Go and tell Danzo about this for me, Gojo Keigetsu said in a leisurely tone. Today, if he doesn't take the initiative to find me and explain this matter clearly, I will explain this matter to the fourth Hokage tomorrow. It's hard to say what unpleasant things will happen then. Yes, Master Gojo. Well, let's go. Gojo Keigetsu waved his hand, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and stopped Kakashi, who was about to leave. Go to the Konoha Police Department and tell Patriarch Fugaka for me that the dinner should be scheduled for tonight, and it doesn't matter if it's casual. He should not be off work yet. Gojo Juyu was the only one left in the empty president's office again. Page 4. He turned his head to look at the setting sun outside the window and felt a headache. The Uchiha's problem. Despite his efforts to mediate, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha continued to deepen uncontrollably. Murphy's law is that the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. The seeds of distrust were planted when the second generation established the Konoha Police Department. The village and the Uchiha and the villagers, the village and the villagers. The voices of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan were growing louder and becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, and it had reached the point where Gojo Juyu had no choice but to start taking steps to address the issue. If the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha develops to the point where it has to be resolved by force, the prosperity will still collapse. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Gojo Juyu tapped the armrest of the boss's chair with his fingers. As he thought, an article applicable to the current situation of Uchiha came to his mind. Then, let's solve the most basic contradiction first. Volume 6, The most terrifying ninja is the one who has no desires. Root Stronghold. Boom. The wooden teacup was thrown away fiercely by Shimura Danzo, and he was extremely angry. Ha, Amir Gojo Juyu, you dare to speak to me like this? Let me go meet him? He's so bold, who does he think he is? Is he Hiruzen? It's no wonder that Shimura Danzo was so angry. Sarutobi Hiruzen could still tell him that he is the Hokage, so what does Gojo Keigetsu have? Nothing. In Shimura Danzo's heart, the fourth generation Namikaze Minato was just a lucky junior, who snatched the position of Hokage from him by virtue of his status as the husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But after all, Namikaze Minato's strength and honor were truly at the level of Hokage. That Gojo kid, he was just a chunin, how dare he speak so loudly to the dark ninja world? A chunin like him would only be the lowest level cannon fodder in the route. Who gave him the confidence? Minato Namikaze? Konoha's laws protected him too well. After venting his anger, Shimura Danzo fell silent. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "We can't attack him now. He is still a person that Minato Namikaze values, and he has not shown any intention of betraying Konoha." Shimura Danzo frowned. Gojo Kagetsu really didn't follow the rules. As a senior and an elder of Konoha, it was not shameful for him to let Gojo Kagetsu come to see him privately. These are the unspoken rules of the power field. After a simple exchange of interests and satisfying each other's political demands, he raised his hand on the issue of funds, and even more could be allocated to him. But Gojo Jaiyu acted like a fool and wanted to report the matter to the fourth Hokage. "Humph, kid, I see you don't understand the rules of the game at all." Although reporting the matter to the fourth Hokage would not cause any actual harm to Shimura Danzo, such a shameful thing would undermine his dignity. "Then let me see you in person." In the shadows, Shimura Danzo's expression became increasingly gloomy. 5 moons. During his time at Ninja Academy and the Chunin exams, he was unknown and one of the untalented ninjas, a minor character not worthy of attention. However, since the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, it has become more and more active, playing a significant role in Konoha's culture and economy. With the inauguration of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, it began to show its brilliance in the political field. In addition to the military level, which is firmly controlled by the major ninja clans, Gojo Jaiyu has already explored every dimension he can. Putting aside his ninja talent, he is an absolute talent. But this guy, he's satisfying as a subordinate, but annoying as an opponent. It was as if there was a layer of impenetrable and intangible film covering Gojo Kagetsu's body, and Danzo Shimura was somewhat unable to understand him. "Gojo Jaiyu, what exactly are you pursuing?" Everyone has pursuits. There are ninjas who are obsessed with training and want to become powerful ninjas step by step. There are ordinary ninjas who pursue fame and fortune and want to be on the Hokage advisory board. There are ordinary people who are eager for wealth and want to use their power to grab wealth by any means. There are lustful people who want all kinds of play. However, these most superficial desires of Shimura Danzo were not well confirmed in Gojo Kagetsuki. He was not obsessed with training. He had never sought an official position in front of the Sandame, the fourth Ame, and himself, the top leaders of Konoha. According to the investigation of the Root Ninja, he even invested money to maintain the operation of the orphanage, publishing house and Hyauryo Maru store, even as for women. He was in his 20s, but he had never been heard of having an ambiguous relationship with any female ninja. A person without desires is the most terrifying. It is precisely for this reason that Danzo Shimura once believed that Gojo Kagetsu was a spy from another country, or a deep-minded and ambitious person who wanted to subvert Konoha. He wanted to find out Gojo Kagetsu's real purpose through this funding incident. Shimura Danzo was very curious. With Minato Namikaze's conservative character, why did he choose to allocate such an astonishing figure of 350 million ryo to Gojo Kagetsu? "If I find out that you have any intention to harm Konoha, even the Yandere can't protect you. I will personally clean up Konoha." Report. At this time, the Root Ninja wearing a standard mask came to the door of the secret room and knelt on one knee to report. Gojo Jaiyu did not return home according to his previous actions. After leaving the official publishing house, he went to the Uchiha clan's residence. "Oh. Have you concealed your whereabouts?" "I made my whereabouts public, and many people saw me on the road." Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed into slits. "It's a bit unexpected to disclose your whereabouts, but what is your purpose in communicating with the inherently evil Uchiha, Gojo Jaiyu?" "Whatever it is, I'll find out today." Keep a close eye on Gojo Juiyu's whereabouts. Once he comes out of the Uchiha clan territory, let me meet him in person. Gojo-kun, long time no see. It's been a long time, Patriarch Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, born in Konoha in the 19th year, is barely someone that Gojo Kagutsu can consider as an equal. Gojo Juiyu shook hands with Uchiha Fugaku with a smile on his face. Uchiha Fugaku is a rare normal person among the mentally ill Uchiha clan, and a relatively moderate dove. He has suppressed the voices of the hawks in his many collaborations with Gojo Juiyu. He loved the Uchiha clan and had a sense of belonging to Konoha. But if he had to choose between a clan and a village, he would choose the former without hesitation. If it weren't for Gojo Kagutsu, in the future under the constant pressure and distrust from the Konoha high-level officials, he would eventually choose to fight for the honor of the Uchiha clan. Gojo Juiyu saw this very clearly. But until that happens, Uchiha Fugaku has always been a reliable partner. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Fugaku on the way to the Uchiha clan territory, Fugaku was the first to speak. Gojo-kun, I am almost unable to suppress the voices of opposition. If it weren't for you, I might have chosen to let such voices spread among the clan and join them. Fugaku smiled bitterly. The Konoha Guard is the glory of the Uchiha clan, but it is also the source of conflict between the ordinary villagers and ninjas. Policing is a very offensive job. Konoha's public security can only be said to be better than that of other ninja villages, but it does not mean it is poor. The Konoha Police Department was built together with the Konoha Prison and has long been in contact with criminals. After a long time of contact, whether it was the slander of the released prisoners or the rough law enforcement methods of the clan itself, they brought them a lot of criticism. Coupled with the negative energy of the Uchiha clan itself, the criticism was like the fuse of a powder keg, igniting the darkness in the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Volume 7, Bring me paper and pen. Ordinary ninjas envied them, the villagers of Konoha hated them, and the Konoha high-level officials gave them the honor of police department. These three formed a vortex that constantly dragged the Uchiha clan into the abyss. In addition, Konoha has always been wary of the Uchiha clan since its establishment. This kind of precaution is like ideological isolation, keeping the Uchiha clan out of Konoha's core power. The stereotype of the Uchiha clan is born evil is like a wall of size, keeping their clan out of Konoha village. They needed the Uchiha, but they never accepted the Uchiha. They do the hardest, most tiring and most offensive work and regard it as an honor, but they have never received the respect that matches it. Who can accept this? Gojo Kagutsu sighed. He couldn't just accuse the second Hokage of being wrong. He was not Tobirama, and he couldn't empathize with his prejudice against the Uchiha clan at that time. The closer they got to the Uchiha clan's territory, the fewer villagers there were on the road. Occasionally, a few people passed by and looked at Fugaku, who was wearing the police uniform. The fear and disgust in their eyes could not be hidden from the two of them. Gojo-kun, did you see the way those villagers looked at me? It's really hard to accept. As the chief of the police department, I don't know what I am protecting. Finally stepping into the territory of the clan, Fugaku confirmed with his perception that the annoying root chakra behind him had stopped moving. At this time, his words became bolder. Gojo-kun, you are a friend I trust. It is also because of your existence that I see the possibility of having an equal dialogue with the top leaders of Konoha. To be honest, recently the voices in the clan for taking back the glory that belongs to the Uchiha have been getting louder and louder. Some elders advocate a coup d'état to fight for the Uchiha's rightful position in Konoha. Coup. That is rebellion. Use force to cleanse the oppression that has existed since the second Hokage. In the eyes of the hawkish Uchiha clan, only a coup can guarantee the future prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, if things go on like this, they will be persecuted by the remnants of the third generation and perish like the Senju clan. Ah, is it really okay to say this to me, the deputy commander of the ANBU, Uchiha Fugaku? Just based on what you just said, the Uchiha clan may be exterminated. Gojoja-EU said half-jokingly. So, is there a way to solve the current situation, Gojo-kun? Arriving at Uchiha Fugaku's house, Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently and invited Gojo Kagetsu into the living room of the house. If I say no, I won't be able to eat the meal that Mrs. Mikoto cooks. No, even as friends, we should have this meal. SHHH. The paper sliding door of the reception room was pushed open by a little boy of about 5 years old. He walked into the reception room holding a tea tray in one hand, put the tray on the table and then walked out. Gojoja-Iyu's 6 eyes looked at Uchiha Itachi through the black silk. There is something, Fugaku, you lied to me. What? Fugaku was stunned, caught off guard by Gojo Kagetsu's jump. If I say you can't do it, you will probably try to make your child, Uchiha Itachi, join the Konoha Anbu. This is the most direct and, in your opinion, the most effective way to integrate into Konoha. Whether you are a spy planted by the Uchiha clan in the Hokage family, or you are striving to become the Hokage of the Uchiha clan, it is the most reasonable approach. Gojoja-Iyu took a sip of the tea and said in a mature tone that did not match his age, you are a person who is indecisive. You want to devote everything to the clan, but you are also obsessed with the village. How can you accomplish anything like this? This kid is very talented as a ninja. If I were you, I would train him to grow to the point where the Hokage family would have to compromise. This. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank. His inner thoughts and plans were completely seen through by Gojoja-Iyu. The fact is, as Gojo Kagetsu said, if even he can't change the contradictory status quo, he will let Itachi graduate from the ninja school and join Konoha's Anbu as a spy for Uchiha. To ensure that the Uchiha family can see and hear the voices of the top leaders and make immediate response strategies. But now, these thoughts were completely seen through by Gojoja-Iyu. Page 5. What a terrifying insight! Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to think about whether their Uchiha Hawk faction's rebellion plan would have any possibility of success by standing on the opposite side of Gojo Kagetsu. Fugaku was silent. As a suggestion, the best option is undoubtedly to find an opportunity to kill Gojoja-Iyu. But as Gojoja-Iyu said, he is an indecisive clan leader and cannot absolutely side with one side. Pop! Gojoja-Iyu clapped his hands to break the heavy and depressing atmosphere. Okay, no kidding. In fact, I have already figured out how to change the prejudice of the Konoha high-level officials against the Uchiha clan. Believe me, Fugaku, no one wants the Uchiha clan and the Hokage clan to coexist peacefully more than I do. What a joke! If there really were to be any conflict, the first one to get into trouble would be Gojoja-Iyu. Really? Uchiha Fugaku became excited. What kind of method? Gojoja-Iyu habitually tapped the wooden table with his finger. As you can see, Fugaku, I am just an ordinary chunin, and a small figure with little influence in the political ecology of Konoha. But it happens that I have a lot of experience in this kind of problem. There are many ways. The simplest one is to transfer the conflict. Transfer the conflict between Uchiha and the Hokage system to the conflict between Uchiha and the Hokage system and any other major country. Of course, Konoha can no longer withstand the consumption of war, so let's not talk about this for now. Gojo Kagetsu waved his hand to suppress the doubt that Uchiha Fugaku was about to blurt out. Another way is to eliminate conflicts. Start with the misunderstandings of the Uchiha by ordinary ninja and villagers. Patriarch Fugaku, let me ask you a question first. How many people really have prejudices because they experienced the darkness of the Uchiha? This, definitely won't be much. Since I became the Minister of Police, I have issued many orders and dealt with the problem of rough law enforcement, but the stereotype of us Uchiha has never changed. Snapped. Gojoja-Iyu snapped his fingers. In other words, most of the prejudices against Uchiha are just hearsay. We need an article, one that will change the stereotypes of Uchiha in other major countries and even within the Land of Fire. Articles? What kind of articles? Uchiha Fugaku frowned even deeper. He had tried this method before, posting notices on the police department's bulletin board, but few people paid attention to it. Get some paper and pen. Volume 8, Don't Steal the Soldiers' Food Pills for Hunger. Don't steal the soldiers' food pills for hunger. The 39th year of Konoha was the most economically depressed period for Konoha village. The Second Ninja World War almost drained Konoha's blood. On this day, the police department of Konoha village was dealing with a difficult case. It didn't involve any powerful ninjas. The person brought in was an old lady in her 60s, with a look of sorrow and shame. She was brought to the Konoha police department by the owner of the Konoha Bingliangguan store because she stole Bingliangguan from the store. The head of the police department asked, "Old lady, did you really steal the Bingliang pills from the Bingliang pill room?" The old lady lowered her head and replied in a stammering voice, "Yes, Minister, I did steal them." The head of the police department asked again, "What was your motive for stealing the Bingliang pills? Was it because you were hungry?" "Yes." The old lady raised her head, looked at the head of the police department and said, "I am hungry, but I need more food pills to feed my 3 war orphans who lost their parents in the Ninja World War. They haven't eaten for several days. I can't watch them starve to death." After hearing the old lady's words, the Konoha police department began to chatter. The chief of police swung his shuriken and said seriously, "Quiet. Now the verdict will be announced. Old lady, I must act impartially and enforce the laws of Konoha. You have 2 choices, a fine of 10,000 taels or imprisonment for 10 days. The old lady had a painful and remorseful expression on her face. She said to the Minister of Police, "Minister, I have broken the law and am willing to accept the punishment. If I had 10,000 taels, I would not have stolen the Bingliang pills. I am willing to be imprisoned for 10 days, but who will take care of my 3 grandchildren who lost their parents in the Ninja War?" At this time, a young ordinary police officer in the police department stood up, bowed to the old lady, and said, "Please accept the judgment of 10,000 taels." Then he turned to the other people in the police room, took out 1,000 taels and placed them in front of the old lady. "Everyone, I am the most ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Now, please pay a fine of 1,000 taels each. This is to pay for our indifference, to punish us for living in a village where grandmothers have to steal military ration pills to feed their grandchildren." The police station suddenly fell silent. After a moment, all the police department members stood up silently, and each of them carefully took out 1,000 taels and placed them in front of the old lady. Even the police chief was no exception. In the end, the amount placed in front of the old lady was far more than 1 taels. An ordinary ninja who wishes to remain anonymous heard the police chief mutter to himself afterwards, "If a person commits a crime for money, that person is guilty. If a person commits a crime for the sake of the Hyauryo Maru, the village is guilty. If a person commits a crime for dignity, everyone in the village is guilty." Uchiha Fugaku sat there in a daze, holding the article just written by Gojo Kagetsu in his hand, unable to say a word. The yin-touch chakra brought by the Sharingan constantly stimulated his brain, causing his thinking center to work frantically. In what year was he born in Konoha? It seems to be the 19th year of Konoha. Who was the chief of Konoha Police Department in Konoha 39 years? If I remember correctly, my father died in battle in 37, and I succeeded him as the chief of police at that time. So, the chief of police of Konoha in 39 is me, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in sudden realization. So, I was the one who dealt with the old lady who stole the ration pills, hey. Uchiha Fugaku was even more confused. When did this happen? That was the 39th year of Konoha, and now is the 51st year of Konoha. 12 years of war are enough to make people forget many things. He was almost out of chakra, and his memory center didn't remember encountering such a thing in the 39th year of Konoha. Moreover, how could such a thing happen in that war-torn era? Everyone knows that severe punishments should be used in troubled times. More often than not, the evil men with dragon and tiger tattoos were imprisoned and severely tortured by the police. There is no such thing as 100 tales of tenderness, only screams and wails in exchange for fists as big as sandbags. Fugaku looked up at Gojo Kagetsu, who was drinking tea and chatting and laughing with his wife, then lowered his head and read the article a few more times. Could it be that I have lost some of my memories due to excessive training of the Sharingan over the years? Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep self-doubt. Something is wrong, something out of 10 or even 9 points is wrong. The whole article exudes a weird and strange atmosphere, which made the person involved, Uchiha Fugaku, once think that it was because the Yintun chakra affected the brain. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Gojo Jaiyu again, and asked in an uncertain tone, Gojo-kun, I don't quite understand. Uchiha Mikoto stroked her belly, covered her mouth, and laughed softly. Gojo Kagetsu turned his head away, and because of the black satin blindfold, his expression could not be seen, but Fugaku seemed to be able to sense his confusion. That silent doubt was like a question, it's written so clearly, don't you understand? Uchiha idiot. Uchiha Fugaku felt a little ashamed. After all, it was Gojo Kagetsu who saw through him completely. His thoughts could no longer keep up with him. Please give me your advice. Fugaku said sincerely. Is there anything you don't understand? Gojo Jaiyu asked back. Fugaku pointed at the article whose ink was not yet dry. It says the Ministry of Police in 39. I was the minister at that time, but I don't remember such a case at that time. Of course you don't remember it, because I made this article up completely. Ah? Fabricating, isn't that just lying? So what? It seemed like Uchiha Fugaku was meeting Gojo Kagetsu for the first time. Lying was of course very common, but for ninjas like them who danced on the edge of a knife, what was lying a big deal? But the key point is that this article is used to reverse the prejudice of the others in this world against Uchiha. How can a beautiful vision built on lies be realized? Gojo Kagetsu's pair of bright, intelligent eyes seemed to see Fugaku's doubts through the black satin. You are worried that if someone exposes it, the Uchiha will be labeled as a clan of liars and fall into a deeper abyss, right? That's right, Gojo-kun. I'm worried. Who would remember? Gojo Jaiyu asked back, even you, the person involved, have to think about it for so long, who would remember what happened 12 years ago? But, what about the root? What if Shimura Danzo, including the Sandame, wanted to suppress us Uchiha and deliberately spread the truth? Gojo Jaiyu was even more confused. Think about it, why is the Uchiha clan so prejudiced? It's because people just follow what they say. Volume 9, No one knows Konoha better than me. Once people have a preconceived notion about something, it becomes very difficult to change the impression. That's why the Uchiha are so badly regarded by ordinary ninjas and villagers in Konoha. What would happen if, when this article spread throughout Konoha, Patriarch Fugaku arranged for actors to act as eyewitnesses of Konoha's 39 years before Shimura Danzo could take action? Or, if a similar incident happened to happen in the police department on that day, and happened to spread throughout Konoha? How would the views of ordinary ninjas and villagers, and even the younger generation of the great ninjas who did not experience that period, change towards the Uchiha? The series of rhetorical questions left Fugaku dizzy. He silently thought about the possibility raised by Gojo Kagetsu. What was Patriarch Fugaku's reaction when he first saw this article? Uchiha Fugaku was about to speak, but he saw Gojo Kagetsu holding up a finger to silence him. Don't answer so quickly, let Madame Mikoto take a look too. After reading, you two should write down your first impressions of the Konoha guard on a piece of paper and see if they agree. Gojo Kagetsu pulled out the white paper with the article written on it and handed it to Uchiha Mikoto. A long time. Looking at the same words on the paper, the couple fell silent. Kind. The couple looked at each other and understood the emotions in each other's eyes. Even as a member of the Uchiha clan, even as an eyewitness to the events in the article, my first reaction after reading the article was, "Oh my god! Konoha Police Department is really a warm place. The people there must be sunny, kind, and advocate peace and civilization. Even people like them would have such a reaction, let alone different people who don't have a deep understanding of that time period. Horrible, so terrible." Uchiha Fugaku looked deeply at Gojo Kagetsu. For the first time, he felt awe for someone other than a powerful ninja. For the Uchiha clan, who valued the power of force, this was almost the highest praise. Terrible man! The air fell silent again. The two men remained silent, and no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto whispered her own opinion, "If that's the case, why not mention the name Uchiha more often in the article? Wouldn't this further deepen people's impression that the Uchiha are a kind clan?" "No, that won't do, Mrs. Mikoto. That would seem a bit too deliberate." Gojo Kagetsu shook his finger in front of Uchiha Mikoto and said, "To change the stereotype, we as the parties involved should not take the initiative to bring up such things. Instead, we should wait for those who know about it to discover the truth themselves through word of mouth." There is only one seemingly casual mention of Uchiha in the entire text. This is a hint, guiding people to actively explore the composition of the security department in the text. It seems like there are no Uchiha, but there are Uchiha everywhere. When the truth is discovered, when you realize how profoundly you have misunderstood the kind Uchiha clan over the years, the guilt will erupt like a volcano. Gojo Jaiyu spread his arms and shouted. The deeper the misunderstanding of Uchiha was, the stronger the emotion will be after the reversal. This is the reversal technique. The shocked couple got goosebumps all over their bodies. Even the most vicious ninja has a soft side deep down. Facing misunderstandings caused by good qualities such as kindness can best inspire people's desire to protect. By then, there might be a wave of protecting the Uchiha. Even if the Uchiha still cannot get a seat in Konoha's upper echelons in the end, the environment they are in will be far better than it is now. Even if the fifth generation inherits Danzo or the second generation. Unless he completely abandons the attitude of civilians and civilian ninjas and implements a high-pressure rule like the Hidden Mist Village, it will be almost impossible to suppress the Uchiha to their current dire situation. Gojo Jaiyu's rhythmic and emotional voice hit the Uchiha couple's simple worldview like a violent storm. Page 6. So, it can be like this? As ninjas, they are used to using force to change the status quo and achieve the future world they want. They never thought that they could achieve peaceful evolution in such a blind and bloodless way and change the deep-rooted prejudices of a clan and a village. This is really... it's incredible. This, will there really be a day like that? Uchiha Mikoto's face turned red, and she squeezed her legs together. She couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Gojo Jaiyu in her mind. From the Uchiha who was deeply hated by people to the Uchiha who protected the good. That scene was too beautiful, and she didn't dare to think about it further. It will happen, Mrs. Mikoto. I promise. Gojo Jaiyu placed his two palms facing each other in front of his chest, and said in a sonorous, powerful, and resounding voice, "No one knows Konoha better than me. No one would want it more than I do. Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha, and Konoha is Uchiha's Konoha. It is said that the Uchiha clan is a clan full of emotions. But now, Uchiha Fugaku feels that the emotions in Gojo Jaiyu's words are more like Uchiha than he is. He should be the one to open the eyes." He was absolutely certain that Gojo Jaiyu's words came from his heart and were sincere, without any interest or deception. Fugaku didn't think about why Gojo, a foreigner, would be so concerned about the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. He didn't choose to question him, because that would be a disgrace to Gojo Jaiyu. He is a pure, noble, and good man. Fugaku's voice was trembling and choked. "Jaiyu. Uchiha is lucky to have a friend like you. On behalf of Uchiha as the head of the Uchiha clan, thank you. Gojo-Iyu's arms stretched out excitedly and then drooped naturally, with a very faint curve at the corners of his mouth. The Uchiha clan leader changed his attitude towards Konoha because of your words, prosperity plus 500. Unlock milestone achievement, respect of the Uchiha clan. Award : Dekujutsu 6 Eyes Mastery, you can perform fine micromanipulation of the chakra in your body, and have achieved the prerequisite of Space-Time Ninjutsu Unlimited Technique. Space-Time Ninjutsu Unlimited Technique uninitiated, bring the infinite series that converge in the magical unlimited Achilles paradox to reality. This distance can be infinitely reduced endlessly, and the unlimited technique can realize this concept in a certain space in reality. Controlling space requires extremely meticulous chakra manipulation. Volume 10, How dare you criticize the Konoha high-ranking officials? Outside. Uchiha Itachi, who was eavesdropping with his hands behind his back and holding his breath, heard the footsteps of someone leaving the house. He moved and quickly came to the corridor a few meters away. The moment the paper sliding door was opened, he turned around and pretended to be surprised and looked at Gojo-Iyu, who was wearing black satin. Goodbye Uncle Gojo. Gojo-Iyu nodded, accepting Uchiha Itachi's etiquette. Putting aside Uchiha Itachi, who became a complete psychopath in the future of the original timeline, Itachi now is still a child whose worldview has not been fully established. There is still a possibility of salvation. It is foolish to talk about the future without considering the differences in the growth environment. Gojo-Iyu is not a believer in the theory of fate or the evil of human nature. He believes that the differences in the growth environment have a great impact on a person's future. So towards the current Uchiha Itachi, I can neither say I like him nor I dislike him. He is just an ordinary child of a partner. He straightened his clothes and couldn't wait to go back home to study what role the unlimited technique played in the ninja world. After Gojo Kagetsu left the Fugaku mansion, Uchiha Itachi walked into the meeting room cautiously. Father, Mother. The precocious Uchiha Itachi keenly noticed that his parents' faces showed smiles of relief and joy that they had not shown for a long time. It was as if the stone that had been pressing on his heart for a long time was suddenly bounced away by the giant, and the dark clouds that shrouded his heart were brushed away by the giant's hand. Was it brought by Gojo-Iyu? It's Itachi. It's so late, what's wrong? Uchiha Itachi nodded and asked curiously, I just think, the black silk tied around Uncle Gojo's eyes is weird, as if he is covering his eyes. Could he also be a member of our Uchiha clan? What? Fugaku and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled broadly like a loving father. Ha ha ha, it would be great if Jaiya was really a member of our Uchiha clan. He shook his head. As a ninja, it's normal to have your own style of dressing. Gojo-kun is a war orphan, with civilian blood. It's impossible for him to have a bloodline. As for the reason why he covered his eyes, it might be because of his unique training method. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi nodded, not quite understanding. There was something he had hidden in his heart but hadn't said. Just now, when he exchanged glances with Gojo-Iyu, he felt that he had been completely seen through. It was as if all the chakra in his body was exposed to the eyes behind the black satin. One even felt that hidden beneath the black silk was a pair of eyes that were not inferior to or even surpassed the Uchiha Sharingan. Why does this illusion occur? Uchiha Itachi didn't understand, but was deeply confused. The moonlight was bleak, and there were few people walking on the streets in the vast Uchiha clan territory. Gojo-Iyu guessed that at this very moment, most of the Uchiha ninjas were gathered by the hawkish elders to hold a meeting somewhere in the clan. Looking up at the bright moon, Gojo-Iyu fell into thought. I often hear rumors calling him the Shadow Hokage, but this is actually a joke. Konoha currently has 3 Hokages, Minato, the titular Hokage, Sarutobi, the 3rd generation, who actually has the most influence, and Danzo, the dark ninja who has his own spies in various places in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's will was extended in the Anbu, and in the dark, most Anbu ninjas still preferred to obey the orders of the Sandame. They remained vigilant against the Uchiha clan and maintained a policy of secret observation and surveillance. Gojo-Iyu walked out of the Uchiha clan's territory and strolled alone on the quiet streets. A landmark electric pole stands lonely in the ground in the distance, with the top of the pole just touching the bottom of the full moon. From a distance, it looks like it is holding up the full moon. Gojo-Iyu put his hands in his pockets and slowly stopped. With his 6 eyes, he saw dozens of huge chakra masters, each of them at least at the Jonin level. Are you showing off your power to me? You are truly worthy of me, Danzo. Gojo-Iyu seemed to be talking to the air, muttering to himself. The Sandame and Shimura Danzo are guarding the inside and outside, one in the light and the other in the dark, secretly controlling the entire Konoha and manipulating the direction of Konoha's development. Old man politics is not acceptable. It has caused chaos in Konoha. When you reach this age, you have to make room for the newcomers. It is like the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. It is an eternal truth. Why not give all the power to Minato and return to your own ninja clan to spend your remaining years in peace? You said so, Elder Danzo. Gojo-Iyu's magnetic voice echoed in the empty street. As his voice fell, a middle-aged weirdo wrapped in bandages slowly walked out from the dark corner. Danzo Shimura. And behind Danzo, there were 11 masked root ninjas. Humph, Gojo-Iyu, you dared to criticize the Konoha high-ranking officials and meet with the Uchiha clan in private. What is your purpose? Pretentious? Me? Gojo Kagetsu pointed at himself and looked around exaggeratedly. Please, Master Danzo, I am the advisor of the 4th Hokage. I have my own opinions on the personnel changes in our Konoha. Oh, you are a good talker. But your tricks won't work on me. Once I get to the root, all your disguises will be removed. Gojo-Iyu, I now suspect that you are involved in a secret plan to subvert Konoha. Come with me to the root. Take it and bring it back to the root. The root ninjas behind Danzo looked at each other through their masks, and then dispersed into a circle in a well-trained manner, approaching Gojo Suki step by step. Danzo thought it was simple. He was just a commoner Chunin, without a powerful ninja clan behind him, and only had a Hokage Minato who was also born a commoner as his backer. If he was just secretly taken away for interrogation, nothing would happen. Hiruzen will understand him, and Namikaze Minato will not do anything to him for Hiruzen's sake. However, he can completely analyze the character of Gojo Kagetsu. With the control desire of the dark ninja world, it does not allow the existence of a mysterious reformer like Gojo Kagetsu. The curve of Gojo-Iyu's mouth became even bigger, and he asked with a smile, Elder Danzo, are you sure you want to do this? You're willing to go to war with the Uchiha tonight as a price. What Uchiha? Shimura Danzo frowned slightly, but at the signal of his subordinates, his eyes looked towards the distant electric pole. The cloudy old pupils suddenly shrank, and the body suddenly stiffened. He saw, with a huge full moon as the background. The light blue ninja robe rustled in the cold wind. More than a dozen pairs of Sharingan with different Megatama flashed scarlet and cold light, staring at Shimura Danzo. Volume 11, 1 Konoha, 1 Regime, 1 Hokage. Ha, 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 I underestimated you, Gojo-Iyu. An ugly and forced smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's mouth, and the root ninjas suddenly shrank back and protected Danzo. When he looked at Gojo-Iyu again, the look in his eyes had changed. Full of fear and vigilance. With just a quick glance, Danzo Shimura discovered that the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was standing on the telephone pole. The clan leader has shown up, and what that means is self-evident. Unless tonight is the moment of complete breakdown, Danzo Shimura cannot bear such responsibility. His guess was correct, Gojo-Iyu was definitely planning something. Otherwise, how could he have received such support from the Uchiha clan? What is it? Could it be that he promised that Uchiha would overthrow the Hokage position? All kinds of dark speculations grew in Danzo's mind. Ignoring Shimura Danzo's guess, Gojo Kagetsu said in a deep voice. Today, we stand here, standing on the land conquered by the Senju and Uchiha. Standing on Konoha, the land watered by our ancestors with their blood and dignity. Behind me is the Hokage rock of the first Dame Hashirama. He is the recognized god of ninjas and the light of Konoha. Shimura Danzo. The sudden words made Danzo confused for a moment. But since he mentioned Hashirama-sama, what did this kid want to say? His will is the direction in which I move forward. The will of Hashirama-sama? Boy, who do you think you are? The will of Hashirama-sama is not yours. This time, Gojo Kagetsu didn't give Shimura Danzo any face and interrupted him rudely. Konoha is the Konoha of all Konoha ninjas. One Konoha, one regime, one Hokage. Gojo Jaiyo shouted sternly. Look at what you, Shimura Danzo, are doing now. You are engaging in shadow politics and openly attacking the Yandere Hokage's advisor, intending to split the Uchiha from Konoha's territory. What is your purpose in doing this? Who ordered you to do this? Page 7. Do you still have the Yandere Hokage in your eyes? Do you still have the Shadame Hashirama-sama? It's you, Shimura Danzo, who is trying to overthrow Konoha. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Although there was nothing in front of him, he felt as if a huge hat was pressing down on him. Going against the will of the first Hashirama? Come on, no one in Konoha dares to take this charge. One of the oaths for becoming Hokage is to read out the will of fire where the leaves dance, which is the will of Hashirama-sama, the will of his teacher and elder brother. If he dares to say something back today, he will be standing on the opposite side of the community of the will of fire. This is a topic that cannot be discussed. Shimura Danzo chose to remain silent and avoided this sensitive topic. The roots of the tree are deeply rooted in the darkness. The greatest purpose is to eliminate obstacles that will hinder the prosperity of the village in the dark. This is my will, the will of the roots, everything is for Konoha. Shimura Danzo knew that many of the things he did could not be seen in public. But as long as he talked about his loyalty to Konoha, even someone as rooted in darkness as him could hold his chest high with pride. I thought this argument would be able to suppress Gojo Jaiyu, but I didn't expect that it would only lead to an even more fierce attack from the opponent. Gojo Kagetsu's voice suddenly rose in pitch, as if he was furious at Danzo's rude offense. Your will. Danzo, do you want to listen to what you are saying? All official organizations under Konoha should implement the will of Hashirama-sama. They can only be the extension of Hashirama-sama's will. Look at your roots. If Hashirama-sama is standing in front of you now, will these root ninjas only obey your will or Hashirama-sama's will? Of course. Danzo Shimura wanted to express his loyalty to Hashirama Senju, but he couldn't say the words. Because the tongue is the seal that eliminates the root cause of disaster. The members of the root were directly recruited by Danzo, who selected people with special abilities and those with darkness in their hearts. They completely lost their humanity and followed orders, and by the definition of a ninja, they were perfect tools. Danzo has absolute power over their life and death. Even if Lord Hashirama were resurrected and standing before them, they would only follow his will. Gojo Jaiyu, killed the game. Am I really, on the opposite path from Hashirama-sama? Shimura Danzo fell into a rare state of self-doubt. But he was the Dark Ninja realm after all, and he quickly recovered from his autism, sneering and asking, I won't argue with you about this, Gojo Jaiyu, whose side are you on, and what are your plans? The fourth generation? The third generation? Uchiha? Or a spy from another country? I have sensed the darkness deep in your heart. Don't try to deceive me with the title of first generation. Don't try to get away with it. Oh, which side? Gojo Kagetsu shook his head in pretended disappointment, his tone full of mockery towards Shimura Danzo. Some people pursue stability and are staunch members of the third-generation party. Some people seek promotion quickly, easily, and profitably and are members of the Danzo party. Some people choose to take chances in order to follow the dragon and are the enterprising fourth-generation party. Some people hate the current Konoha because of the war and are the unforgivable leaf-hating party. Danzo listened silently, his heart beating faster unconsciously, waiting for Gojo Juiyu's next words. Although he remained extremely wary of Gojo Keigetsu, he had to admit that this guy was different from ordinary ninjas. He was not the kind of superficial and boring ninja. What is his choice? And I, Gojo Keigetsu, have always been a steadfast Konoha member. Whoever stands in my way, whether it's Minato, the Sandaime, Danzo, or the Uchiha clan, will be my target for elimination and attack. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is for Konoha. I have a dream, to make Konoha great again. Shimura Danzo, do you have such awareness? It's clearly night. Obviously there is black satin. At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt that Gojo Keigetsu's eyes were as dreadful as the sun and he couldn't look directly at them. He was like a blood-sucking worm that was pulled out of the darkness and thrown under the scorching sun to be roasted, and his soul let out a tragic wail. Danzo Shimura subconsciously turned his head away, unable to look directly into Gojo Juiyu's eyes beneath the black satin. For Konoha? In this way, it seemed that everything he couldn't understand about Gojo Juiyu was explained. He and I are the same type of ninja. Danzo Shimura had a vague realization. He did not question Gojo Keigetsu's words. He knew that the oath he had just made was true and he would really eliminate all enemies for Konoha. Gojo Juiyu's oath was so firm, as if everyone who went against Konoha was destroying his life. Volume 12, Gojo Keigetsu is a cowardly ninja. Danzo Shimura couldn't help but feel awe. He believed that everything he did was for Konoha, but that did not mean that he completely equated Konoha with his own life. Gojo Juiyu did what he couldn't do. Shimura Danzo's voice was a little hoarse. Ha, in this case, I will believe you this time. But if I find out that you have done something that harms Konoha, I will not let you go. You have your awareness, and I have my ninja way. Today, you have passed this test. Let's go. Danzo declared a complete defeat in an attempt to save his last bit of face, and left the gate of the Uchiha base in disgrace with his root subordinates. On the way back to the root ninja beside him asked tentatively, Danzo-sama, the secret plan involving 350 million ryo has not been figured out yet. Do you need your men to steal the plan from the Hokage's office? A plan of 350 million taels. Danzo narrowed his eyes, recalling what Gojo Keigetsu had just said. It's just 350 million ryo, there's no need to offend the Yandame Hokage. Transfer the funds to Gojo Keigetsu tomorrow. I want to see what he and the Yandame are planning. In fact, Danzo didn't take this number seriously at all. When he was in control of the root, he had seen much more money than this. On the black market, the price of a Jonin's head is about 35 million ryo, and the bounty will increase depending on his fame, unique ninjutsu, the village he lives in, and even the degree of resentment his employer has towards him. 350 million is nothing but the heads of 10 jonin. Danzo interfered mainly for a reason. A reason to attack the Yandame and Gojo Keigetsu. Now that he has obtained the result he wanted, the next step is to wait for time to settle and wait for the result brought by Gojo Keigetsu. 3. Shimura Danzo was shocked by you, and he restrained his dark thoughts and cancelled some unknown plans. Prosperity plus 50. This unlimited technique is useless. After returning home, Gojo Juiyu fiddled with it for a long time, but found that the unlimited technique that he had not yet mastered was really useless. Even with the kunai clamped around his neck, the infinitely small space was not triggered. He lifted the hem of his shirt and looked at his 8 strong and muscular abdominal muscles. After fiddling with it for a while, he still couldn't figure out what kind of sealing technique Mako Luo used to seal him into his body. The chakra in the body circulated around, and one could feel an abnormal chakra sealed in the body. But that's all. Refining Mahalo chakra is still a bit too advanced for Gojo Jaiyu at this stage. According to the system prompt, Makaro can extract chakra, which means I am now Makaro Jinkraki. Skip the beginning, skip the middle, and in the end it's possible to develop a relationship like Naruto and the Nine Tails, unlocking the Makuro chakra mode or the heavy particle mode. Although he defeated Danzo Shimura with his mouth, every good man hopes that his fist can serve as a substitute for his mouth. The blood engraved in his bones makes Gojo Jaiyu love peace. He likes to use relatively peaceful means to get everyone to sit down at the negotiating table to discuss the community of shared destiny in the ninja world and develop a century-long farming plan. Strength is everything to a ninja, and powerful ninjutsu is a prerequisite for making a fool like Danzo speak calmly. If I hadn't bound Uchiha, a staunch ally today, Danzo might have really broken the rules of the game and tied me to the root. Strength, strength. Gojo Jaiyu believed that with the potential of this body, except for the chakra that barely reached the Jonin level, the talent for learning taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu was dull. Chunin was already the limit of this body. If you want to improve your own strength and have the ability to protect yourself in the chaotic ninja world, you can only cling to the system. Military, culture, politics, and economy. Konoha's military was too advanced for him as a Chunin, so he could only wait until his own strength improved before seeking development. The same was true for politics. Constrained by his own hard power as a Chunin, he had already reached his limit by winning over the Uchiha clan and making them stand firmly on his side. To move forward, he would have to cut flesh from the old hands of the Sandame and other old people of the old times. Therefore, the only things that can be changed immediately are culture and economy. In this case, the workers in the printing factory will have to suffer even more. A week later, the dusty Samui finally arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Having learned the secret technique of cloud hiding and breath concealing, it was not too difficult for her to pass the inspection at the gate of Konoha village. The Hyuga ninja at the entrance of Konoha village only stayed on Samui for a few seconds longer. The female ninja who was also on duty and responsible for guarding the gate stayed on Samui's amazing big breasts for a long time. Except during wartime. Relying on the existence of the Byakugan, Konoha's external policy is relatively relaxed. Compared with the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, it can indeed be called the beacon of the ninja world and a civilized village. As long as the amount of chakra in the body does not exceed the dangerous line, you can enter and leave Konoha village freely. Humph, arrogant Konoha, relying on the Byakugan, such a casual inspection, Konoha village's defense is like a sieve. Samui made an assessment of Konoha's defenses in his mind. The arrogant Konoha ninjas would never have thought that they, the Cloud Village, had already developed a set of secret breath-concealing techniques specifically to counter the operating principles of the Byakugan. But isn't this staying a little too long? Under the gaze of the two ninjas, Samui sensed something was wrong. But, their Cloud Ninja secret techniques will never go wrong. Samui's mouth curled up coldly. Master Ninja, what's wrong? Miss, what is your name? Gojo, Gojo. Samui responded calmly. In order to better complete the mission of infiltrating Konoha, Reikage AI and the Reikage Advisory Group specially designed an identity for her. The original words are as follows. Even if you are lurking, you can't start from the very basics like a coward as a Kumagakuer. According to ANBU intelligence, the Yandame of Konohagakuer Minato Namikaze has a close friend who is also his Hokage advisor, a man named Gojo Kagetsu. In addition to the above identities, Gojo Jaiyu is also the Minister of Culture of Konoha and the Vice Principal of the Ninja School. He has considerable reputation among ordinary ninjas. But, the ninja sitting in this position is just a Chunin. During the Second and Third World Wars, he has been hiding in the rear and has not participated in the war. He is undoubtedly a cowardly ninja. Volume 13, I looked at the wave and the water gate, and it looked like no human figure. Then, after listening to the advisory group's analysis, Reikage AI crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully as he made his comments. I see that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, doesn't look like a human figure. Konoha village has become so corrupt that it has reached the point of nepotism. Or, has Konoha declined to the point where only a Chunin can sit in such a position? Ninjas respect strength. Even if it is a civilian job that basically does not require the use of force, as a consultant or as the vice president of a ninja school, he should at least be a special jonin. No wonder Reikage AI looks down on him like that. So, what are your plans? Page 8. The plan is this: the chief of the Reikage's advisory group showed a wise look. Samui's physical condition determines that her upper limit is the best spy in our hidden cloud village. She also has a very high talent for ninjutsu. It takes an ordinary person years to learn the secret technique of concealing her breath, but she only needs a week to learn it. In this case, you can't use it as an ordinary chess piece. Although she had realized it in her heart long ago, Samui still instinctively felt some psychological discomfort when she heard such a name at that time. Infiltrate the upper echelons of Konoha in one fell swoop, and let Samui be the highest level spy of our Kumo ninja in Konoha, take root in Konoha to establish an intelligence network, or even, establish our Kumo ninja's Anbu branch in Konoha. The chief of the advisory team clapped his hands on the photo of Gojo Jaiyu and said, "The target is Gojo Jaiyu." According to the Anbu investigation, Gojo Kagetsu is a civilian ninja, an orphan of the war. If we trace back a few decades, he probably moved to the Land of Fire from a small country nearby. In this case, we will create an identity for Samui that can be close to him. Samui, after you entered Konoha village, your name was Gojo. You are a branch of the Gojo family from decades ago, and a member of the current Gojo Jaiyu clan. Approaching him rashly will attract the attention of the Anbu of Konoha village, so don't act too hastily. Samui, you have to pretend to have discovered your relationship with Gojo Jaiyu by accident, and then meet and get to know him. But you are a foreigner after all. You will probably face a higher level of investigation later. However, you will definitely pass the investigation with the secret technique of concealing your breath. After that, you can naturally lurk beside Gojo Jaiyu as a member of the Gojo clan and gather intelligence for our hidden cloud village. The chief of the advisory group showed an unfathomable smile. In the end, you can marry Gojo Jaiyu and gain the highest level of trust from your target. You can even persuade him to defect and make him work for our hidden cloud village. So, do you understand, Samui? Samui was silent, facing the high-ranking Reikages including Reikage AI, and their expectant eyes. In stark contrast to her fiery figure was her cold heart, but for the sake of the Cloud Ninja and her village, she could completely abandon her personal feelings. Ninja is just a tool. She nodded heavily. I will complete the infiltration mission perfectly. Image, big is better, location, images/1716260844979-11169239.jpg. Time returns to the present. The two gatekeeper ninjas looked at each other and said, Gojo. What a rare last name, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Hinata, do you remember it? Idiot, if it's Gojo, it's Lord Jaiyu. Ah, it's Teacher Jaiyu. You actually forgot even your teacher's last name. You're really hopeless. The Hyuga ninja stroked his forehead and shook his head. The gatekeeping ninjas looked a little young, and one of them, coincidentally, was a student of Gojo Kagetsu when he was still an ordinary teacher in the ninja school. Sammy took all the conversation to heart. Her eyes flickered. She had not expected that she would have the opportunity to contact Gojo Jaiyu by such a coincidence. It should be said that the ninjas of Konoha were too careless and didn't care about the disclosure of their conversations. Or was it that Konoha had enjoyed too much peace since the end of the Third World War, so that they had forgotten the most basic rules of ninjas? Samui pretended to be confused on her delicate and indifferent face, perfectly interpreting the restraint of ordinary people when facing ninjas. Shinobi, Ninja-sama, what are you talking about? Is there anyone with the last name Gojo in Konoha village? Yeah, there is. The female ninja nodded, but you are the Gojo of our Konoha. You are from the Kingdom of Flowers. Although your surname is rare, it should be. The Hyuga ninja showed a speechless expression again, pulled the female ninja's sleeve, and whispered in her ear, have you forgotten? When Gojo-sensei introduced himself, he said that he was an immigrant from the Kingdom of Flowers. Gojo Jaiyu was sitting with his legs crossed in the printing factory, sipping the happy water leisurely. He is in a good mood. Today's batch of Yimu is the last batch. The previously printed ones have all been sent to the warehouses of the 4 major countries, and the powerful nobles of the 4 major countries have almost finished their arrangements. At that time, at Gojo Jaiyu's order, these great nobles will appear at the banquets of the upper class with a copy of Yimu in their hands, and then one level will lead the businessmen to notice the existence of Yimu. By the time the income of the hidden village drops drastically and the source of the problem is discovered, it will be over. Woohoo, Yumu, start! Gojo Kijiki was sitting alone in the office, acting crazy. Even Denzo has restrained himself these days and has not caused trouble again. After a few days, the prosperity has not decreased at all. But soon, his smile froze on his face. He jumped up from the recliner with a somersault. 4. A mysterious spy from the hidden cloud village sneaks into Konoha, prosperity -11. 5. The mysterious spy from the hidden cloud village has completed the mapping of Konoha, prosperity -11. 6. The mysterious spy from the hidden cloud village has established a preliminary trusting relationship with the Konoha ninjas, prosperity -11. Gojo Jaiyu. No, wait, what the hell? A spy from the hidden cloud village. Gojo Jaiyu's CPU began to run rapidly under the stimulation of chakra, thinking about the possibility of the existence of the original world line. If I remember correctly, the only time Kumagakure sneaked into Konoha was during the alliance ceremony between Konoha and Kumagakure, and the Kumagakure ninjas attempted to kidnap Hinata. Gojo Jaiyu frowned, making sure that there was nothing wrong with his memory. Then, there is only one truth. Because of the butterfly effect caused by my existence, the world line has changed. Kumagakure sneaked into Konoha village in advance, and the purpose is unknown. According to the 3 prompts in the system, infiltrate, mapping, and make friends, do the spies of Kumagakure want to operate in Konoha for a long time? Generally speaking, is it necessary to make friends with Konoha ninjas just to complete a mission? It's hard to say about Gojo Kagetsu. It's also possible that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to befriend the Konoha ninjas to get close to the big shots and assassinate them. The unreasonable value has been modified __. Volume 14, Modern Ninja War is an intelligence war. He has been active in Konoha for a long time and has come close to assassinating a big shot in Konoha. Gojo Jaiyu's heart trembled. He must not allow such a dangerous spy to carry out activities in Konoha village. He must catch the spy as quickly as possible. Just imagine it. The 15-year-old Scorpion was able to kill the Sandame Kazekage by assassination. The methods of a ninja cannot be simply distinguished between Kage and Jonin. It is extremely dangerous before knowing what kind of forbidden killing techniques the hidden cloud village has. You can only commit a thief in 1,000 days, but there is no way to guard against a thief in 1,000 days. If we let them take root in Konoha, it will be troublesome to catch them. What if Minato or Kushina died at the hands of the Kumagakure spies? Everything is ruined. This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. He will definitely catch the spy who sneaked into Konoha. Gojo Jaiyu declared victory. But how did the Kumagakure ninja hide from the Hyuaga's Byakugan? Because of the Byakugan, Konoha village has captured a large number of spies from the 4 major countries every year. As for ordinary people, since they do not have chakra, it is difficult for them to get any secrets even if they sneak into Konoha village. As for my printing factory, it has no value to be taken seriously or infiltrated until it can play its role. So, the Hidden Cloud Village has mastered the method of avoiding the Byakugan. The Byakugan has always been the best means of detecting enemy ninjas. If it is cracked, Konoha's advantage in the intelligence war will be greatly weakened. Modern ninja warfare is all about information gap and intelligence warfare. No, that's not right. If Kumagakure really mastered the forbidden technique to break the Byakugan, the prosperity would have plummeted, if not collapsed, but there is no news at all. The rise and fall of prosperity is absolute. In other words, the method of circumventing the Byakugan is extremely difficult to achieve. It is even a special bloodline limit that only a few people possess. Thinking of this, Gojo Juiyu felt the pressure relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. This would make it much easier to deal with. He immediately prepared to use the Anbu's unique means of information transmission to summon his loyal and useful subordinate Kakashi. But through the black satin, he could see Kakashi's chakra approaching rapidly. Both directions went to belong to Yes. 10 or so breaths later, Kakashi knelt on one knee, lowered his head and squatted behind Gojo Juiyu. Gojo-sama, I have something important to report. Oh? It's Kakashi. Tell me, what's the matter? This afternoon, a woman who is suspected to be from your clan came to Konoha and has been arranged to stay in the Konoha guest house. Do you want to meet her? Hey? My people! Gojo Juiyu was stunned. He was a soul traveling back in time when he was about 14 years old. He perfectly inherited all the memories of his original body, but he had never heard of his tribe members. The Gojo family is a very ordinary civilian family in the ninja world. 3 generations ago, they were all ordinary people who did not have the talent to become ninjas. The first time he was addressed as a clan member, Gojo Kagetsuo actually had the illusion that the great powers were actually myself. Gojo Juiyu asked casually, my tribesman. Is she an ordinary person? Or a ninja? How did you confirm it? When we entered Konoha village, the Hyuga ninja used the Byakugan to investigate and found that chakra had been refined in our bodies, but it was far from meeting the standards of becoming a ninja. She said she was from the land of flowers, and some of her experiences matched the past of your parents, Lord Gojo. That was such an unexpected reunion. Gojo Juiyu narrowed his eyes. Could such a coincidence happen? As soon as the system reminded people that there were Union spies, members of the Gojo family who had been separated for many years appeared. What is her name? Gojo Yi. Take me to her now. Samui moved into the guest house in Konoha village. After learning that she might be a member of Gojo Juiyu's clan, the guest house immediately arranged the best room for her. A soft big bed, a bustling night view, a cool evening breeze, a pleasant climate. These are things that Samui cannot enjoy in the Hidden Cloud Village. Is this the environment in Konoha? How do Konoha ninjas train in such a relaxed environment? There is really no sense of urgency at all. Samui sat on the soft big bed covered with white sheets and couldn't help rubbing her sore shoulders with her back hand. After a day's stroll in Konoha, she had memorized the terrain of Konoha and several important buildings clearly. The Hokage building, the ninja school, and the printing factory that took up a rather exaggerated but unfamiliar area. The prosperous Konoha seemed to have many things that Samui could not understand. She did not deliberately resist these emerging things, but was tolerant and quickly integrated these new things into her life. According to the order of Lord Raikage, she will be stationed in Konoha for a long time as a spy for the Hidden Cloud Village. The more she integrates into the village, the greater the role she will play. Of course, she did not forget the most direct order, to investigate the higher technical publishing house that sold banned books to the Hidden Cloud Village. Page 9. The Raikage AI could not tolerate the ninja way of poisoning the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer bee, and he must make the president of the publishing house pay the price in blood. But I searched around for a whole day and found no trace of the Polytechnic press. I can only wait until tomorrow to look for it. Samui changed hands and began to rub the other shoulder. The question now is, will contact with Gojoja-EU too quickly arouse his vigilance? After all, he is a clan member I have never met before. If he does not choose to meet me, I will have to rely on myself to collect intelligence in Konoha. It will take several times more time and energy to achieve the same results. This is a mission where we may not be able to return to Kumagakure. Samui sighed deeply. After all, human hearts cannot be transformed into task tools that are completely devoid of emotions. Being a stranger in a foreign land, leaving Kumagakure and coming to a hostile ninja village alone is a kind of mental punishment for a ninja. If it were those second-rate ninjas who were disloyal to the Hidden Cloud village and whose wills were not strong enough, they might not be able to bear this kind of loneliness, and might really completely integrate into Konoha and cut off ties with the Hidden Cloud village in the end. But I, Samui, am a Kumagakure Jonin who learned from the Third Reikage. I will never be shaken in my determination to complete the mission because of personal feelings. Samui murmured, strengthening his ninja way over and over again in his heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door behind me. Dong dong dong. Excuse me, is Miss Gojo-Yi in there? Coming. Samui took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best condition, and turned to look towards the direction of the door. Please come in. In sight, the door handle slowly pressed down. The person who walked in was a man with white hair and his eyes covered with black satin. Although there were some deviations from the intelligence photo, Samui still recognized the man's identity at first sight. Gojoja-EU. Volume 15, Samui's Ninja Way. The sight is mutual. While Samui was observing Gojo Kagetsu was also observing her, the woman who was highly suspected to be a Kumagakure spy. Of course, at the first sight of her, Gojoja-EU had already confirmed her identity. She was the Hidden Cloud Ninja Samui. As for the reason, big, really too big. She even has strength that is not inferior to that of Piksunade, which shows how profound Samui's foundation is. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Gojoja-EU would have found it hard to believe that the Hidden Cloud village, which was full of dark-skinned, muscular monsters, could actually produce such a treasure that could be called a deadly weapon. Delicate and indifferent facial features, and an inadvertently raised eyebrow as if looking at garbage. Image, Samui, location, images/17163471979-1004979-11169590one.jpg. The golden shoulder-length hair and fair skin give people a different visual impact. Every frown and smile seem to indicate that this is a cold and calm female ninja. Every point just fits Gojoja-EU's aesthetic. The most important thing is, the skin is so big, so round, and looks so elastic. Cough. Gojoja-EU pretended to be serious, curled his 5 fingers slightly, and cleared his throat to suppress the strange impression in his mind. Gojoja-EU's original plan was to capture the Kumagakure spy and torture him severely to make up for the lost prosperity. But after seeing that it was the Kumagakure woman Samui, the plan quietly changed. Spy. She doesn't know that I already know that she is a spy, so I can take advantage of this and rely on Samui to pass completely wrong information to Kumagakure and mislead the judgment of Kumagakure. Then, we can deliberately reveal some real information to test the reaction of the Hidden Cloud village through her reaction. This is not a spy, this is a big fat sheep that can continuously plunder prosperity. Gojoja-EU would never admit that the reason for the change of plan was because Samui's facial features were based on his 3 views. The 3 perspectives are aesthetics, dimension, and temperament. Of course, you can't act too hard. At this stage, the other party should be a jonin, and if you come to perform a spy mission, your acting skills will be seen through by the other party. Gojoja-EU made up his mind and decided to slowly improve Samui's favorability. However, there are some things that need to be clarified first, which caused the world line to change, causing Samui to come to Konoha many years in advance. Through the black satin, the eye technique, 6 eyes, was quietly activated, and Gojo Jaiyu clearly saw the 1.5 calories of chakra hidden in Samui's body. I see. It seems that he has practiced some secret technique to block the detection of the Byakugan, but this secret technique cannot block the detection of the 6 eyes. Nice to meet you, Miss Yi. My name is Gojo Jaiyu. Gojo Jaiyu showed a gentle smile that could melt the glaciers in people's hearts. He walked towards Samui, who stood up from the bed, shook hands with her politely, and parted ways immediately. As expected, he is Gojo Jaiyu. The intelligence was correct in this regard. Gojo Kagetsu is only a chunin after all. Is it really you, Jaiyu-kun? Samui's delicate and cold face immediately showed the complex expression of reuniting with a long-lost tribe member. Her voice was trembling, and she slowly raised her right hand as if she wanted to touch Gojo Jaiyu's face, but she didn't dare to really reach out her hand because of the difference in status between the two. This woman's acting skills are really... Gojo Jaiyu has always firmly believed that the acting skills of female ninjas lie in whether they can deceive male ninjas on the ship. If they can deceive them, then they are truly talented. However, this outrageous theory seems to have been slightly changed by Samui. If he hadn't opened his eyes and played his cards straight, he might have been fooled by Samui's acting skills and thought she was one of his people. Well, although I don't mind finding my clan members who used to be in the Kingdom of Flowers. But... Miss Yi, we have never met. I have been in Konoha village since I can remember. In this case, how can we confirm that we are from the same tribe with the same bloodline? You're not that easy to fool. Samui had anticipated this situation, and immediately told the intelligence that the Kumagakure Enbu had collected about Gojo Jaiyu's parents. The information they had matched completely. Gojo Jaiyu was stunned when he heard this, but he insisted on recognizing his relationship, and no one could stop him. First of all, the Gojo family is just a civilian family. And there is no possibility of confirming each other's identity through bloodline limit. Secondly, Samui created an identity for himself as a member of the Gojo family beyond the third generation of relatives of Gojo Jaiyu. It can match, but there is no relevant impression, which is equivalent to implanting a non-existent member of the family memory in the brain. If it was a great ninja clan, the Hidden Cloud Village would definitely not use such a rash method to allow Samui to come into contact with it. However, Gojo Kagetsu was an ordinary civilian chunin who relied on nepotism to rise to the top, and this information formed a stereotype in the minds of the Kumagakure advisory group. I see. It seems that, Miss Yi, you are indeed one of my people. Gojo Jaiyu clapped his fists with an expression of sudden realization, then wiped the corners of his eyes in a pretentious manner to wipe away the tears that did not exist in the first place. He opened his arms wide, as if wanting to give a passionate hug to this fake tribesman whom he had never met before. Since we are dealing with a female kunoichi spy, you bastard Danzo would rather not take advantage of the situation. Samui's face flushed, and a moment of hesitation was revealed in the depths of her eyes. Although she had long anticipated that sneaking into other ninja villages as a spy would inevitably involve some physical sacrifices, she could not be as willful as she was in the Hidden Cloud Village. But this day has arrived so soon, and it still feels a little. Samui sighed deeply in her heart, and still managed to adjust her emotions well. She also opened her arms and gave Gojo Jaiyu a touching hug. She knew how attractive her figure, which far exceeded that of any female ninja of her age, was to an adult male ninja. Everything is to complete the mission. Use your charm to paralyze and seduce Gojo Jaiyu and gradually let him down. Until I have a firm foothold in Konoha, I can provide intelligence to the Hidden Cloud Village and provide assistance for the ninja war that may break out at any time. Samui firmly believes that the influence of a jonin in a ninja war is limited, but if he can infiltrate the local high-level officials as an insider, his role can even be comparable to that of a cage-level strongman. Gojo Jiyu was so comfortable that he closed his eyes and tried to restrain himself from making any strange noises. After a long while, Gojo Jiyu held Samui's hand affectionately. "Yi, since you are a member of the Gojo clan, I will take you to participate in my business tomorrow." Volume 16, The atmosphere of Konoha has become open to it. Is that really possible? But when I entered the village, I heard them say that Jiyu-kun, you are a ninja now. Kijiki-kun's career should be related to ninjas. I am just an ordinary person. Is it really okay for me to participate in your ninja's business? This is too fast. Samui thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that Gojo Jiyu would invite her to join the work within Konoha so soon. Sure enough, he is just an incompetent ninja who relied on his relationship with the fourth Hokage to rise to power. I will soon be able to firmly control him and use him for our Kumagakuer. Samui thought to himself that if Gojo Jiyu was just an incompetent ninja, the subsequent plans could be carried out smoothly. As for whether it was possible that Gojo Kagetsu saw through his disguise and deliberately lured the enemy deeper, Samui believed that neither the breath-concealing ninjutsu nor his own acting skills could be cracked by an ordinary chunin like Gojo Kagetsu. In this contest between hunter and prey, the winner is Samuida. Of course it's no problem. Gojo Jiyu is like a traditional idiot. Seeing that he is questioned by a woman, he wants to show off the power in his hands. Ninja? So what if I'm a ninja? I, Gojo Kagetsu, have come this far relying entirely on my own brains. Gojo Jiyu seemed to be deeply stimulated. He raised his finger and tapped his temple, saying mysteriously, "My business is actually a publishing house." Publishing house? Samui's breathing was disrupted for a moment, as if she was confused, or as if a puzzle had been solved. From her uncontrollably shrinking pupils, Gojo Jiyu roughly understood why this guy came. Based on the existing clues, Gojo Jiyu made the following inference. Combined with the decline in the prosperity of the banned books snatched from the Hidden Cloud Village, I'm afraid that the sale of banned books to the Hidden Cloud Village has been discovered. Because the child of a certain important person was also deeply affected, a female ninja spy like Samui was sent to Konoha to assassinate the publisher of the banned books. At least that's what it looks like for now. But Samui's conditions are excellent, and the people of the Hidden Cloud Village probably want Samui to stay in Konoha for a long time in order to seek greater development, so they simply pretend to be one of their own tribesmen to get close to them and gather information. This really is, you totally underestimated me, Gojo Jiyu. Under the black satin, Gojo Jiyu's eyes were unfriendly. Of course, in a negotiation between a man and a woman, he would prefer the woman to look down on him beforehand. But contempt in a formal setting was a complete insult to his ninja way. But it's better this way. The more contemptuous the enemy is, the greater the information gap will be. By then, Gojo Jiyu looked up and down at Samui with malicious eyes, thinking, it is the ninja way of you female ninja spies from the Hidden Cloud Village that has been insulted. Yes, it is a very mysterious publishing house. This is my secret industry. Because of its special nature, it can only be managed by the most trusted person. Yi, your presence really helped me a lot. Samui hugged her chest subconsciously. At that moment, she had the illusion that Gojo Jiyu had seen through her completely. She felt that under the black satin, it was not the gentle look she had expected from her tribe members, but an aggressive and evil look that wanted to take advantage of her. Is that so? Jiyu-kun, you are so awesome. I'll leave everything to you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do if I go to Konoha alone. Samui used her voice as gentle as she could and said insincerely, you must be very tired after dealing with so many things. Useless guy. She felt a little disappointed. Page 10. Publishing houses and the like, are not her goals. But at this stage, this is the only way, focusing on a step-by-step approach, allowing Gojo Jiyu to gradually reveal Konoha's political and military intelligence to her. If she performs better in that publishing house, Gojoju will trust her more. Calm down, Samui. We have already completed the contact with Gojoju at this stage. We have completed the mission brilliantly. The two looked at each other in silence, but with a layer of black satin between them, they could not communicate with each other. No matter how many glances they made, it was just like looking at a blind man, at least that was what Samui thought. Feeling that it was boring, she gave up her plan to flirt with Gojoju. The atmosphere quieted down for a while, and Gojoju spoke again to break the silence. Yi, my house is quite big, you are welcome to live in my house. If you are tired from work, you can go home and sleep, no problem. You don't want to live in Konoha guest house forever, do you? Gojoju moved forward silently. Samui's body suddenly stiffened. How could she not understand the meaning of Gojoju's words? She felt even more disgusted with the new political rookie in Konoha. This guy was not only incompetent, but also lustful. She rubbed her arms nervously, a forced smile on her lips. No need Juyu-kun, that would be too much trouble for you. I still have some money here, and I plan to find a suitable location in Konoha to rent a house tomorrow. Is that so? Ming Minji is one of my tribesmen. Fine then, I respect your choice. Gojoju withdrew his body in time, and the unintentional alienation in his words made Samui become a little anxious. Is there something wrong with the rhythm? Am I too conservative? Or is it that the culture of Konoha village has become so open that one day is enough? Namikaze Minato's house. Ah, it's Gu, you're finally here. Wearing an apron, Minato Namikaze turned into a good house husband, busying himself between the dining room and the kitchen, serving one hot dish after another. Really, Gojo, why are you so slow? Uzumaki Kushina, who is known as the blood red pepper, said dissatisfiedly, as a guest, it is so rude to be so late. Ah, sorry, I got delayed by something. Gojo Kagetsu pulled out a chair and sat down. They both knew that Kushina was joking. He and Namikaze Minato were as close as half-brothers, and Uzumaki Kushina treated him like her brother-in-law. Don't say that, Kushina. Namikaze Minato took off his dining skirt and explained for Gojo Kagetsu, because Gojo's clan members in the Kingdom of Flowers came to him today, he arrived a little late. Under such circumstances, you are still able to come to our house as a guest. This is already a great honor. Hey, tribe members! Kushina's expression dimmed as if she thought of something, but she quickly adjusted herself. He raised his eyebrows, smiled slyly, leaned forward, and nudged Gojoju with his elbow. Is it a boy or a girl? Are they distant relatives? Volume 17, Don't miss the good kunoichi, and don't let go of the bad kunoichi. Kushina, this is so rude. Minato Namikaze quickly stopped his wife's reckless behavior. Gojoju shrugged indifferently and turned the chopsticks in his hand upside down and said, she's a woman, but not from the tribe. The couple uttered doubtful noises in unison, with Kushina speaking first, not a member of the tribe? So, they value your reputation and want to pretend to be a member of the tribe and enjoy themselves. Not at all. Gojoju unceremoniously picked up a piece of food and put it into his mouth. She is a spy sent by the Hidden Cloud village. Her purpose is to deceive my trust by pretending to be a member of the Gojo family and to spy on the information about the Konoha village. What? A spy? How did he sneak into Konoha? Didn't the Hyuga ninjas notice anything wrong? When Minato Namikaze heard this dangerous word, his expression instantly became serious. How strong is the opponent? Send the Anbu to capture him immediately. Minato, you're too impatient. As a Hokage, you should think carefully before you say something like this. Sit down and enjoy the meal Kushina made for you. Gojoju taught. They are called by their titles when they are at work, but when they are off work, he is the boss and Minato Namikaze is the second. Only when Minato Namikaze becomes a mature Hokage can he maximize the interests of Konoha village and contribute endless prosperity to Gojo Keigetsu. I'm excited. After the stress reaction, Minato Namikaze sat down again and quickly figured out the meaning of Gojo Jiuyu's words. "Jiyu, you want to use the spies from Kumagakure to your advantage?" "Yes. I'm notifying you in advance. I'm afraid that one day she might get important information from you under the name of a member of the Gojo tribe." "How is this possible?" Namikaze Minato shook his head with a smile, and then he was curious. Even the Hyuga ninjas couldn't detect the Kumagakure spies. "Jiyu, I'm curious about how you did it." "This is a secret. Secrets make ninjas more ninjas." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat." "After all, Gojo, what are you going to do with that Kumonin spy in the end?" Gojo Jiyu paused for a moment while picking up food with his chopsticks, revealing a meaningful smile. "Don't miss out on the good kunoichi, and don't waste the bad ones." Day 2. Samui, with a look of doubt on her face, was brought into the high school publishing house by Gojo Jiyu. This shabby-looking building actually houses an advanced printing press that is continuously printing out banned books destined for their hidden cloud village. No, it's not just their Kumagakure, there's also Sandagakure, Mistagakure, and Iwagakure. At this moment, Samui realized that the president of the high school publishing house, whom the Raikage ordered him to get rid of, was actually controlled by another mission target, Gojo Jiyu. What exactly is this guy's purpose? Printing so many banned books, Gojo Jiyu suddenly turned his head and glanced at Samui, who seemed to be in a daze, then said in a lecherous voice, "Hey, this is my secret industry. Continuously print these banned books to the 4 major countries." Pop! Gojo Jiyu slapped his hand heavily on the new book that still smelled of ink, and said greedily, "Do you know how much money I can make from these books? The cost of one book is only 100 taels, but the selling price is more than 10,000 taels. The money I earned can even be piled up to form a wall." The Hokage and Anbu of Konoha didn't find out about this at all, otherwise I would be in trouble. This guy. Samui felt even more disgusted, and even her fair and tender skin covered by clothes was covered with a layer of fine bumps. Even as a ninja from an enemy village, she deeply hated Gojo Jiyu. Incompetent, lustful, and now greedy, it was simply an insult to the identity of a ninja. If it were in the hidden cloud village, Samui would probably tie Gojo Jiyu to a wooden stake without hesitation, then spread her long legs and step hard on this disgusting face with her boots. But even she herself did not notice that her original suspicion that Gojo Jiyu had ulterior motives had quietly faded away. "Of course, you are not responsible for these things, but to ensure the printing of an article." What article? He was extremely disappointed, but as a ninja, he was naturally sensitive to responsibility and missions. Even if it was a task issued by someone like Gojo Jiyu, after defining it, he would spare no effort to complete it. Gojo Jiyu did not hide anything and immediately took out the article he wrote that night at the request of Uchiha Fugaku. "Come and take a look, this is the article that our Konoha Uchiha clan secretly commissioned me to publish. If I fail to complete the commission, I might be brutally killed by them." Gojo Jiyu acted like a drama queen, perfectly interpreting the image of a humble, weak, and helpless ninja. His words were filled with fear and dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha. "Humph, a fellow like you deserves to die." Samui complained in her heart at first, then silently wrote down the newly discovered information. 1. Gojo Jiyu has a bad relationship with the Uchiha clan. By the same token, it can be inferred that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials is quite tense. 2. The Uchiha clan is quite domineering and even dared to threaten the life of a Hokage advisor in private. Afterwards, Samui put aside all distracting thoughts and her curiosity was aroused. What kind of article made the Uchiha act so secretly? Could it be a notice like a declaration of treason? Thinking of this, Samui's heart suddenly became excited. If that was true, it would be a great discovery. She looked at the article and was immediately attracted by the title. Don't steal the soldiers' food pills for hunger. What's the title? Samui was stunned at first. Although the cultural level of ninjas was generally not high, they could still do the most basic interpretation of words. She recognized these words, but when put together, they were full of strange meanings. Don't think about this anymore, let's look further down. The 39th year of Konoha was the most economically depressed period for Konoha village. Samui's gaze slowly moved downwards, her brows were first furrowed, then relaxed, and then her eyes were filled with confusion. An old man stole the soldiers' food pills, the Konoha police department took the lead in donating money. What the hell is going on? The Uchiha clan printed such boring things? Samui could not help but see a little more clearly about the Uchiha clan. As the most famous ninja clan in the ninja world, they did not print some tough articles to promote the clan's ideas, but instead, they printed articles like this one that commemorated history. Are they reminiscing about the past? This is the ninja world. What a cowardly Uchiha! Samui gave his own evaluation. Volume 18, got it. This is the evidence of Uchiha's treason. Samui's level of vigilance towards Konoha was still decreasing. Although it is true that Konoha was once very strong, and was even able to fight against the coalition of 4 villages with the strength of 1 village, but, that is all in the past. Now even the Uchiha clan, the most prestigious clan in the ninja world, has begun to become cowardly and afraid of fighting, printing such articles that reminisce about their past greatness. But in order to look at things objectively and comprehensively, Samui still wanted to hear Gojo Juiyu's opinion. She used that cold voice to deliberately make it look delicate. Hey, Juiyu-kun, what exactly does this article mean? Hehe, what do you mean? Gojo Juiyu lowered his voice and leaned close to Samui's ear mysteriously. Even the hot air he exhaled from his mouth hit her soft earlobe, feeling the body temperature of the hidden cloud ninja that seemed to carry a refreshing fragrance. In my opinion, the Uchiha family is planning a coup. What? A coup? Samui's breathing stagnated. Listening to the dangerous topics coming out of Gojo Juiyu's mouth, she instantly became excited. Even the discomfort from her earlobe being touched faded a lot. What's going on? Let's put aside what was written earlier. Look at the end of the article they asked me to print. Samui's gaze moved downward as Gojo Juiyu spoke, and after his deliberate guidance, she also discovered the intriguing part of the article. This village is guilty, everyone in the village is guilty. Hiss! Samui gasped, shocked by this astonishing discovery. After all, she was too superficial. After Gojo Juiyu's reminder, Uchiha's evil ambitions were exposed to her. This is not a commemoration of the powerful Uchiha clan during World War II. It is clearly a secret belief that everyone in this village is guilty of their Uchiha clan. Such words, even if said in such an obscure way, are already the same as a breakup. Page 11. Plop plop plop. The air was so quiet that Samuel could hear her own heartbeat. The Uchiha clan and Konoha village are on the verge of breaking up. Konoha is about to face a bloody storm. The value of this information is absolutely priceless. No matter what the outcome is, once there is a gap between Uchiha and Konoha, it will be good news for the 4 hidden villages, especially for the hidden Cloud village, which got the news first. Can we let Raikage-sama try to make secret contact with the Uchiha ninjas? If we can get their entire clan to move to our Kumagakure, the power of the Sharingan. Samui began to fantasize in her head. She didn't expect that she would gain such important information just on the second day of sneaking into Konoha. It must be said that even though Gojo Kagetsuo is undoubtedly a trash ninja, he is an invaluable treasure trove of information to them, Kumagakure. How could this happen? Samui looked worried. If this is the case, Juye-jun will be very tormented. As the Hokage's advisor, he clearly knew the actions of Uchiha, but his life was threatened. It's not painful, it's all business. No one in Konoha would dare to take on this business except me. Uchiha is really rich, and the price I offered is simply impossible for me to refuse. Gojoja-Iyu clicked his tongue, it can't be helped. Pa! Konoha scum! Samui was full of contempt in her heart, but her tone of voice was still tender. Well, how many copies do you want to print? Naturally, she hoped that the more numbers the better. The larger the number, the greater the possibility of a breakup between the two sides, and the greater the benefit that the Hidden Cloud Village could gain. The condition given by Uchiha is to have the leaflets with this article printed all over the Konoha village. Gojoja-Iyu raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist in the air, so, the more the better. I'll leave the printing of the article to you. After it's done, I'll give you a big red envelope. Gojoja-Iyu naturally held up Samui's hands and rubbed the Hidden Cloud Ninja spy hard, taking in her reaction. After revealing so much information, it's time for Samui to take action. I'm afraid that the moment I leave the publishing house, she will use their internal information transmission method to spread this information. Well, that's it, I'm looking forward to it. Only when he felt Samui's hand secreting fine sweat did Gojoja-Iyu let go of her and turned away. After he left the publishing house, Sam took out the handkerchief she carried with her and wiped her hands several times in disgust. This dirty guy. Samui looked out the window with a determined look in her eyes. After a brief contact with Gojo Kagetsu, she already understood what it meant to continue lurking in Konoha and lurking around Gojo Kagetsu. She might be treated more and more outrageously by Gojo Kagetsu, and even her ninja way might be tarnished in the end. But she was ready to do it all for the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village. Samui looked around, and after making sure that there were no Konoha ninjas monitoring him, he began to think about passing on the information. The information that Uchiha is about to break with Konoha is of great time-sensitive nature. 1 second late may lose its due value. The message must be delivered back to the Hidden Cloud Village as quickly as possible. Contact Ma Bai today. Ma Bai is a female kunoichi who also belongs to the Hidden Cloud Village. Her physical condition is slightly worse than Samui's, and the main difference is skin color. Image, black skin. Location, images /17165204674-100404979-1117028849.jpg. Mabi's skin color is not black in the traditional sense, but a hot dark skin between coffee and black. In addition, he is slightly inferior to Samui in terms of space dimension. He has the same excellent ninjutsu talent. He is also a senior ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village and has learned the art of concealing his breath. Because of similar conditions to Samui, he was classified as a spy ninja by the Reikage Advisory Group. More importantly, Samui and Ma Bai learned the Kumagaku ninjutsu, the art of telepathy. On undisturbed nights, they could feel each other's thoughts through chakra lines and pass messages directly across the limitations of space. Chakra lines are extremely hidden and cannot be seen even by the Byakugan. However, this secret technique has a significant drawback. Regardless of whether or not the technique of telepathy is used, each other's emotions will be transmitted in a normal manner. Whether it is the despair of encountering an enemy or the humiliation of being humiliated by the ninjutsu, these emotions will flow through each other's hearts, which is a great obstacle to the practice of ninjas, and one party may become a burden to the other. Few ninjas choose to practice this ninjutsu. Wait until night and pass the message to Ma Bai. Volume 19, Please respect the system of the ninja village. That night, all sounds are silent. Samui, who seemed to be sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. After confirming that there was no one watching him, he quietly mobilized the chakra in his body. Under the moonlight, his hands quickly formed seals. The art of telepathy. Ma Bai, today's intelligence, the Uchiha clan. With a cold face, Samui passed on today's information to Ma Bai, who was far away in the Hidden Cloud Village. without noticing that a pair of bright eyes were staring at her from the window of another low building. Ha! I waited all night and finally couldn't help but take action. In Gojoja-eu's 6-eye world, an almost transparent chakra line emerged from Samui's heart and extended towards the northeast of Konoha village at an astonishing speed. Such chakra lines could not be captured by any other means except the 6 eyes that could perform extremely precise operations on chakra. Gojoja-eu looked strange. If this was the way information was transmitted, he seemed able to directly control Samui. In a few flashes, Gojoja-eu came to the side of the chakra line, raised his hand, and lightly touched the chakra line carrying information. You're so impatient that you want Kumagakuer to contact Uchiha secretly. That won't do. The other end of the line, the linen clothes. Gojoja-eu looked thoughtful, and soon a sly smile appeared on his face. He slowly injected his chakra into the bridge between the two female ninjas. He was not thinking about destroying this intelligence network, but about joining them. First, erase the original information, then. Ma-bai-ai, top secret information. The Konoha Ninja Village will improve the Ninja Forehead Protector at some point in the future. And engrave the following message on the back of the Konoha Ninja Forehead Protector: please strictly abide by local laws and respect local customs and the Ninja Village system. The specific reason has not yet been ascertained. After doing all this, Gojoja-eu withdrew his sinful hands, nodded contentedly, and quickly disappeared into the moonlight. Samui, whose chakra lines were contaminated, was completely unaware of it. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and it took a while for them to relax. Information transmission completed. Being cautious by nature, she did not choose to continue standing there waiting for a reply. According to the agreement, the information and instructions were exchanged the next evening. So, Samui rubbed her sore shoulders again. She lowered her head silently, looking at the invisible toes, and sighed helplessly. As a ninja, this size is really a failure. If possible, she also wants to have a body suitable for combat. Sam stretched lazily and lay back on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Lord Raikage. Information about Samui. Oh? The information came so quickly. You are worthy of being Samui. Ma-bai-ai, report quickly. Before the morning sun rose completely, Raikage AI arrived at his own Raikage building early and started lifting weights. Seeing Heepy Mabai's serious face, he immediately put down the big dumbbells. Ma-bai had a serious look on her face. She didn't know how Samui had gathered the information so quickly. But, because of the art of telepathy, she could vaguely feel Sam's ups and downs in mood yesterday. If I am not mistaken, it is a feeling called shame. Presumably, this top-secret information that was specially emphasized was stolen from Gojo Kazuki by Samui at the cost of sacrificing something very precious to a female ninja. Ma-bai and Samui are like sisters, and she knows the importance of this mission. She didn't delay for a moment and arrived at the Raikage building to wait before dawn. Yes, Raikage-sama. The lady in sackcloth straightened her back, her proud curves, which were not as good as Samui's, stood out. Samui has sent me top-secret information. Konohagakuer will be in Ninjaho in the near future. Listening to the information reported by Ma-bai, Raikage AI's tense muscles relaxed involuntarily. Hey? That's it. But after hearing this information marked as top secret, Raikage AI couldn't help but feel disappointed. As a war-type ninja with a brain full of muscles, he would rather hear information about the military of Konoha village, rather than such insignificant details. AI, you should take this information seriously. At some point, the Raikage advisors walked into the room, and the old man in the lead criticized AI with a serious face. Samui is not a ninja who doesn't know the importance of things. Since the information stolen from Gojoja-eu was marked as top secret, it must have its value. Old thing. Raikage AI muttered softly that the man in front of him was his father's third-generation advisor, a trusted minister, and was also known as the most intelligent ninja in the Hidden Cloud village. So what's the value of this information? It's just an insignificant sentence engraved on the back of a ninja forehead protector. I don't know. The old consultant shook his head and said honestly, but I can more or less guess the intention. The old advisor paused and said, the ninjas of Konoha village want to carve this sentence on the back of the ninja forehead protector. It is nothing more than to make the ninjas of this village cause less trouble when they are on missions outside. Avoid unnecessary disputes with other ninja villages. After experiencing 2 ninja world wars in a row, even the financial resources of Konoha village seem to be unable to sustain it. The Raikage crossed his arms and said with disdain, "Humph, a cowardly Konoha ninja. They are the Cloud-Hidden clan. Muscles and warlike genes flow in their blood, how could they possibly agree to such a strategy?" Raikage AI commented, in that case, this information is even less valuable. We in Kumigakure should not. AI, you're wrong again. The old consultant leaned on his cane and tapped the ground in dissatisfaction. The reason why Konoha can become one of the best ninja villages in the ninja world is inseparable from this strategy. Konoha village's Minin, Koharu, and Danzo are all very intelligent ninjas. If the plan is recognized by them, it must have its value. What we need to do is follow up and learn. Recently, our Cloud village has had a lot of minor frictions with the Iwagakure village and the nearby small ninja villages due to missions. This is bad and not conducive to development. It's time to learn from Konoha and develop and accumulate strength in secret. We have to do it faster than Konoha. The old advisor tapped the ground with his cane again. Well, AI, give orders as the Raikage, and change the style of our Kumigakure forehead protector. Also engrave this message on the back of the forehead protector. This. Raikage AI was stunned by what was said. He habitually wanted to refute something, but after meeting the old advisor's stern eyes, the muscles of his brain chose to obey. He waved his hand with a lack of interest. "Mabai, you can take care of these matters. By the way, tell Samui that she did an excellent job. Keep it up." Volume 20, even a genin can stand up with pride. Hokage Building. Hey, Jiyu, how come you have time to come to my Hokage's office today? Minato Namikaze looked at Gojo Kagetsu, who was standing in front of his desk, and joked. As the Hokage's advisor, he was paid as such, but he rarely appeared in the Hokage's building. Such serious dereliction of duty was extremely rare in the ninja world. If it weren't for the close relationship between Namikaze Minato and Gojo Kagetsu, he would have been dismissed from his advisory position due to a large number of impeachments. "Of course I have something important to report, Yondaime-sama." "Important matter?" Namikaze Minato's warm smile faded. When he heard it was serious business, he became serious. "Did your plan to invade the 4 nations encounter an accident? Or was it the Kumigakure spy who pretended to be one of your clansmen? Is such that?" Page 12. Gojo Kazuki immediately told Namikaze Minato what happened last night, but cleverly omitted the fact that he had 6 eyes. "You mean, you secretly intercepted the intelligence transmitted by the Kumigakure spies and tampered with the content to make it about the forehead protection? As expected of you, Jiyu. If we look at the mission level, intercepting and tampering with the enemy's intelligence is definitely a B-level mission or above." "But..." Namikaze Minato was full of curiosity. "Do you think the words engraved on the back of the forehead protector have any deep meaning? I think it's quite good. Would it be a bit wrong to reveal such a strategy to Kumigakure?" As he spoke, Minato Namikaze's tone seemed a little reluctant. The strategy given to the Hidden Cloud village seems to be quite in line with the current development needs of Konoha village. Gojo Jiyu felt like he was back home. He took out a disposable paper cup, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a big gulp. "We in Konoha must also improve the ninja forehead protector. Of course, it's not the one engraved for Kumigakure. That is." Gojo Jiyu took off his ninja forehead guard without any hesitation, and wrote on the back. "No matter where you are in the ninja world, the powerful Konoha village will always be your strong backing. Please remember that you are a Konoha ninja. Hiss. Minato Namikaze looked at the domineering declaration on the forehead protector and couldn't help but gasp. This seemed to be in stark contrast to the comply with local laws revealed to Kumagakure. One was timid, like a cowardly lizard. The other was domineering, like the overlord of the ninja world. If he, Minato Namikaze, was an ordinary ninja, holding the latter's ninja village forehead protector. Even the poorest and weakest genin from AI village in Konoha village, when they think of Konoha's wealth and strength, when they meet Chunin or even Jonin from other ninja villages outside, they can't help but puff out their chests with pride. Konoha village is the most solid backing. On the other hand, the holder of the former forehead protector, even if he has the strength of a Jonin and walks in the ninja world, will involuntarily soften up because of the attitude of the village behind him. The attitude of a village determines the attitude of an ordinary ninja in the ninja world in peacetime. Namikaze Minato slowly raised his head and looked at Gojo Juiyu's black satin, but he was still a little worried. Will this stir up emotions within our Konoha? Konoha can no longer withstand a war. Maybe. Everything has its pros and cons. But I think it's better for a ninja to be more confident. And one very important point is that the ninja war will not start or end because of the words on the back of a forehead protector. What's more important is to show our attitude to those wavering businessmen. Yandere, if you were a businessman, would you choose to hire tough ninjas from the ninja village or choose timid ninjas from the ninja village? This must be the former. Namikaze Minato's brows slowly relaxed, he took a long breath, and looked at Gojo Kagetsu with eyes full of amazement. Jiue-jun, seems like he can always give him different surprises. Who knew that a small ninja forehead protector could be used in so many ways? The amount of use is secondary, but it seems to really play a big role. This also made Minato Namikaze realize that in the wars between ninjas and ninja villages, sometimes the battles were over without even seeing the detonating tags and shurikens. In this invisible war of, consciousness, Konoha village has already taken the perfect advantage because of Gojo Juiyu. Some concepts change subtly. It would be fine if those big, stupid muscular men in the hidden cloud village didn't adopt it. But if they really adopted Gojo Juiyu's false information, then it would be inadvertently compared with Konoha village by passers-by. Wouldn't that create a sense of gap? By that time, it would be difficult for the hidden cloud village to change the impression of merchants and other ninja villages. Hi, it is hi. Let's do as you say, Juiyu-kun. Confirm a special fund to be used to create a new ninja forehead protector. Minato Namikaze did not hesitate to give his thumbs up to Gojo Kagetsu. You have thwarted the spy plan of the hidden cloud village, Prosperity plus 33. You have formulated a plan to protect the hidden cloud village, Prosperity plus 50. Listening to the pleasant broadcast, Gojo Juiyu smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze was a wise, young, and enterprising Hokage who would adopt any policy that was beneficial to Konoha, whether radical or conservative. If it was the third generation in power, with a group of old bidden advisors behind him, the forehead protection plan might have been completely rejected just because it involved inciting Konoha's warlike sentiment. Thinking about the performance of the third generation when he concluded the peace treaty with the hidden cloud village, Gojo Kagetsu felt a headache. Fortunately, Hokage is Minato. After finishing the report, Namikaze Minato asked curiously, by the way, Juiyu-kun, how far have you progressed with the plan to invade the four great nations? Which step? Gojo Juiyu crossed his fingers, stretched his arms and stretched his body. The first batch of magazines required for the plan has been printed and distributed to the four major countries. If nothing unexpected happens, they will start to be sold in the streets and alleys of the four major countries today. As for when the business class of the four major countries began to pay attention to these articles, and then their ideas gradually changed. Gojo Juiyu raised his index finger and waved it in front of Minato Namikaze, 1 month. I estimate it will be 1 month. In a month, the number of commissions received by Konoha village from other countries will increase significantly. The problem of Konoha village's lack of funds for development will also be improved. That's it. Namikaze Minato leaned back in the Hokage chair quite comfortably, and the scene described by Gojo Juya 1 month later involuntarily emerged in his mind. Then let me look forward to it on behalf of Konoha village. Volume 21, A Day with 2 Yokito. The second one is Yukito, 18 years old, a special jonin from the Hidden Cloud village. Image, proud female ninja, location, images/171662263-10004979-1117068333.jpg. She had a beige braided hair that reached down to her waist, and in a trance, it looked as if one was seeing a rain. The age has been modified because those who understand will understand. Yukito is arrogant and always acts like a queen despite being over 1.7 meters tall. But sometimes she is very considerate and gentle. In general, she is a female ninja who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At this time, she was just an ordinary special jonin of the Hidden Cloud village and had not yet become the Two Tails Jinchuriki. In her spare time when she was not on a mission, she liked to go to the food store on the street to buy 2 tails of warm milk and pair it with dorayaki, and then go to the bookstore to buy some books that petty ninjas would like to read. The 2 wooden figures, carrying food bags in one hand, walked into a small bookstore on the outskirts of the village to find some spiritual food. Soon, a magazine with a fresh cover on the front shelf of the bookstore caught her attention. The unique aesthetic design is still a bit too advanced for these petty ninjas who are used to licking blood on the tip of a knife. The 2 wooden men looked at the name of the magazine and couldn't help but read it out loud. Yimu? What a strange name! The titles of the books in the ninja world during this period were mostly in plain language that is easy to understand. For example, there are Intimate Paradise, Intimate Tactics, Intimate Violence written by the author Jiraiya, and Young Ninja, which caused a big stir in the Hidden Cloud village some time ago. There are more serious journal names like Chronicle of the Land of Lightning and XX Ninja Legend, which are nothing new. However, the strange 2-character title of the magazine, Yimu, struck the heart of Yumuran at once, even though we didn't even know what the content was. The 2 of them walked up to the wooden man, took the wood from the bookshelf, and casually opened the first page. In the Konoha Ninja Village. It's actually related to Konoha Village. The 2 Yukito frowned slightly. The relationship between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Konoha Village has never been good. In addition, her awareness and her ninja way are all centered around the Hidden Cloud Village. If the following content is to promote how powerful the Konoha ninjas are and how strong the Konoha Village is, she will throw the book away without hesitation and report it to the relevant authorities. But soon, as his gaze moved downward, the wooden man's frown slowly relaxed. Robbers robbed a store? It seems that the security situation in Konoha is not very good. But the villagers of Konoha are quite interesting. The shop owner has chosen to consider himself unlucky, but he actually took the initiative to leave money. The villagers of Konoha are quite kind. The second Yukito nodded in approval. She was a ninja with traditional ideas. Ninjas are ninjas, and ordinary villagers are ordinary villagers. The gap between the 2 is even greater than the gap between ordinary people and dogs. The strength of the ninja village has nothing to do with ordinary villagers. Therefore, the content of this article has nothing to do with ninjas in essence. It is just an article recording a small story of Konoha village. From her perspective, this article, The Konoha Store Under Attack, was just an article written by an ordinary person, who did not realize that the strength of a ninja village depends on the number of powerful ninjas. However, we can get a glimpse of the tailed beasts from this. From these simple words, the 2 Yama people still felt the good qualities of the Konoha villagers, which were not possessed by the tough and valiant villagers of the Hidden Cloud village. So talented! Ah! The 2 Yukito sighed, quality. She couldn't help but feel a little yearning for Konoha village in her heart. Of course, this yearning was definitely not a ninja's yearning for some powerful ninjutsu. Instead, she longed for the quality villagers like those in Konoha village. The comment at the end of the article was correct. If she protected such villagers, she might feel a little comfort after the hard work. From this point of view, she envied the Konoha ninjas. As a special jonin, Yukito has completed many missions along the way. He also clearly understands the quality of most ordinary people in their cloud village and even in the land of lightning. In the hidden cloud village, where the people are tough, not to mention the boss taking the initiative to propose a compensation strategy and the villagers voluntarily paying, it is not uncommon for people to rob a ninja tool store for free and then fight with the owner of the store until his clothes explode. The two Yumujin flipped through a few more pages at random and found that most of the content was similar to travel notes, recording the customs and culture of the major countries in the ninja world as well as heartwarming stories. Such texts are undoubtedly novel and impactful to Yukito, allowing her to experience life as a ninja that is different from that of a ninja. She nodded with satisfaction, took the book, and went to the cashier to pay. There are many people queuing up in front and behind the wooden man. One thing that these people have in common is that they all hold Yimu in their hands. One of the ordinary villagers with dreadlocks and black clothes walked and looked, and suddenly he started dancing and shouting incomprehensible words. Very good idea, it makes me feel inspired. The incident of the two Yumujin buying books is like a small microcosm of the entire ninja world. Similar events were happening among the ninja class in various parts of the four major countries. The merchant class in the ninja world did not pay attention to this small magazine at first. It was not until the aristocracy of their country, and even the royal family, brought or mentioned Yumo when attending some important gatherings that things began to change. Do what you want. The simple four-character idiom is applicable no matter where it is placed. In order to understand what new hobbies these greedy, fat-headed, and big-eared nobles have and what new trends the market has, merchants have also joined the purchasing process of Yumu. For a while, the most talked about topic among the business class of the four major countries was, "Have you read the new magazine, Yumu? My noble friends are all reading it." The more it was mentioned, the more attention it received, and the more people expressed admiration for the friendliness of the civilians in Konoha and the Land of Fire. It penetrates into the leaves of trees and moistens everything silently. Konoha villagers equals Fire Nation citizens equals friendly, high-quality potential customer group. This strange equation has been quietly implanted into the stereotypes of many businessmen. Of course, there were also many businessmen who had dealt with the villagers of Konoha in the past who denounced this as a conspiracy of the cunning and despicable Konoha people. But such voices were swept away by the mainstream voices and became insignificant splashes. Page 13. So far, Gojo Suketsuki's four-nation invasion plan achieved initial stage success. Volume 22, I See the Heroes of the World, only Uzumaki Mizuman. The edge of the hidden cloud village. An old building. Such large ninja tool shops are rare nowadays. Decades ago, when the hidden cloud village was at its most prosperous, there was at least one in every part of the village. Ninja tools are sold here, as well as simple information and tonics. Those muscular ninjas of the hidden cloud village who play with dumbbells would come here to rest their legs, drink some muscle tonic, and pick out 3 or 2 handy ninja tools after completing their commissions and muscle training every day. People who want to discuss matters or buy and sell information also come here. In those days, there were often small-scale armed conflicts within the village, but there would always be friends who would come forward to mediate between the two sides. 30 or 50 genin would be persuaded by the mediator to drink a bowl of muscle-strengthening medicine, and then the hostility would be resolved. In short, this is a very important place for the day, and you can come here to sit for half a day whether you have something to do or not. Here, you can hear the most absurd news, such as encountering robbery by villains, and the tough villagers will put on masks and join in the robbery. Afterwards, they report to the Kumigakure Security Department, but they will not accept the report because the loss amount is too small and too many people are involved. Strange information can also be heard here, such as when a Konoha store was attacked, customers did not take the opportunity to buy for free but instead took the initiative to pay. We are now going to see such a ninja tool shop. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a counter and a wide variety of ninja tools, with notes saying "Do not rob" posted everywhere. There were 2 businessmen sitting in the guest seats drinking tonics. I didn't know their names. They were squinting their eyes, shaking their heads, and communicating in a mysterious manner. This tonic is really authentic. There was silence. You know everything about what's going on in Konoha recently, right? That's for sure. Hey, to be honest, if my people weren't all in the land of lightning, I would really like to develop in the land of fire. Oh, why? Isn't your business in the Hidden Cloud Village doing well? It's good, but when a store grows to my size, it's not just about making money. What's more important is... The man dipped his finger in the tonic and wrote 2 big words on the wooden table: environment. Although I was born and raised in the land of lightning, I have to admit that the atmosphere in the land of lightning is really terrible, especially in our Hidden Cloud Village. It's been 51 years since Kumagakure, and those rude ninjas whose heads are full of who knows if they should answer questions are still thinking about getting everything with muscle and force. Every month I have to pay a huge salary to the security ninjas. When talking about this sensitive topic, the man's voice unconsciously became louder, and his tone contained deep resentment. Businessmen have suffered from the environment for a long time. The other person nodded in agreement. From what I've seen of the heroes in this world, the Reikage is overbearing, the Mizukage is bloody, the Kazekage is mean. The Tsuchikage is conservative, and only one Namikaze Minato can be called a true hero. At this point, he hesitated for a moment, plus the news about the Konoha store. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, it still makes people yearn for it. Not only can I make money there, but I can also get along more comfortably with the ninjas and villagers of Konoha. It's probably true. I have a friend. That's right, that's right. I heard from my relatives in the Land of Fire that the price of posting a commission in Konoha is cheaper than that in the other 4 major ninja villages. In addition, the newly appointed Hokage Minato Namikaze has introduced many policies that are beneficial to us businessmen. Only after the 2 men left did the owner of the ninja tool shop come out from behind the counter. As he cleared the table, his eyes became brighter. The information that has been widely circulated among the people in Konoha recently is that a ninja tool store was attacked. The source of the information comes from a magazine called Yumu. Others may not know, but as a victim of the tyranny of Union, he felt his heart surge, his heart wavered, and he yearned for it. There are 3 key points of information. Don't worry about customers not paying, don't worry about customers turning into gangsters after putting on masks, don't worry about the village security department not caring. I'm already defeated. Thump thump thump. The heartbeat of Koburai, the owner of the ninja tool shop, started to speed up. After wiping the table, he involuntarily walked to the front of the store and looked at the sign of the ninja tool shop that had been passed down from his grandfather's generation. In the hearts of Koburai and his men, a decision was silently made that went against their ancestors, which was, to relocate the entire store. Konoha, I step on Malena. Koburai was a very traditional Kumagakure village man with great mobility. After making this decision, he quickly pulled down the shutter and returned to the store to pack up his belongings. Soon, everything in the ninja tool shop was sealed. He also has an ancestral store in Konoha, and as for this one in Kumagakure, let someone find a good buyer to sell it to him. When the clouds are hidden, it will be nice. On an afternoon when no one was paying attention, the ninja with a face full of flesh and a cunning glint in his eyes came to the ninja tool shop together with the villagers. They are here to purchase goods. The division of labor is clear. Some people play the role of ordinary customers to create atmosphere and encourage normal customers to buy for free. Some people play the role of criminals to exert external pressure. This move is always effective. Every time you use it, you can always get free tonics and handy ninja tools. Kumagakure is a martial arts-loving village that believes in the supremacy of force and believes that muscles are justice. Even if the matter ends up at the hands of the security department, the muscular men there will probably only blame the owner of the ninja tool shop for not having enough muscles to protect his property. Of course, if the amount involved is too large, the people in the security department will not sit idly by. Therefore, every time they purchase goods, these professional ninjas will make sure that they are within a certain range and will not be targeted. But today, they miscalculated. Why isn't the door open? It's usually open, right? Boss, look at the door, there seems to be something posted. The ninjas came forward and took a closer look. Store relocation. Now moved to number 666, New Commercial Street, Konoha Village, Fire Country, diagonally opposite the Fire Country's official publishing house in Konoha. The new environment brings you a better experience. Upgraded tonic, new ninja tools, comfortable environment. Welcome new and old customers to the store. Ninjas. One of the most muscular black-skinned ninjas scratched his head and said, "It's not loud, eh? What does it say? Read it to us." Ninjas in the ninja world all have low educational levels, and this is even more so in the relatively underdeveloped Cloud Village. In fact, being able to understand words means you are a ninja with a high level of cultural literacy. Move. We moved to Konoha. Hey? Moved to Konoha Village. The black-skinned ninja couldn't help but exclaimed, and then he became excited, "Then let's go to Konoha and snatch him away now. Not only will we not be locked up by the security department for 2 days, but we can also complete the village's official commission." That's the theory. The ninja who was called Big Brother and had slightly less muscular body asked in a serious tone. "But, you guys are a bunch of genin, and I'm a chunin, how are we going to break through Konoha's defenses and rob Konoha?" Transition chapter, please vote or 2. Volume 23, in response to the workers' call for wage adjustment. Yi Mu is widely spread in the land of thunder, prosperity +6. Yi Mu is widely spread in the land of earth, prosperity +6. Yi Mu is spread in a small area in the land of waves, prosperity +3. Yi Mu has received rave reviews from merchants. Some union merchants are planning to invest in Konoha. Prosperity +6. Gojoja-Iyu crossed his legs and nodded in satisfaction at the endless broadcast. I felt a little guilty, as if the hidden Cloud Village always contributed the most. The big money spending plan is going smoothly. The figure of 350 million taels sounds like a lot, but when it actually reaches the purses of the nobles of the major countries, not much is left. On average, the nobles of the 4 major countries each received 2 asma heads, and the remaining heads were distributed among the small countries. But in this war-torn era, it is not easy to make money. The aristocrats with big brains were also happy to show up in public places with a book in their hands and happily earn the money. They had no idea how such actions would damage the interests of their own ninja village. At this moment, outside the office, there was laughter and joy everywhere. The printing work that lasted for several consecutive weeks in shifts had already exhausted these ordinary workers who were unable to extract chakra. Now with the successful release of Yumu, they can finally put down the printing machines and have a good rest. Seeing the slack look on the workers below, Gojoja-Iyu curled his lips. "We can't just rest like this. We need to think about what to print in the next issue of Yumu." The invasion plan of the 4 great powers was supposed to be published once a month in Gojoja-Iyu's plan. If the effect was significant, the time would be shortened to once every 2 weeks. The rules of the publishing bureau are rigid, but the workers below are alive. Anyway, it wasn't his Gojoja-Iyu's time that was compressed. Gojoja-Iyu was thinking about the next article of Yumu. Dong dong. The knock on the door pulled Gojoja-Iyu's thoughts back to reality from the ocean of public opinion, and he responded casually. "Enter." The person who came to Gojo Kazuki's office was Ichiro Koyama, a special correspondent of the Fire Country's official publishing house. He represents the interests of the royal family of the Fire Nation. Ichiro Koyama wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Gojo Kagetsu in front of him, who was emitting the oppressive feeling unique to a powerful ninja, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. According to the traditional affiliation, Gojo Kijiki should be respectful when seeing him, and even the chair under his butt is his. Page 14. Didn't you see that the fourth Hokage was very polite when he met the Fire Nation envoys representing the daimyo? But this guy Gojo Kagetsu is not a ninja in the traditional sense at all. He has no awareness or ethics of a ninja at all. He has operations in both the black and white worlds. In fact, he secretly colluded with and bribed many nobles and ministers of the Fire Nation. It was said that there were several powerful samurai bandits entrenched near the capital. Gojo Jaiyu personally led the ninja to suppress them, but it didn't take long for a new group of bandits to appear near the capital with their faces covered. Even a disobedient special envoy like him would often have burly men with tattoos of dragons and tigers roaming around the base where he lived. It's hard to imagine that there would be such a cheap ninja. Whenever he thought of this, Ichiro Koyama would feel so angry that he trembled and felt cold all over. "Oh, it's Zaishin-kun, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gojo Jaiyu skillfully took out a kunao from the drawer with his free hand, put it on his index finger and rotated it in circles leisurely. After traveling through time, Gojo Jaiyu always had this question: how could an ordinary person like a maggot dare to order the ninja master? Before Gojo Kagetsu took this position, these special envoys representing the daimyo were all blood-sucking bugs lying on the big tree of Konoha. Every day, the energy sucked away his 5-month life. Asking for money, ordering ninjas to serve as their free labor, trying to promote bureaucracy, and laymen guiding experts in the administration of ninja villages. Let's not talk about these for now. They even dared to ask Konoha to provide decent girls to dance while they drank and ate meat. The most outrageous thing they did was to ask Konoha's female ninjas to do some unnecessary things. Even he, Gojo Jaiyu, hasn't enjoyed his life yet. How dare they? It's as if the people who were born and raised in the ninja world are naturally acquiescent with such things. But soon, Gojo Kagetsu used some ninja methods to subdue these special envoys. "It's like this, Advisor Gojo." Koyama Ichiro rubbed his hands and showed an expression that you know what I mean, that before the publishing house settled in Konoha village, we agreed on the 70% to 30% profit split. Oh, it's about money. Gojo Jaiyu nodded without denying, it's time to divide the money. I'll have the financial specialist contact you later. The 30% of the profit that belongs to the daimyo won't be reduced by a single cent. 30%? Koyama Ichiro's smile froze, and he blurted out, "Why only 30%? You got it wrong, Mr. Gojo. We agreed before that Konoha village would get 30% and the daimyo would get 70%. That's why I agreed to the publishing house moving into Konoha." "Really? Maybe you heard it wrong." Gojo Jaiyu put away the smile on his face, stuck the kunao into the solid wood table, and leaned forward. "Even this 30% depends on my mood. Zaishin-kun, are you sure you want to make me feel bad today?" You. Ichiro Koyama's face turned as red as liver, and he knew in his heart that Gojo Kagetsu didn't want to speak according to the rules. But, he really couldn't say no. Gojo Jaiyu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Zaishin-kun really remembered it wrongly. You should exercise more to avoid memory loss. These small groups of special envoys have embezzled a lot of special funds from the Fire Nation and have plenty of money. The system's prompts are irrefutable evidence. In the past, Gojo Jaiyu had no power, but now, he has to use a blunt knife to cut the flesh off the special envoys bit by bit. Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Xiao Shan Ichiro took a deep breath. Well, the printing work is also done. Over the past period of time, the workers' calls for wage adjustments have been growing louder and louder. In order to respond to the workers' expectations, Gojo-kun, do you think we should Ichiro Koyama rubbed his hands again. Gojo Juiyu had a pretty good attitude towards the firewood, so he definitely couldn't refuse such a reason. After the salary increase, he has plenty of means to launch a salary recovery plan. This part of the money can also be regarded as an explanation to the interest groups behind him. As for deducting money from his personal account? Absolutely impossible. I'm so tired, so alone. Unexpectedly, Gojo Juiyu responded at a rapid speed almost the second after he made his request. I didn't think well enough. In order to respond to the workers' eager anticipation for wage adjustments, I, Gojo Juiyu, have listened to everyone's opinions and, after careful study, have decided. From today on, the workers' wages will be reduced by 1,000 taels per month. Volume 24, Adaptability Required for Living in the Ninja World. No, how can it be lowered? If it's lowered, isn't it an adjustment? Gojo Juiyu looked unhappy. I am a kind-hearted person. Not only will the wages be reduced, but the workers will also receive at least 1 cent less. I will leave the coordination of funds to you, Mr. Xiaoshan. Ichiro Koyama's face became darker and darker. Not only did he not get paid, but he was also asked to pay for firewood. He suppressed his anger and said, then you see, the matter of giving bonuses to outstanding workers. That's true. Gojo Juiyu nodded again. Each imitation printer will be rewarded with a Konoha village residence, or they can choose to discount it to 1 million taels. Oh! Ichiro Koyama's expression changed dramatically. When he heard the decision made by Gojo Kagetsu, a smile as beautiful as a chrysanthemum bloomed on his face. Misunderstanding cleared. It turns out that everything just now was a misunderstanding. The reward is waiting here. But just to be on the safe side, Ichiro Koyama still asked tentatively, does every model worker get this reward? There are so many outstanding workers in our publishing house, and it is not realistic to reward every model. So, let me add some preconditions. Age, 24, height, meters, hair should be white. Those who meet the above conditions can go to the finance department to report and claim the prize. By the way, this prize money also needs to be coordinated by Zaishin-kun. The 70% of the profit that belongs to our Konoha cannot be reduced by a single cent. 24 years old? Meters tall? Hair must be white? Ichiro Koyama's brain seemed to be stuck for a moment. He came to his senses, and the anger in his heart broke through his fear of Gojo Juiyu. Gojo Juiyu, you are going too far. Are there still village laws? Do you really think that Konoha is your sole authority? Just wait. I'm going to go to Elder Danzo and Elder Minion to impeach you. Bang! Ichiro Koyama slammed the door and left, leaving only his angry voice echoing in Gojo Kazuki's office. You have protected the rights and interests of Konoha Village, Prosperity +3. Humph, I don't know what it means. Gojo Kazuki's body suddenly relaxed, and he didn't take Koyama Ichiro's threat seriously at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After being interrupted by Ichiro Koyama, Gojo Juiyu was inspired. The content of the next issue of Yumua gradually took shape in Gojo Juiyu's mind. The invasion plans of the 4 major powers are divided into multiple dimensions. Attracting foreign businessmen to invest in Konoha is just one of them. Another purpose is to inspire the resistance and progress will of the workers and ninja classes of the 4 major countries. Let them know that they are free. In the final analysis, it can be summed up in one word: chaos. The messy, the better. Gojo Juiyu grabbed a pen and paper and immediately wrote down the inspiration in his mind. This time, Yumua is also a fake story, but with specific names appearing in the story. That's him, Gojo Juiyu. Swish, 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 the pen tip rubbed against the paper, and sharp words were generated on the paper. Adaptability required for living in the ninja world. There is a special ninja in the Konohagakure of the Land of Fire. His name is Gojo Kagetsu. Gojo Keigetsu has a positive sense of challenge. He never has a day off and works more than 18 hours a day, which is twice as much as other ninjas. This made him a professional genin at the age of 14, a chunin at the age of 16 and entered the Hokage building to work, and at the age of 24 he became the Hokage advisor of Konohagakure. At the same time, he was also the youngest and weakest Hokage advisor since the establishment of Konohagakure. Gojo Keigetsu became the only ninja legend in the entire ninja world who became the Hokage's advisor as a chunin. Today, I want to talk about the story of Gojo Keigetsu. It is not about the magnificent battles between ninjas, but about the story of Gojo Keigetsu's pursuit of freedom before he became the Hokage's advisor. Gojo Keigetsu was not a ninja who kept to himself. Before and after the Third Ninja World War, he was not only concerned about the plight of his friends' families, but also the major political issues facing the village. In the 50th year of Konoha, during the Konoha-Kirikara peace talks, Konoha did not ask for any compensation for the various intrusions that Kirigakure had in the past, and was eager to normalize relations between Konoha and Kirigakure. The villagers of Konoha were furious, and the protests were getting louder and louder. As an ordinary chunin leader, Gojo Keigetsu was always at the front of the protests, but in the end he was arrested and imprisoned by Konoha's secret police. One day in the 50th year of Konoha, Gojo Keigetsu heard that his good friend Namikaze Minato came to visit him in prison, and he felt uneasy. He was ready to accept criticism from his friend. It was not easy for him to become a chunin, and now he was causing trouble and ran to prison. Namikaze Minato would definitely be very sad and disappointed. But no. Namikaze Minato looked at Gojo Keigetsu first, then ran up to him and grabbed his hand. Then there was a silence. After a long time, Gojo Keigetsu said as if he had made a great decision, "Gojo, I believe you are right. Just do whatever you want." After saying that, Namikaze Minato let go of his hand and hurried to the battlefield that belonged to him. In 20 minutes, Namikaze Minato only said this one sentence to comfort Gojo Kazuki. But this has made Gojo Keigetsu understand that Namikaze Minato recognized his free will. Later, Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. And Gojo Kijiki became his Hokage advisor. In response to this, an unnamed minister commented, "It is precisely because of the courage of the chunin Gojo Keigetsu to pursue freedom of speech, and the broad-mindedness of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, that the Hidden Leaf Village has become a powerful hidden village that the Land of Fire is proud of." If a village chooses to stifle the will of the ninjas to pursue freedom, it is undoubtedly a failed ninja village. Even if something like this happens again, I will stand by Gojo Jaiyu without hesitation. I will encourage him mentally and even allow him to use force as a ninja to win the right to pursue free will. Snapped. Several hours passed and the sun set. Gojo Jaiyu loosened his grip on the pen, held the manuscript paper with both hands, read it from top to bottom with a lingering look, and finally nodded with satisfaction. That's right, the ninja village must have freedom of speech. Gojo Jaiyu touched his chin, although he didn't know what exactly happened in the Hidden Cloud Village. But if given Reikage AI's hot-tempered personality, will he punish those ninjas who have read the banned books? And what kind of sparks would be ignited in those ninjas who were punished for reading banned books after reading his article advocating freedom of speech? Gojo Jaiyu fantasized about a bright future. Thump. The familiar, masked, white-haired ninja Kakashi appeared behind him again and brought bad news. Gojo-sama, the Yandere requires you to go to the Hokage building now. Elder Danzo is leading a special envoy to impeach you. Volume 25, Life is Dull, Corpses Pretend to be Human. Page 15. Fourth Hokage, Gojo Keigetsu is reporting in compliance with your orders. Enter. When Gojo Jaiyu opened the door, a pungent and unpleasant smell of smoke rushed out of the room. Wait until the smoke dissipates to reveal the true appearance of the room. Minato Namikaze was standing by the window wearing a divine robe, and a rare look of displeasure appeared on his usually gentle face. And on the chairs in front of the Hokage's workstation, ignoring the Special Commissioner Xiao Shan. Shimura Danzo, Mito Monahan. This old bidden. Gojo Ju frowned slightly. If there is anyone in Naruto whose level of dislike is even higher than Shimura Danzo, that must be Mitaman N. It is recorded in the Book of Rin that Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu have the same strength and wisdom as Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, under the six eyes, the quality of chakra is revealed. Mitaman N? Just an old cow and horse who does nothing but eat and eat. Although Danzo is disgusting, he is still a powerful ninja. Who are you? Apart from the frequent introduction of policies that reduce prosperity, there are signs that he has been secretly involved in planning policies related to Uchiha. Seeing Gojo Ju coming, Ichiro Koyama, who had just accused his misdeeds in this room, shrank his neck. When the anger subsides, his cowardly inner nature is revealed. Well, since everyone is here, Elder Danzo, I will take my leave first. Dong dong dong. The contest between the old and new powers of Konoha village once again begins in the Hokage building. Mitaman N took the lead in attacking Gojo Ju. Counselor Gojo. Do you know what you are doing? Hey? What did I do? Gojo Kagetsu felt as comfortable as if he were back home. He pulled over a chair and sat down at the Hokage's table. Seeing his attitude, Mizuto Minion felt more and more unhappy. He was opposed to Gojo Kagetsu's appointment as the Hokage's advisor. This guy has no sense of propriety and is too radical. Every proposal was like a stab at the heart of the conservative Konoha F4. Mitaman Yan sneered and said, "Do you know that there is one country and one village, and Konoha village is a military department of the Land of Fire? This system was set by the first generation and the daimyo. Of course, the first generation is wise." Gojo Ju solemnly bowed in the direction of the Hokage rock. Bullshit wise. Gojo Kagetsu has always believed that Hashirama Senju's combat power points were earned through his political intelligence. If it was Gojo Ju who did it, he would let the daimyo know what is called the damn imperial power. Of course, such a rebellious idea can only be spoken and done when the time comes, at least when they can still be invincible in the world even with Konoha on their backs. Then you know that Commissioner Oyama represents the interests of the daimyo and the interests of the Land of Fire. You dare to threaten such a distinguished person with his life and secretly withhold the benefits that belong to the daimyo. Mitaman N's voice became louder and louder. He dared to smoke indoors in front of his direct superior, the powerful Hokage Minato Namikaze. He was like a loyal dog guarding his master to the secular king. Gojo Ju looked at his old face with glasses and wanted to kill him more and more. Oh? Is that so? So what? What happened next? Later. Immediately return the money you swallowed to Commissioner Xiao Shan and apologize, and this matter will be over. I want to apologize for this matter. As a genin, I am afraid of being poor, so I intercepted a large amount of money, but I have not spent a penny of it so far. Gojo Ju sat up straight and seemed to begin to express his regret. Elder Mito, you know me. I am an immigrant from the small country of Flower Country. My hometown doesn't have much to offer, but there is one proverb that I always keep in mind. What? The attention of the three people in the room was all attracted by Gojo Ju. People have joys and sorrows, and genin embellishes life. When life is dull, corpses play the role of humans. Gojo Ju said seriously, I suspect that Zaishin-kun is a corpse. Shimura Danzo raised his eyes, and Mito Kato N's face was filled with shock. Gojo Kagetsu. What do you want to do? It takes about 3 days to travel from Konoha village to the capital of the Land of Fire. During this process, perhaps Mr. Koyama will reveal his true identity. Also, let me say one more thing. Gojo Ju supported the Hokage table with both hands. I will definitely return the money as ordered, but, even if the daimyo comes, he can't take the money with him. I said that. The dangerous words filled with threats echoed in the Hokage's office and could not be calmed down for a long time. It seemed like a useless remark, but the three people present already understood its deep meaning. Are you crazy? Gojo-Jiu. Midaman Yan looked at the tall Gojo-Jiu and felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He no longer dared to confront him and turned his spearhead to the good guy Namikaze Minato. Yandere, this is the advisor you nominated. He has become so rampant that he wants to kill the Fire Nation's envoy on his way home. Impeachment. I want to impeach Gojo-Jiu. Danzo, say something, Danzo. Mizudomanin yelled for a long time but got no response from his old friend, and suddenly became a little anxious. Hey, Elder Mito, you can't frame innocent people. Did I ever say I was going to kill Koyama-kun? He and I are close friends and brothers. Gojo-Jiu spread his hands, looking innocent. Minato Namikaze held his forehead helplessly, finally unable to bear it anymore. He was dissatisfied with the politics of the old men and was also indignant at the dirty deeds done secretly by Ichiro Koyama, but the special envoy represented the face of the daimyo after all. If he died in the Land of Fire, it might affect the support funding for Konoha in the next quarter. All right. I believe in Advisor Gojo. After all, the embezzlement of money is only one-sided from Commissioner Koyama. Let the Anbu ninja investigate further before making a final conclusion. I think Kakashi is suitable for the investigation mission. With just one sentence, Minato skipped over Gojo Kagetsu's offense against the daimyo's authority. As for the impeachment mentioned by Elder Mito, Namikaze Minato paused. According to the Konoha system, real evidence is also required. Evidence? Of course I have it. Midaman Yan sneered, formed seals with both hands and used the time-space ninjutsu to summon a scroll. He then took out a thick stack of information from the scroll. This is the investigation I ordered the Nemoto ninja to conduct on Gojo Kagetsu. It contains detailed evidence of Gojo-Jiu's bribery of high-ranking officials and nobles from the four major nations. The amount involved is as high as hundreds of millions of taels. Without a doubt, this is irrefutable evidence that Gojo-Jiu is an enemy. Volume 26, The Laws of Our Ancestors Cannot Be Changed. The village is in financial difficulty right now. Even the food allowance for me as the Hokage's advisor is only enough for a bowl of noodles with soybean paste and garlic. And you, Gojo Kagetsu, actually dared to use the money for the critical period of post-war reconstruction to support the enemy. Are you sucking the blood of Konoha to choose a comfortable place for yourself to serve as a traitor next time? Rebel ninja. Such dangerous and heavy words came out of Midaman Yan's mouth. Indeed, if this matter is taken seriously, it can indeed be labeled as a traitor in the eyes of those who are not aware of the situation. If this really happened, it would undoubtedly be a major blow to Konoha's prestige. The Hokage's advisor has become a traitor. It's equivalent to Uchiha Madara's defection during the first generation. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office suddenly dropped to freezing point. Also, the Konoha Village Forward Protection Improvement Plan that the 4th Hokage submitted a few days ago was also your idea, right? Gojo Kagetsu, did you know that the Forward Protector was confirmed by the Shadame himself? Do you know that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed? Danzo Shimura, who had remained silent as if he had not woken up, finally opened his eyes. With a cold and dangerous light flashing in his eyes, he began to launch a second round of political attack against Gojo Kagetsu. 350 million taels. I know about this matter, but I didn't expect that you, Gojo-Jiu, would bribe the nobles of the 4 countries with this money. Just for this random magazine. Gojo-Jiu, give me an explanation. Snapped. A half-new book was thrown on the table by Danzo Shimura. The fact that Gojo-Jiu secretly bribed the nobles of the 4 major countries was exposed. With Danzo Shimura intending to arrange for the root ninjas to follow up, all the links were presented to Danzo. But even though it was equivalent to an open book exam, Danzo Shimura still couldn't understand the mystery. Giving a generous bribe of 350 million taels to the nobles of all countries, big and small, just to get them to carry this magazine in public? It is good. Even so, Danzo Shimura endured it. If the content is to promote the strength of Konoha village and Konoha ninjas, then it can be considered as doing something. But what is written in it? What shop? What villager paid? Anonymous minister? What is all this? Danzo Shimura, who had lived in conspiracy and calculation for most of his life, was extremely angry. He felt that he had been plotted against and his sincerity had been thrown away. If Gojo Kagetsu doesn't give a reasonable explanation today, he will let him know what the darkness in the ninja world is. Even the Yandere couldn't save him, Danzo Shimura said. There are a lot of questions, so I won't answer them for now. Let's put aside the forward protection plan that Elder Mito questioned. As for the whereabouts of the funds that Elder Danzo mentioned, this matter is complicated, so I will keep it short. Gentlemen, do you know what advertising is? As expected, the atmosphere was silent, and even Minato Namikaze looked at him with a confused look. Alas, starting from this generation, the ninja school should add some new subjects. Page 16. Future ninjas cannot all be low-educated functional illiterates. Sighing, Gojoja Iu explained. That is, this is a reasonable expenditure of funds. It will bring us Konoha a return far exceeding the figure of 350 million ryo. I do this to increase the wealth of our Konoha. Madness! Midaman N jumped out. As an elder who focuses on taxation, he has more say in this regard. What do you know? Increase Konoha's wealth? That money should be used to train excellent ninjas to complete those difficult commissions. Use the quality of powerful ninjas as a signboard to attract powerful businessmen to issue commissions and invest in Konoha. Use the number of powerful ninjas to exchange for more financial assistance from the daimyo. You said it was for Konoha's development? From the day you spent the money until now, Konoha's wealth has not changed at all, and the number of foreign merchants has not increased or decreased. Is this your excuse? In Midaman N's old-fashioned and conservative ideas, this is the correct and sustainable village policy for the ninja village. This is indeed the case in the ninja world, almost every ninja village has adopted this development method. But is it right that it has always been like this? The same rhetoric didn't work on the ninja the second time. This time, Danzo Shimura did not believe Gojo Kagetsu's lies. He made a harsh statement. Gojoja Iu, if today. Report. Before Danzo Shimura could finish his words, Kakashi, wearing an ANBU uniform, rushed into the Hokage's office impatiently. Sir Yandere, I have something important to report. It's Kakashi, what's wrong? When we entered the village to check, we found a group of merchants from the Land of Lightning. Kakashi's face was a little solemn. According to the interrogation, they are merchants from the ninja tool shop in the Hidden Cloud village in the Land of Lightning. Ninja tool shop? Midaman Yan suggested, it might be a spy, let's catch him first and interrogate him by the root. What are you talking about? How do we entertain foreign friends? Gojoja Iu, who had already received the system notification, immediately interrupted and said, listen to what Kakashi has to say. Gojoja Iu nodded, signaling Kakashi to continue. I immediately suspected that the other party was a spy, but after the Byakugan ninja test, he was not a ninja. Moreover, he brought the title deed of our new commercial street in Konoha and a large amount of cash. The procedures and qualifications for the ninja tool shop have all been completed. This is just my opinion. He is a serious businessman. Kakashi gave his own judgment. A serious businessman. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, how much cash did he bring? Generally speaking, even high-level stealth ninjas only carry a limited amount of cash. The economy of every village has been hit hard these days. Even a strong village like Konoha is crying out for blood transfusion from its own daimyo, so how can it have extra funds to build an intelligence network in other villages? You see, I got a fake identity and sneaked into Konoha alone. In today's world, it is a traditional idea to use money only to build the village. Spending money on other villages, no matter what the purpose is, it is like bleeding and cutting flesh. According to Shimura Danzo's stereotype, even with the size of Konoha, the financial support a single undercover ninja can get will not exceed 30 million ryo at most. Any more will affect the normal operation of the village's anbu. In other words, as long as the funds are within this range, they are all of questionable value. Elder Shimura, the money that the merchant brought was. Kakashi swallowed his saliva, and a dazed look appeared in his relatively young eye. 300 million taels. I'm working hard on coding orts. Volume 27, The Long Braid Behind the Ninja Forehead Protector. Non-still picture. Sees the young master. Midaman Yan's face darkened, and his breathing became rapid. Tell me again, how much cash is it? 300 million taels. I have personally confirmed it with my other eyes. Kakashi put his hand on his forehead to show his seriousness. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes slightly, and Minato Namikaze glanced at him sideways. Merchants from the Land of Lightning come to Konoha with 300 million in cash to invest. Although these 300 million taels of cash will not be immediately converted into Konoha's wealth, but, to use the words that Gojo Jaiyu often says, this is called promoting a virtuous cycle in the economy, expanding domestic demand and stimulating consumption. This is undoubtedly a good start. It can be used as a typical example for publicity to attract more foreign investment to build Konoha village. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Let me meet this merchant from the Land of Thunder in person. Let's go together. The Hokage's office, which had been packed with people just a moment ago, suddenly became empty. Of course, before leaving, Minato Namikaze issued a new mission to his beloved disciple Kakashi. Kakashi, I have a new commission for you to complete. Yondaime-sama, please give me your orders. Cough. Namikaze Minato pretended to be serious. Someone reported that advisor Gojo embezzled money belonging to the publishing house. Now, as the Hokage, I order you to secretly investigate the matter. Submit the investigation report within 3 working days. Kakashi. He subconsciously pointed at himself and looked back and forth between Gojo Kagetsu's back and Namikaze Minato. I'm checking on Gojo-sama. Is this part of some play? But as a disciplined ninja, he stood at attention and said, Yes, Hokage-sama. Koburai and his men looked at the person in front of them nervously. There was a young man with yellow hair wearing a divine robe. He knew this man was Minato Namikaze. There was a strange man wearing bandages and looking at him warily. He didn't know who this person was. There was also a handsome guy with a black satin mask on his eyes and white hair, who greeted him. But as a businessman, he had a smart brain, different from the muscular man of Kumagakure. He understood that it was probably his sensitive identity as the owner of the ninja tool shop that attracted the attention of the top leaders of Konoha village. The first person to raise doubts was Danzo Shimura. He tried his best to make his expression look less scary. I want to ask you, why do you have the title deed of our Konoha village? You are in the Land of Lightning. Through whom did you get the title deed of the commercial street? Koburai and his men quickly explained. It is like this, sir. I have a cousin named Koburai Tita who runs a ramen shop in Konoha village. I asked him to buy the title deed a long time ago. Typed by hand? Gojo Jaiyu couldn't help but look more at the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him. He didn't expect that he had such a relationship with him. Ah, so you are a relative of the hand-beating uncle? I often eat Ichiraku ramen, it tastes good. It turned out to be like this. Danzo Shimura nodded slightly. Ichiraku ramen is a time-honored brand in Konoha village and its identity cannot be faked. He then asked. You came to our Konoha, are you planning to open a ninja tool shop? Why? Kumagakure may not be as powerful as our Konoha, but it is the village you have always lived in. This. Koburai and his men looked hesitant, and Gojo Kazuki saw the worry in his heart. Don't worry, today's conversation won't get out. Even if it does get out. In the name of Gojo Jaiyu, I will ensure your safety. After saying that, Gojo Jaiyu waved his hand. Immediately, a special civilian staff member came forward to record what Koburai and his men said, and these would be preserved as important information. Who knows, in the future, it will become the expression of an anonymous foreign businessman in Yimu. Koburai and his men immediately looked at the black satin monster with gratitude, and no longer restrained themselves, and began to complain about the unreasonableness of Kumagakure in front of the 4 Konoha high-ranking officials. The case will not be accepted. The rakeage doesn't value us merchants at all. That rakeage advisor said that we should learn from the excellent policies proposed by the elder Mito of Konoha village. I think that's a lie. When Mizudominen's name was suddenly mentioned, he squeaked, and his face became darker. Good things have nothing to do with him, but bad things can be linked to him. Of course, I heard recently that Konoha has a good business environment, so I decided to move the ninja tool shop here. Gojo Jaiyu encouraged. Oh? Business atmosphere? How do you say that? Don't you know that the magazine called Yumo was published by your Fire Country publishing house? Koburai and his men quickly pulled out Yimu from their bag and pointed at the cover and said. I think the conscience of a ninja village depends on the attitude of the weak in it towards life. If even the most ordinary villagers are so friendly, the political environment and ninjas in the ninja village must be good. Then, Koburai and his men gave a series of praises to Konoha village. Although there was an element of surrender in it, Gojo Jaiyu still felt refreshed after hearing it. What simple and honest people in the ninja world are. They have never experienced the torture of the public intellectuals and believe whatever they are told. He listened and nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right, this is our Konoha. It is so elegant and clear. Do you have such a civilization in Kumagakure? Koburai and his men were all confused. Page 17. The higher UPS of Konoha had long since gotten used to Gojo Jaiyu's often weird remarks. Ninjas do not share the same joys and sorrows. On one side, the reformists led by Gojo Kagetsu were chatting and laughing with the foreign businessman Koburai and his men. On the other side, the conservatives represented by Shimura Danzo were in deep silence. Shameful, so shameful. Even with Shimura Danzo's stubbornness, he couldn't seem to find any good point to reprimand Gojo Kagetsu for bribing nobles from other countries. He is just a businessman, but he has already recovered most of the coins he spent. At this moment, Danzo Shimura felt that he had spoken a little too loudly in the Hokage building just now. Danzo looked at Gojo Kagetsu deeply. This time, he won. Yan, let's go. Danzo Shimura turned around and was about to leave. Staying in such an occasion would only bring humiliation to himself. Mitaminen quickly caught up with Danzo and said, Danzo, is that it? Even if he's awesome at this, what about the ninja forehead protector? The laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. I will never wear that new forehead protector. Shimura Danzo turned his head and looked at his old friend with a dim gaze. There seemed to be an invisible long braid behind his head. The Uchiha clan has been more active recently, so we should pay more attention to this. As for Gojo Jaiyu, ignore it for now. Volume 28, I've been to Konoha, where people are free to speak. Ah, this is a rare opportunity, let's take this opportunity to go to Ichiraku Ramen and have a meal. By the way, let's talk about the new ideas for Yumo while we eat. After settling the foreign businessmen, Gojo Kijiki took Namikaze Minato to Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen is located in a prime location on the commercial street. It happened to be dinner time, so there were many customers in the store. It took a while before it was Wu Shui and the other man's turn to sit down. Really, if you want to discuss business matters, you should choose a formal setting. Minato Namikaze looked around. The environment was crowded with people and eyes everywhere. It didn't seem like a suitable place to talk. Oh my, it's all Danzo's fault. I was supposed to give it to you this afternoon, but it was delayed. Hey, let's not talk about this for now, Minato, come and take a look at my new masterpiece. When the ramen was served, Gojo Kijiki handed over the book Adaptability Required for Living in the Ninja World which he had written in the afternoon. This is... Namikaze Minato took the draft. Last time, the Konoha store under attack was just as Gojo Jaiyu said, attracting foreign investment into Konoha. What kind of surprise will it bring him this time? Namikaze Minato looked at the first line of text with great anticipation, and couldn't help but read it out in a low voice. His name is Gojo Kagetsu. Minato raised his head and glanced at Gojo Kagetsu who was spinning ramen with some surprise, then continued reading. Use force to gain for yourself. As one of the two protagonists in the story, a glimmer of reminiscence flashed across Minato Namikaze's eyes. The 50 years of Konoha were truly a difficult time. His title of Yellow Flash in the ninja world and the divine robe he was wearing were all earned during that period. Although a year has passed, Minato Namikaze still has a deep impression of what happened last year. He scanned his memory, but could not find the fact that he had gone to the prison to meet Gojo Kagetsu. If he had expected it, this was another completely made-up article. The more he read, the weirder Minato Namikaze felt. As we all know, the one who ruled the rice industry for 50 years was his teacher's teacher, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's only been a year since the change of leadership. Is this really something we can talk about? Putting that aside. Regarding the compensation, it is true. At that time, Konoha was facing the coalition policy of the ninja village, and continued to reduce the number of enemies, so it did not pursue the fault of Kirigakure. There is resentment among the people, but it is not to the point where there are marches and protests. The ninjas of Konoha village are very obedient to the Hokage, who represents the will of fire. Even if we take a step back and say that even though the teacher's ideas seem conservative and outdated now, if a demonstration really happened, it would not lead to putting Gyuejun in jail. Namikaze Minato fell into thought. He is well versed in Gojo Jaiyu, and his frequent crazy talk and lofty speeches are always new to hear. It is precisely because of this that Namikaze Minato tried hard to keep up with Gojo Kagetsu's thinking, but he still could not understand the deeper meaning. After a long time, he said, "Hey, Jaiyu-kun. I think this article is inappropriate." Hearing Namikaze Minato's comments, Gojo Kagetsu was not surprised. He picked up a piece of delicious barbecued pork and put it into his mouth, and asked, "What's wrong?" Minato organized his words. If Konoha's shop is to spread the friendliness of our Konoha to foreign merchants, then this adaptation, isn't it exposing our own shortcomings? Besides, it's a made-up story. What happened last year wasn't as serious as this. If the relationship between the two was not as strong as that between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast, Namikaze Minato might have suspected that Gojo Kagetsu wrote the article just to flatter himself. No, Minato, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Gojo Jaiyu shook his head repeatedly. As the victorious village, our Konoha still has complaints from the civilian ninjas. Do you think that as the defeated village, their village will be peaceful? Okay. Gojo Kagetsu's words seemed to awaken Minato Namikaze. He picked up the draft again, trying to see some differences. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, "You mean, free will? Free speech?" "Yes." Gojo Jaiyu nudged his chopsticks. "Let me give you an extreme example. You know what happened in Kirigakure recently, Minato?" "You mean, Bloody Mist?" The current Mist village practices cruel rule and persecutes ninjas with bloodline limits. It is also known as the Blood Mist village. Under such a high-pressure environment, even ordinary ninjas without bloodline are in danger. Dissatisfaction with the village is about to reach its peak. Daimyo Mizukage, is there any kind of person? Look at the Konoha village. Even an ordinary chunin can become a high-ranking village official as an advisor. Are we worse than Gojoja-yu? We work like cattle and horses every day. Overthrow the corrupt village government, the glory belongs to the ninja. Gojoja-yu casually said what might happen. It is rare for the lower class to defeat the higher class in the ninja world. I need to give them some confidence. Tell them that freedom of speech is a must. Look, even a certain minister of the Fire Nation has said that if the village doesn't allow freedom of speech, he will support the use of force. This. Namikaze Minato was speechless. If everything really developed as Gojo Kagetsu said, such an extreme situation would indeed happen. In the ninja world, the Hidden Mist village is an exception. The public anger there is the most severe, and a large-scale rebellion at the ninja level is most likely to occur. As for other ninja villages, they probably won't revolt, but there will be enough awakened ninjas who open their eyes to the ninja world to cause trouble. Making trouble equals hindering development. While hindering the development of other villages, Konoha is thriving. According to the 5 equations, this is a win-win situation for Konoha. The big question now is: it's a good idea, but how many ninjas will believe it? As for the story, people who are willing to believe it will believe it even if they don't believe it. People who are unwilling to believe it won't believe it even if it's true. You can never wake up a ninja who's pretending to be asleep. Minato knows that. That's it. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, nodded as if he understood, and finally figured out Gojoja-yu's purpose. Like Konoha's shop, adaptability is also for the development of Konoha. Ji-yu-kun, you really worry about Konoha? Namikaze Minato felt a little heavy-hearted, but still said, I understand what you want to do, Ji-yu-kun. But after all, the text implicitly hints at the Sandame. I would like to personally ask for his opinion on this matter. If the Sandame disagrees, I hope the hint in the text can be changed to a clear direction. It points to Elder Danzo. Volume 29, Don't Learn It, This is Pua. Gojoja-yu's hand, which was about to move his chopsticks, paused slightly and he sighed in his heart. After all, Minato is still one of the best good guys in the ninja world. There is another purpose he didn't mention, and adaptability still contains some of his little thoughts. That is to weaken the influence of the Sandame in Konoha village and in the ninja world. Weakening the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen is equivalent to indirectly weakening the Konoha F4 small group behind him and increasing the prosperity of Konoha politics. This is a perfect solution for Konoha with no disadvantages. Even if Danzo is replaced, the goal of allowing the ninjas of the 4 major ninja villages to pursue freedom of speech can be achieved, but the other part of the plan cannot be realized. Danzo's title is the darkness of the ninja world. No matter how much he is weakened, it will only be like that. Who knows, he might even blame it on Mitaman. It's all Danzo's fault. Gojoja-yu cursed in his heart again. Well, you are the Hokage, Minato. I'm sorry, Ji-yu-kun. I will report this to the Sandame tomorrow and give you an answer. Namikaze Minato said apologetically, I'll pay for this ramen. He finished the ramen in the bowl in just a few bites. Minato Namikaze stood up and walked towards the uncle who was fighting with him. Boss, how much is it? Oh, it's the 4th Hokage. When Kobarai Tetsu, who was busy in the kitchen, saw that it was Minato, he smiled brightly, 2 bowls of ramen, a total of 120 taels, round off, you can just give me 100 taels. Namikaze Minato nodded. A bowl of ramen filled with all the ingredients is only 60 taels, which is really the conscience of the ninja world. Page 18. He was about to pay, but Gojoja-yu beside him took the lead, of course not to pay. Well, boss, if the meal costs 140 taels, will you give the 4th generation the change? Kohorai was stunned. He didn't expect there would be such a tricky question. But he still waved his hand generously. Of course, since you are the 4th generation, you must do it. Well. Gojo Jiyu was very satisfied with this answer, and took a bottle of ice soda priced at 20 taels from the dining table. Then give me another bottle of soda, 100 taels, Minato, check. Kobarai types. Night. Thank you for your hard work, President Gojo. Hard. Samui nodded numbly and responded to the employees of the Polytechnic Press. They looked at Samui with awe in their eyes, even though Samui and the other man had never made any substantive official announcement in front of these employees. But privately everyone agrees that, Gojo Yi is Gojo Jiyu's woman. Therefore, no one dared to have any offensive thoughts towards Samui. Samui rubbed his stiff shoulders and walked with heavy steps towards the cottage where he lived. At this moment, she only felt chest tightness and a sense of depression in her heart. The intestines feel stuffy, painful, and swollen. She has been lurking in Konoha for almost a month. However, apart from the important information revealed by Gojo Jiyu on the first day, no other useful intelligence was gained. The Uchiha's declaration of rebellion, Hyario Maru, had already been printed, but Gojo Kagetsu had not taken any action since then, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. All these signs made her wonder if she had been exposed. Samui's mentality is a bit delicate. She has to endure sexual harassment from her boss every day and also has to bear high-intensity work tasks. She was promoted by Gojo Jiyu to the president of the publishing house and became the person in charge. When the publishing house was exposed one day, it would only be traced back to her, Samui. What exactly went wrong? Samui murmured, subconsciously looking down at her own pair of astonishingly large white thunders. Judging from Gojo Jiyu's usual attitude towards her, she likes this place the most. Could it be that it was because I was too conservative that I felt so distant and could never get into Gojo Jiyu's heart? I can't bear to part with Reikage, so I can't get any information. Samui pursed her lips and sighed deeply. I don't know how Lord Reikage is contacting Uchiha. Just a few days ago, her good partner Ma Bai sent a message saying that the Reikage was very dissatisfied with her intelligence work and said a lot of things accusing her of not doing her job well. The accusations from the Reikage, the alienation from Gojo Kagetsu, the high mental pressure of being alone in the enemy camp. Samui felt extremely lonely, and she felt as if she had been abandoned by the whole world while in Konoha. But today, compared to the daily routine, there seems to be a slight change. Why is Gojo Jiyu here? Samui stopped and found Gojo Jiyu standing under a street light not far away, waving at her. Samui quickly adjusted her mentality, forced a sweet smile on her face, and ran towards Gojo Jiyu with the weapon swinging. Jiyu Jun, how come you have time to pick me up from get off work today? There was a glimmer of determination in Samui's eyes, and she still planned to make a slight change. For the first time ever, she stretched out her hands, embraced Wu Tiao Jiyu's arms, and buried them shallowly in the Mariana Trench. Jelly? Steamed buns? Peaches? Feeling this amazing touch, this time it was Gojo Jiyu's turn to be surprised. He reacted quickly and glanced meaningfully at the female ninja next to him. Samui, I finally couldn't help it. During this period of time, Ma Bai often passed on the Reikage's instructions to Samui at night. But Gojo Jiyu was not satisfied with the content. They were all meaningless urgings. Under his control, the Reikage's instructions became something like: young female ninjas have to endure more hardships, you are nothing if you leave the village, work hard, and when you return to the village, you will be the next ANBU leader, all the ninjas in the village are training, how can you slack off? This type of words is commonly used in workplace PUA. I don't know what kind of psychological trauma this has caused to Samui. I only know that when I saw her during the day, there was a hint of sadness between her eyebrows, and she was no longer as bright as when she first came to Konoha. Really, Reikage AI should teach the female ninjas in his village a lesson. They have no professional ethics at all. She's been hiding in other ninja villages, but she's still so conservative. She's been left alone for almost a month before she decided to take this step. GGG. Gojo Jiyu doesn't think he is a good person in the traditional sense. Moreover, this is the ninja world, so good people won't live long. Towards these female spies from other villages, he always maintained an attitude. No waste. Gojo Jiyu enjoyed the benefits brought by Samui without any guilt. A forced melon is not sweet, so Gojo Jiyu likes to let the bad female ninja take the initiative. Under the black satin, a evil look flashed in his eyes. Gojo Jiyu coughed lightly, and looked distressed, embarrassed, and worried. Alas, the recent situation has worsened again. Volume 30, Bound to Konoha, but having many children means more blessings. I'm kidding. Deterioration. Samui's eyes lit up. The bad news for Konoha was equivalent to good news for their Kumagakuer. We must get the information. She quickly asked, what happened? The thing is, just this morning, the Konoha Census Bureau completed the first Konoha village census since the end of the Third World War. The main conclusion is one sentence: for the first time in Konoha's 37 years, the population of our Konoha village has declined. The sadness in Gojo Jiyu's tone was met with confusion from Samui. Population decline? What's wrong with that? A smaller population means that the upper limit of the number of ninjas that can be trained will be reduced. A smaller population means that Konoha's economic development speed will continue to decline. In this turbulent ninja world, having no money is undoubtedly fatal to a ninja village. No more having kids, no more getting married, that's Konoha's problem. Perhaps in a few years, Konoha will become a paradise for elderly ninjas. The number of young ninjas will decrease significantly, the market will shrink across the board, and ninjutsu research and development technology will regress across the board. This is a lie. Gojo Kagetsu kept making up lies with his eyes open. The fact was, Konoha's platinum generation was about to be born. What's more, this is the ninja world. If the population really collapses, we can just create artificial humans. Of course, these are extremely secretive matters in Konoha, and Samui naturally has no way of knowing them. Is that so? Before Samui could even feel happy, she couldn't laugh anymore, because this kind of problem also happened in their Hidden Cloud village. The continuous ninja wars caused the population of the Hidden Cloud village to decline continuously. What's worse than Konoha is that the number of female ninjas and female villagers in the Hidden Cloud village is even less than that in Konoha. The problems that Konoha is facing at this moment will also occur in Kumagakuer. Is there no way to reverse this? There is a way, but this is where I have trouble. That is to say, the fourth and third generations are actually going to launch a plan to bring more children and more blessings, and they are already planning a trial run. Gojo Jiyu raised his other hand and pointed at himself. I have also been included in the plan of having many children and many blessings. What is the many children, many blessings plan? I read out this difficult to pronounce name, unable to understand it for a moment. Such advanced vocabulary is still a bit too advanced for the simple natives of the ninja world. To put it simply, whether male or female ninja, they should try their best to form families and have children. The more children you give birth to, the more rewards you will receive in the name of the village, including advanced ninjutsu, bodybuilding, secret medicine, and new ninja tools. In the name of the village, the population of the village is forced to progress. That Minato guy, of course he doesn't have to worry about his wife, but he never considered my feelings. Gojo Jiyu clenched his fists and raised his arms to shout with a look of anger on his face. The message of discord between the generals and ministers of Konoha was passed to Samui. However, this female ninja from Kumagakuer was no longer focused on this. Gojo Jiyu's output continues. Elder Danzo said that the data is too ugly, so we have to stop collecting it. Just like some coefficients and some civil affairs data are really ugly, so we have to stop reporting them. If the data is stolen by enemy ninjas or a clan like the Uchiha, it will eventually shake the morale of our Konoha village. Gojo-Jaiyu looked worried. As the advisor of the Hokage of Konoha, they said that I must set an example, otherwise I will not be able to continue the position of advisor. Samui just realized that his body was moving forward with Gojo-Jaiyu, but his soul was lagging behind. She probably couldn't remember what was said afterwards. However, there was still one word that hit her heart accurately: give birth to a child. For Samui, Gojo-Jaiyu pointed out the crisis and also proposed a solution, and we have to admit that this method is indeed useful. But she could not reveal to Lord Raikage that there was a solution to this crisis hidden in the future. As we all know, there are very few female ninjas in Kumagakure. And Azabi, who is like a sister to her, is still in Kumagakure village. Based on Samui's understanding of the Raikage's advisory group, those guys will do anything for the village, and it is not certain what kind of policies they will implement in order to resolve the future crisis of the Hidden Cloud village. The worst case scenario is sharing a wife. If something like that happened to Ma Bai, it would undoubtedly be hell. Never allow this to happen. For the first time, the idea that priority should be placed above the task arose in Ma Bai's mind. She was not faithful anymore. Hey, are you listening? Gojo-Jaiyu shook his hand that was stuck in the Mariana trench to awaken Samui's memory. I didn't use too much force and frightened the child. Yeah, someone is listening. Samui gave a very forced smile, and her condition became even worse. The guilt of not reporting the incident filled her heart. In her original worldview, ninjas were tools that served their missions, but now she was no longer a useful tool. Page 19. Gojo-Jaiyu pulled his hand out of the trench, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made some important decision. So, Yi, can you help me? Help Ji-Yu-kun? Samui frowned, not reacting to the business behind Gojo-Jaiyu's words for a moment. That's right. Yi, you don't want me to lose my position as the Hokage's advisor, do you? So, I'll leave the matter of having a baby to you. Gojo-Jaiyu reached out and grabbed Samuel's white, tender, and smooth hand, and transferred his own body temperature to her. Even through a layer of black satin, one can seem to sense the ambiguous atmosphere. Samuel's body trembled and dense bumps appeared on his body. Many bad images emerged in my mind. The female ninja who has a decent body sneaked into her and was violently coerced by a ruthless, greasy, and lustful target, and she gave birth to her husband. The ending: the resistance is lost and the meat toy is lost. Nausea. 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 Samui is proud after all. Even if it was for the sake of the village, even if it was to get information from Gojo-Jaiyu, she could not accept the idea of giving birth to a child for the enemy. But, if Gojo Kagetsu loses his status as the Hokage's advisor, he will no longer be worth using or approaching. Given the nature of the Raikage advisory group, will she be asked to approach other Hokage advisors in other ways next? Other Hokage advisors. The old and ugly faces of Danzo and Yan appeared in Samui's mind. Vomit. Even more disgusting than Gojo-Jaiyu. Samui's face became paler and paler, and she seemed to have fallen into an unavoidable desperate situation. Interesting cold knowledge. The recommendation ticket will expire today, and the monthly ticket blade will expire the day after tomorrow, so, everyone, please OR2. Volume 31, play with Kumagakure Kunoichi, tell Kumagakure jokes, spend Kumagakure gold coins. Ji-Yu-kun, is this too fast for us? Ming, there is no emotional foundation yet. Sam clasped his hands, tilted his head, and his voice was extremely weak. At this time, if Gojo-Jaiyu chose to insist, she might really give it to her. But Gojo Kijiki thought this was boring, probably because he had played too many mini-games like forcing female subordinates in the past. Now he has passed that ignorant and restless age. What he likes is the weird routine of actively asking for things like second week. A female ninja who is used to eating. He didn't want it, but she gave it to him forcefully. Today, I have experienced the amazing power of a female ninja, and Gojo Ju retracted her aggressive chakra. Well, I'm a little impatient, so let's start by cultivating our relationship. Gojo Ju raised his hand and put his arm around Samui's shoulders without any sense of distance. You don't have to eat the meat, but you still have to drink the soup. Yay, you seem to be in a bad mood, so I'll tell you some jokes from the ninja world. The people of the Hidden Cloud Village have always liked to compromise. If Gojo Ju wanted it, Samui might refuse or she might not. But if it was just to rub her shoulder, she would give it to him without any rejection. This is called the membrane rupture effect. Sammy made a clear and cold nasal sound that was unique to a queen, and she looked a little uninterested. In a training ground in the Hidden Cloud Village, the following conversation took place. Hello. Friend. Hello. Excuse me, are you a ninja from the Anbu? No. Were you one before? No. Does anyone in your immediate family work in the Anbu system? No. Then move your foot away, you're stepping on me. What is the most common thing in the Hidden Cloud Village? Temporary difficulties. What is the superiority of the Cloud Village system? It has successfully overcome difficulties that would not exist in other ninja villages. Sam's facial muscles on the right side of his face twitched slightly, but he didn't react. Gojo Ju was aroused by his desire to win, and continued. A Konoha ninja and a Kumagakure ninja, chatting together. Konoha ninja, the happiest thing is to walk with a blonde girl under the moon. Then we part at the end of the road. The Hidden Cloud ninja, a cowardly Konoha ninja. The happiest thing would be someone knocking on the door in the middle of the night. After opening the door, they said, Killer B, you are under arrest. And I said, Anbu ninja-sama, you are wrong, Killer B lives next door. A great man once said that any small number, when multiplied by a huge number, will become a huge number. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, the tiny smile and the huge penis still caused a sway that was visible to the naked eye. Samui had to stop. But she soon realized that the protagonist of the joke was the Jinkriki of their Hidden Cloud Village. Samui had a cold face and pulled away, not even letting Gojo Ju touch him. Ji-yu-kun, this is not funny. After saying that, she disappeared into the night wearing her crisp and sexy high-heeled sandals. Soon, Gojo Ju quietly came to the low building where he usually monitored Samui. Soon, the special chakra line of the telepathy technique carried Samui's information and headed towards the Hidden Cloud Village. Samui, today's intelligence, Gojo Kazuki may lose his advisory position. I will do my best to consolidate his position. Gojo Ju was a little surprised. What about the policy of more children, more blessings? What about Gojo Ju's sexual harassment? It was rare for me to fabricate some false information to Samui, but she didn't spread it. She cut off the beginning and the end, and came up with such a nonsensical piece of information. Gojo Ju, who didn't know much about the situation in the Hidden Cloud Village, could only attribute all this to Samui's own considerations. Then, let's do some artistic processing. Today's intelligence, Gojo Ju may lose his advisory status, and the village will need a large amount of financial assistance to consolidate his position. I have basically gained his trust. Gojo Ju touched his chin and disappeared into the low building in a flash. When he returned home, an envelope with the Uchiha clan emblem was quietly placed on the table. Gojo Ju opened it expressionlessly. The root ninjas have been monitoring the Uchiha clan more frequently recently. Counting the days, the nine-tailed night is getting closer and closer. Old thing. In Gojo Kagetsu's mind, the two old faces of Shimura Danzo and Mito Kato-en appeared again. In terms of their attitude towards Uchiha, these two people have perfectly inherited the will of Senju Tobirama. They monitor and suppress without any bottom line, and have no warmth or trust at all. Without him, such low pressure would have continued to exist in Konoha until the Nine Tails went berserk and this delicate balance was completely broken. Danzo began to plan to destroy the Uchiha. Then let me show you what education of love is. Union Village. Samui said in the intelligence, Gojo Kazuki might lose his position as the Hokage's advisor. Does the village still need financial assistance? The atmosphere in the Raikage's office was somewhat heavy. The old Raikage advisor who was in the lead had a turbid light in his eyes. In this case, we have to consider the cost of supporting Gojo Jaiyu to continue serving as an advisor. It costs money to support Gojo Jaiyu. There are two paths before us. Let Samui find new channels to steal intelligence. For example, other high-ranking officials of Konoha, Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu. Another Raikage advisor echoed, I heard that Mito Kato-yan is quite fond of women. You and I were talking at the same time, without taking Samui's personal feelings into consideration at all. To these older generation ninjas are just tools to complete the tasks entrusted by the village and their employers. Upon hearing this, Ma Bai felt a chill all over his body. The Raikage AI, who was sitting at the top, also frowned repeatedly. He made the final decision, continue to support Gojo Jaiyu as the Hokage's advisor. Spend the money when necessary. Gojo Kagetsu is a badass ninja. Compared to the other advisors of Konoha, he is undoubtedly relatively easy to control. We need a fool like this in an advisory position. But Ma Bai's recent intelligence acquisition process is too slow. AI's fingers kept tapping the table. Ma Bai, let Samui pay more attention to intelligence work. Money is not a problem. We in Union have plenty. When the words came to his lips, AI couldn't say them. Even though he was full of muscles, he knew that the village's finances had been a little tight recently, and tax revenues seemed to have decreased compared to the past. How much is appropriate to help Samui? The old financial advisor replied. According to our intelligence department's analysis, the maximum amount of support Konoha provides to outpost ninjas is 30 million ryo. We in Kumagakure are not as good as Konoha. We can only provide Samui with 10 million ryo at most. If there are more, then we can only give up. That's great, thank you readers for voting OR2. Volume 32, I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no branches to carry me. Minato, what's the matter with you coming to see an old man like me today? Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a pipe in his mouth, looking kind-hearted. Indeed, judging from his facial features, he is much kinder than Shimura Danzo or Mito Kato-en. Since stepping down, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have chosen to completely hand over the power in his hands to Minato and no longer interfered in the political affairs of Konoha village. But a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation and political influence would put him in this position by people with ulterior motives even if he himself had no such intention. Page 20. Sandame, long time no see. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Namikaze Minato took out the manuscript of adaptability and said, "Please take a look." "Oh? This is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Minato, who was busy with all kinds of things, would come to see him and bring a manuscript. "What is it?" "It can't be the same color magazine as that brat Jiraiya." Sarutobi opened the manuscript and read it word by word. As his eyes moved downward, his expression became more and more strange, until he saw the words "secret police." Without any explicit indication, such a dangerous word can easily make people think of the village's Anbu, and there is only one leader of the Anbu, and that is the then Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Minato, this article should have been written by that kid Gojo." "Yes." Minato Namikaze did not choose to hide. Because, Gyuejun's style is always unique in his words, deeds and written articles. It is easy to recognize. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, already knowing the purpose of Namikaze Minato's visit. It was probably because of the word secret police. Namikaze Minato is a kind person and doesn't want to go through so many twists and turns. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this well. So, this was equivalent to a test from Gojo Jaiyu. He could have pointed this ambiguous word to Danzo in order to preserve his influence, or he could have just turned a blind eye and let it go. Without much hesitation, he made his choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand, put his hands behind his back and faced the direction of the Hokage rock. The fourth generation. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no branches to carry me. Don't worry about my thoughts. Just do whatever you want to do. Namikaze Minato was startled, then stood up and stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, Sandame. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, Minato silently said in his heart, Kijiki-kun, this time, you are wrong. Several things happened in Konoha these days. First, the Ichiraku Ninja Tool store in the new commercial street opened grandly. With its excellent workmanship and low prices, it quickly gained the same reputation as Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. It not only brought a huge amount of gold coins to the Konoha ninjas, but also contributed considerable tax revenue. Not only that, the owner of the ninja tool shop, Koburai, and his team also plan to look for a substitute for the main ingredient of the secret bodybuilding medicine in Konoha village. If successful, they could manufacture and sell the bodybuilding secret medicine in Konoha, which would add fuel to Konoha's efforts in cultivating physical ninjas. He slapped Mito Minion hard in the face. And then, an article titled "Don't Steal Ration Pills Because of Hunger," whose source even the Anbyo could not find out, began to circulate in the undercurrent-filled Konoha village. Samui's temporary rental house. A package for me. When Samui opened the unknown package, she found a thick stack of cash inside. The signature and mailing address are from the Kingdom of Flowers. Naoko knew that this was assistance from the Hidden Cloud Village. I didn't ask for financial assistance. Samui counted it roughly and found it was exactly 10 million yen, no more, no less. She quickly figured out the whole story. Because I mentioned a few days ago that I would do my best to consolidate Gojo Jaiyu's position as an advisor, the village allocated such a large sum of money. After figuring out the cause of the incident and holding the cash in her hand, Samui only felt warm inside. The village took her words very seriously and sent money even though she didn't mention anything. At least before her, Samui had never heard of any dispatched ninja receiving so much subsidy. While Samui felt the warmth, she also felt the responsibility that was almost suffocating her. But the position of Gojo Jaiyu's advisor is not something that can be purchased with money. Soon, Samui fell into distress again, recalling the dilemma that Gojo Jaiyu had told her a few days ago, having a child. You can't say that you are using this money to buy secret fertility drugs. Absurd. Now, the aid to the village has arrived, but Samui has not yet figured out a plan to use the money. If Gojo Jaiyu is still demoted to the position of advisor in the end, the failed female ninja will not have the face to return to the Hidden Cloud Village. Samui is a female ninja who always likes to keep calm. After a few breaths, she began to ponder. As Gojo Jaiyu said, this was the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. She couldn't give birth to a child for Gojo Jaiyu, at least not so quickly, without any emotional foundation. Well, since it is a decision made by the top management, there is a possibility that it may be shaken. There was a light of wisdom in Samui's eyes, and a bold idea was born in his mind: bribery. When I was a ninja trainee in the Anbu, a teacher demonstrated this scene. There is a cup next to the faucet. The cup is turned upside down in the teacher's hand, and water flows between the mouth and the bottom of the cup. Teacher, do you understand? Someone from Samui's same period replied, you are reminding us to prioritize when doing things, and not to mess things up. Only by working hard to complete the Anbu mission can we reach a higher position. And Samui's answer was, if you don't find the right way, you can't even send it in. Finally, Samui successfully graduated from the Anbu training class. Yes, even if you want to bribe someone from Konoha, you have to find a way to do it in a way that pleases them. She came from another village, and if she blatantly gave money, she would probably be arrested soon, locked up in a dark basement and tortured. Udaten Koharu? No way, Mito Kato-en can't do that, Shimura Danzo? Even less so. Is there such a person who has a very high status in Konoha, and whose words and deeds can greatly influence Konoha's decision-making? Giving her money will not arouse suspicion. Information about Konoha flashed quickly through Samui's mind. Samui picked up her golden hair as if possessed by a ghost, and then looked down at Hunako. In the ninja world, there seemed to be a legendary female ninja with hair color and figure very similar to hers. The absurd but seemingly very reasonable answer suddenly appeared in Sam's mind. Tsunade. I'm tired of reading conspiracy theories about Naruto, so I want to have something light-hearted. Since this is a fun story, Sarutobi should be a little more positive. Omega. Hot knowledge, the recommendation ticket and monthly ticket blade in your hand will expire in 8 hours. Volume 33, The Ambition of the Ninja School Poison Textbook. Yi. Are you in a bad mood? You always seem distracted. Gojo Ju seemed to be fulfilling his promise to build a foundation for relationship. These days, whenever he has free time, he sticks to Samui and takes advantage of her. But what is the real purpose? The aide from Kumagakure has almost arrived, right? Gojo Ju admitted that he was a little anxious. Taking advantage of the female ninjas in Kumagakure, spending Kumagakure's money, and poaching Kumagakure's merchants. Just thinking about these things will make Minotaur fans so excited that they can't stop. He just made the same mistake that everyone who just rose to the top of Dongzi would make. Hey! Ju-kun, it's like this. Samui pretended to be shy. Today, my friend in the Kingdom of Flowers sent me 1 million yen, and I haven't figured out how to spend it. Ji-Jun has helped me so much these days, I think I should repay you. Oh, that's right. This woman, she is lying. Gojo Ju was extremely confident. Although he didn't know how much money the Hidden Cloud Village would provide, 1 million was definitely too little. This means that Samui hid the number and planned to do something bad with the hidden money. Gojo Ju narrowed his eyes. The system logs are irrefutable evidence. There's no indication that Samui has done anything to harm Konoha, so we'll have to dig out the answer on our own. He said casually, in this case. Yi, please buy me a house in Konoha. We should have our own love nest in Konoha. Samui. The sudden feeling of suffocation filled her lower body, and she stood there speechless for a moment. If this was her own money, it would be fine, but this was the hard-earned money of the villagers of Kumagakure. Use it to buy a house in Konoha for that trash ninja Gojo Kagetsu? Are you kidding me? It's not impossible, but doesn't Brother Ju already have a house in Konoha? Samui forced a smile, hoping to arouse Gojo Ju's sense of shame and make him retreat. Hey, the recent policy of Konoha village is good. You only need to pay 1/10 of the price to buy a second house, and the remaining money can be paid off in the next 30 years. The most important thing is that the house we live in now may be inspected by the Anbu at any time to see if there is any corruption or something like that. Money is safe only when it is hidden in our love nest. You don't want your brother to be discovered, do you? As he spoke, Gojo Ju's fingers gently stroked Samui's delicate skin outside her sleeves. The tone was so greasy, as if he was sure of Samui. The fact that she wanted to steal information from me, Gojo Ju would suffer for the rest of his life. Mouth area. I understand. Samui had a cold face. The spy plan was like. If you couldn't resist, you could only accept it silently. If a ninja has no shame, he is invincible. Samui suppressed the urge to angrily scold Gojo Ju for being invincible. She was held on the shoulders and walked on the streets of Konoha. Page 21. Feeling the curious and respectful gazes from the villagers around me, listening to their greetings to Gojojo-Iu, Samui only felt that her sense of shame seemed to have been completely developed because of Gojojo-Iu. Every look from the villagers stimulated her FH point. These innocent, kind, and simple villagers of Konoha have no idea what kind of rubbish ninja Gojojo-Iu, whom they admire, is. At this moment, Samui just wanted to get rid of Gojojo-Iu as soon as possible and return to the high school publishing house. Although the job of publishing banned books was lowly, it was better than staying with Gojojo-Iu and enduring sexual harassment. Jetsuki-kun, don't you have to go to the Hokage building to work today? The naive Samui still thought that Gojojo-Iu went to work in the Hokage building every day. It's usually required. But you know me, besides being the Hokage's advisor, I also serve as the vice principal of the ninja school. There are some things at the ninja school today that I need to deal with. Ninja school. Samui's heartbeat slowed down, and the impatience in her eyes was instantly replaced by surprise. After a month of waiting, the big one is finally here. As we all know, ninja school is not a school for training children from good families. This is Konoha's military department, which trains children who may become ninjas in the future. To put it simply, you can get information about the younger generation of Konoha ninjas. Who is a genius and who is a loser will be recorded in the files in the ninja school. Don't underestimate these files. Before a genius ninja grows up, he can only be a genius, not a strong man. When necessary, Union can even assassinate a genius at all costs. And to put it in a broader sense, poisonous teaching material. If I could do something with Konoha's basic three-body technique. Samui began to fantasize about the future in her mind. Of course, the possibility of the latter being successful was infinitely close to zero, and once she was discovered, she would definitely die in Konoha. But the former. Samui felt that if she sold her body, this would work. So, Gojojo-Iu stopped pushing his hands out from the Mariana trench and pulled them back instead. Samui blinked her blue eyes that enchanted chakra. Ji-Yu-kun, can you take me with you? I'm very interested in the ninja school. Gojojo-Iu did not agree immediately, and made an intriguing nasal sound. As for this matter, in principle, outsiders cannot be brought into the ninja school. In principle, it is possible, but in reality, it is not possible. In principle, it is not possible, but in reality, it is possible. Samui once again recalled the knowledge points in the Kumagakure Enbu training manual. I immediately understood the profound meaning of Gojojo-Iu's words. I'm not an outsider. Samui felt that she had changed. She could actually say such shameful and shy words. But, more shameful things are yet to come. Samui pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind. She took Gojojo-Iu's hand and pressed it on her heart. Ji-Yu-kun, listen to how excited I am. I really want to go and see the ninja school. Maybe this will be the school for our children in the future. Oh, Gojojo-Iu stretched out the last syllable, and kneaded the dough with his big hands without any hesitation. I understand. Since it is for our future children, no problem. We're leaving now. Scum. Bug. Dirty. After the mission is completed, I will make Gojojo-Iu feel the same humiliation. Within the hem of Gojojo-Iu's clothes that was invisible to him, he could already feel his master's emotions and was beginning to feel fine bumps on his skin. After Samui felt a little pain, Gojojo-Iu withdrew his sinful hand and brought it close to his nose to sniff it. Yi, what brand of body wash do you use? Aha, just kidding, let's go. Volume 34, I think this is a great character. Aren't you going to ninja school? The school's interior is still being set up, don't worry, let's go eat a bowl of noodles first. Gojojo-Iu clicked his lips and savored the taste of Ichiraku ramen even more. After arriving at the store, I ignored the vigilant gaze of the hand-beating uncle and ordered a bowl of noodles and opened a bottle of soda for myself. It was almost noon and there were quite a few diners. The noisy sound flooded into the ears of the two small-time ninjas who looked like ordinary villagers opened a bottle of beer and started bragging and telling jokes in the middle of the day. Hey, friend, let me ask you a question. If one day your chakra runs out and you fall into the water, and there is only one Uchiha clan ninja passing by on the road, what will you do at this time? But I can't refine chakra. Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing, just suppose you have. What would you say to get the Uchiha ninja to save you? The man being asked thought for a moment. Save me, Uchiha ninja. I have an old mother and children to take care of. I can't die here. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. The man who asked the question shook his head complacently, as if lamenting the amazing wisdom contained in the question he had asked. Even Samui, who was doing nothing, was attracted by the topic they were talking about. He frowned slightly, thinking about this possibility. When you say these things, the Uchiha ninja will probably just look at you, then pretend not to see it and walk away. As expected, the Uchiha have a very bad reputation in Konoha village. The article they are going to print is a declaration of rebellion accusing all of this, Samui thought. The person being asked was a little angry. Then what do you say we should do? Isn't this just waiting to die? I have a plan. All you have to do is shout when you fall into the water. The Uchiha clan are all crazy people with red eyes. In this case, they will definitely be extremely angry and use fire jutsu to burn the entire river dry, then pull you out of the river and lock you up in the Konoha guard. Shit. Konoha Security Department? I might as well be dead then. Samui couldn't help but hug her chest and rub her arms. What a cold joke. It seems that the Uchiha clan has a very low reputation in Konoha. You two bastards, are you talking like a human being? Just as Samui was about to make a judgment on Uchiha, an old woman next to her immediately jumped up. The old woman's eyes were red, as if she had heard something unbelievable. I think you don't understand at all. Did you know that the Uchiha ninjas each chipped in 1,000 ryo to pay the fine? What a great ninja! And you are still making sarcastic remarks here. The old woman raised her cane and pretended to hit him. What the hell? What the hell is 1,000 taels? Samui looked at the scene in front of her, not caring much. The Uchiha clan finally couldn't help themselves and started spreading anti-articles. She is just an old civilian lady. It is normal that she cannot understand the connotation of Uchiha Fanwen because of her poor eyesight. When the article starts to spread, the Uchiha situation in Konoha will become even worse. At that time, the hidden cloud village behind her will start to benefit. Let the article fly for a while. Samui was like a wise man who was planning everything, with a faint curve at the corner of her mouth, and everything was under her control. Gojoja-Iu took a big sip of noodles and felt that the hired veteran actor was using too much effort. Burp, I'm done, let's go to school. The ninja school was particularly lively today, with the gate packed with people, as if it was some grand festival, attracting the attention of passing villagers, parents, and children. Samui, who had a keen eye for observation, soon discovered the clues and found that most of those waiting in front of the gate had this configuration. One adult and one child. Isn't this the day when the ninja school starts recruiting new students? Why are there so many parents gathered in front of the door? Samui was confused, but she knew very well that the more she talked, the more mistakes she made, so she just hugged Gojoja-Iu and played the role of the vase sister. Long time no see, Mrs. Mikoto. I didn't expect it would be you. Yeah, it's Ji-Yu-kun. Gojoja-Iu came to the side door of the ninja school and greeted the beautiful woman with a big belly in front of him warmly. His attitude was so friendly, as if he was treating his own sister-in-law. She is Uchiha Mikoto. Samui's heart started to shake, and she became even more careful. None of the Uchiha ninjas are simple. According to the records, Uchiha Mikoto is the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Just listening to the tone of Gojo Juiyu's greeting to her. Why does it feel a little weird? It doesn't seem like a greeting that one would utter if one's life was threatened by the other's husband. Uchiha Mikoto was holding the hand of Uchiha Itachi, who was already 5 years old, and was waiting at the side door. When she saw Gojo Kagetsu coming, she also greeted him warmly. The long-awaited save Uchiha plan of her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, finally began to be implemented under the leadership of Gojo Kagetsu. All we have to do now is leave it to time and wait quietly for the fruits of victory. Who's the person next to you? Mikoto asked. Uchiha Itachi beside him also looked curious, looking at the blonde and blue-eyed woman beside Gojo Juiyu. She didn't look like a villager from Konoha. Oh, this is my distant relative, Gojo Yi. I'll bring her to the ninja school today. Please give me your advice. Samui also gave Wu Tiaojuiyu enough face and greeted him with great courtesy. Page 22. Come on, Mrs. Mikoto, let me take you to the ninja school first. Don't stay out in the Sunday. Gojo Juiyu diligently led the way in front. If you ask me, Fugaku is a piece of shit. It's so hot, and he actually asked his wife to come to the school to participate in the event. Don't say that. Fugaku has his own job. Mikoto blinked. Besides, didn't Juiyu-kun want me to participate in this event? Samui. She looked at Gojo Juiyu with an increasingly wary look. So, Juiyu-kun is so mysterious. What kind of event is he planning to hold? Why do he want all the seniors in the grade to bring a parent to participate? Of course it is a very meaningful parent-child education activity. Led by Gojo Juiyu, the group quickly arrived at the ninja school playground. The playground has already been decorated at this moment. At the end of the playground is a tall podium, below which are rows of wooden benches, some large and some small. The atmosphere of this public speech was completely set off. Also, this event was not organized by me, it was planned by the grade director, Chunin Umino Irakai. Iraka's father. However, because the Umino in front of him looked 70% similar to the Iraka in Gojo Kazuki's memory, he would usually unilaterally and domineeringly call him Iraka. The principal gave it the name. Is that so? Obviously. Uchiha Mikoto blinked and had a bad feeling in her heart. I remembered my husband's joking comment to Gojo Juiyu. Gojo-kun, he will always be the first to rush forward when something is beneficial to him. As for things that will affect his reputation, he will always silently protect everyone in front of him. That's great character. Tomorrow's update may be around 11:50 p.m. Xianya wants to try 2 chapters to compete with Mijia's Hujiya for the click list, degree. It is also possible that the usual update was abandoned in advance, degree Omega, degree. Volume 1, tonight's update will be late at night, please read it carefully. Oh, Xianya wants to try to hit the click list, and will update 2 chapters at 12 o'clock tonight. Carrying the will of fire, I cannot lie flat. Cheese pudding, panties pudding, banana pudding, oregano pudding, seal pudding, teddy pudding, octopus pudding, squid pudding, nazi pudding, cheese pudding, panties pudding, banana pudding, oregano pudding, seal pudding, teddy pudding, octopus pudding, squid pudding, nazi pudding, cheese pudding, panties pudding, banana pudding, oregano pudding, seal pudding, teddy pudding, octopus pudding, squid pudding, nazi pudding. Volume 35, Education of Guilt, Gratitude, and Love. Hey, Principal Gojo, can I give a speech? Iraka glanced at the speech and activity schedule in his hands with 100% or even 90% lack of confidence, and felt his teeth chattering. If he really follows Principal Gojo's arrangement, it will be really hard for him to raise his head and act like a ninja in front of these parents in the future. Hey! What are you talking about, Director Iraka? The principal is Minato, you have to add the word vice when you address me, and don't let me make any mistakes. Gojo Juiyu patted Iraka's shoulder calmly and forcefully. This is a great opportunity to train yourself. I believe you can do it. But. No buts, this is an order from the principal. Gojo Juiyu's tone became serious. You can give a speech, right? I can give a speech. Irika's face was filled with grief and indignation. A higher-ranking official could crush a person to death. This was a death order from the 5th vice principal, and he had to complete it. But the pressure this task brought him was even greater than that of a B-level task. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Gojo Juiyu nodded, turned to Uchiha Mikoto and said, I still have some official business to attend to. Mrs. Mikoto, please find a seat and sit down. Yes. Jiyu-kun, go get busy. In this way, Gojo Juiyu brought Samui to his office as vice principal to enjoy himself. There was space under the large desk that could accommodate an adult female ninja, but this time it obviously couldn't be used. Gojo Juiyu turned his chair and looked at the playground below through the glass. Juiyu-jun, what on earth is this? Be good, ask less, and look more, come and sit here. Gojo Juiyu patted his thigh. Samui. Soon, the parents who were crowding in front of the ninja school gate were let in. They chose seats according to their classes and sat down. Itaki Uchiha sat on a small stool next to Mikoto Uchiha and looked around curiously. This is really a strange scene I have never seen before. Father is right. Gojo Kagetsu is a strange ninja full of uncertainty. Finally, Irika walked up to the podium to give a speech. Behind him, sad music inexplicably sounded from the loudspeaker. He began to give a speech in front of students and parents. Do you know why parents can wake up so early? It is not the chakra in their bodies that awakens them. It is the responsibility to their children. In this cruel ninja world, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Irika also chose to give up completely and shouted loudly with passion. Uchiha Itaki in the audience only felt that he was under an illusion attack. Although he didn't feel any chakra fluctuations, he felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to run away. The ninja boots under his feet exerted force unconsciously, as if they were going to dig a big hole through the solace of the shoes and in the floor. What is this? Lost consciousness for a while. Irika's output continues. Look at your parents around you. Do they also have many scars on their faces from the ninja wars? You have never paid attention to them over the years. Students, please raise your heads and take a serious look at the face in front of you. Are you still as young and beautiful as when you were little? I also ask you to take a look at his clothes, shoes, and ninja forehead protector and compare them with yours. Will they be as gorgeous and new as the ones you wear? Uchiha Itaki subconsciously raised his head and looked at Uchiha Mikoto's profile. Looking at this face, he was stunned for a moment. Although Irika-sensei's words made him feel that all the chakra in his body was running wild, urging him to escape from here, but it seemed as if that he had not looked at his parents' faces seriously since he followed his father to the battlefield at the age of 3. When did his attention shift away from this? Embarrassment, uneasiness, distortion, hesitation, fear, self-blame. Inexplicable, complex negative emotions surged into Uchiha Itaki's heart. That's why it is said that the Uchiha clan is a clan with rich emotions by nature. Itaki Uchiha seemed to be lost in his own inner world. Some of his classmates of the same age were whispering to each other. Why didn't your father come? Are you alone? Hey, he overslept. Ah. Come on, students, stand up. Bow deeply to your parents. What are you doing? When did Director Irika become so abstract? Uchiha Itaki was still immersed in his own world. Hearing this, he stood up. The music behind Irika became sadder. Follow me and shout, Do-san. Ka-san. No matter where your future goes and what kind of ninja you become, never forget what your parents look like now. Cry, cry as much as you can. Sam felt like she was about to suffocate. Before coming to Konoha, she had many powerful fantasies about Konoha. For example, ninja school training, secret technique inheritance, but I never imagined that a serious place like a ninja school would be so difficult to describe in words. It was as if every chakra in her body was guiding her to escape from here. The strong stimulation from the audition even made her ignore the mischievous hands of Gojo Jaiyu behind her. Silence. At this moment in the playground, it seemed that all the parents were deeply shocked by Irika's speech. Many parents have already shed tears. But Irika was already getting carried away, still yelling at Mai in a rhythmic voice. 3 years in ninja school are very important. They are 3 years that change the life of a ninja. Today, as the Dean of Education, I, Irika, sincerely recommend a book to you all. All you need to know about 3 years at ninja school is on the right side of the stage, 999 taels per copy. If you miss this price, you won't get it again. The selling price outside of ninja school is 1999 taels. 3 years of ninja school, all about it records the heartwarming stories that have happened in Konoha village 51 years ago. It is very important for the children to build up. Gojo Jaiyu sat on the high platform, like some evil villain, stroking the soft golden hair of the Persian cat in his arms. This is a project he has been planning for a long time. It is abstract to a certain extent, but considering the current education level of the ninja world, it seems to be just the right level of abstraction. Let's take a simple example. Gojo Jaiyu looked down at Uchiha Itachi, who was in a trance. This guy went to the battlefield at the age of 3 and then entered the ninja school. It seems that no one has ever taught him what the fucking warmth is, and what the fucking parents are. At such a young age, he has already started thinking about such twisted contradictions between the clan and the village. Given the Uchiha clan's psychopathic character, it would be strange if he doesn't go astray when he grows up. It's going to go astray anyway, so why not let Gojo Jatsuki guide the direction it goes astray? Page 23. Volume 36, Best Match. Manjiki Sharingan. Gojo Jaiyu had an inestimable impact on Uchiha Itachi, Prosperity plus 50. Gojo Jaiyu formulated and implemented Education of Love, which had a certain impact on Konoha Ninja, Prosperity plus 50. That's okay too. Gojo Jaiyu was a little surprised, as his original target was Uchiha Itachi. I made dumplings for this vinegar, but I didn't expect it would have an impact on other ninjas. The birth, joining, betrayal, or death of a cage-level powerhouse usually involves a prosperity change of around 300. This is equivalent to adding an additional 0.16 shadow-level powerhouses. What a pleasant surprise! What a pleasant surprise! Returning to the original intention, the core of the plan is Uchiha Itachi. Since the prosperity is increasing, Uchiha Itachi is finally heading in the right direction, right? Hard to say. Based on Gojo Jaiyu's understanding of the system, prosperity is a very mysterious thing. For Uchiha Itachi at this stage, the number 50 is reasonable. He just needs to be alert to the possibility of further illness. In the medical system, the usual procedures include confirming the cause of the disease, making an initial diagnosis, and conducting a follow-up visit. What was left for Uchiha Itachi next was the follow-up consultation designed by Gojo Kazuki. I know everything about the 3 years in ninja school. Uchiha Mikoto is a mature female ninja who has seen many ups and downs. Even so, I was still shocked by this unprecedented education of love. It tastes very authentic. It's the taste of Gyuejun. For a mature female ninja who is used to seeing life and death, such a speech is not sincere, but at least it is out of this world. But when she glanced sideways, Mrs. Mikoto saw her son with tears in his eyes and a dazed look. Itachi. His son's tears also made his wife feel dazed. It had been a long time since she had seen Itachi react like this to an outsider. Ever since going to the battlefield, Itachi seemed to have completely closed off his heart, even his parents didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, the parents around had already started to stand up and rush to the place where books were purchased. The chaos awakened Uchiha Itachi, who was immersed in sadness. He wiped the water stains from the corners of his eyes, as if he had turned back into the little adult. "Let's go home, mother. Let's wait a little longer until the crowd disperses and then we can go buy some books." Mrs. Mikoto smiled gently. "Buy books?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "It's not necessary, Not for you, Itachi." Mrs. Mikoto interrupted what Itachi was about to say, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness and confidence. "This speech was planned by Ji Uejun. From what I know about him. You don't have to listen to Director Irika's speech, but the 3 years at ninja school he pointed out at the end must have a deep meaning. A heartwarming story, perhaps." Finally it was Uchiha Mikoto's turn. Compared to those crazy parents who bought bundles of books to bring back for their children to read, Mrs. Mikoto was very sensible and only bought one book. 3 Years in Ninja School, produced by Editor-in-Chief Yamashita. I have never heard of a strange name. Mrs. Mikoto opened the book with great anticipation. And the first thing she saw was, "Don't steal the soldiers' food pills for hunger." As expected. "Ji-yu-kun." Mrs. Mikoto raised her hand and gently stroked the page with clear handwriting. "What's wrong, mother?" Itachi asked in a puzzled voice. "After this speech, this book 3 Years at Ninja School will be spread. It will be spread among the ninja clan and the common people. Mikoto, you guys are back." Uchiha Fugaku was wearing the clan's formal attire, kneeling in front of the desk with a serious expression. "It's time for the monthly clan meeting again. Whenever this day comes, it is the most troublesome time for Fugaku. He has to balance between the hawks and doves to prevent one side from dominating. I couldn't help but feel anxious. Why hadn't Gojo-kun made a move yet?" Amidst such anxiety, Uchiha Mikoto brought good news like nectar. The article was published. "Has it finally been published? Where is it? Let me see." Fugaku couldn't suppress his excitement and quickly took 3 Years at Ninja School from Mikoto's hand. The first thing he saw when he opened it was the Hyario Maru he had been dreaming of. "Where did you buy this?" The scene at the ninja school parents' meeting. Mikoto understood the pressure in her husband's heart and said immediately, "The scene was very lively. Almost every clan bought it. And this book is also on the shelves in the bookstore near the ninja school. If nothing unexpected happens, the story of the Uchiha will spread throughout Konoha in secret." Uchiha Mikoto's words reached Fugaku's ears, and the eyes of this man who shouldered the pressure of the entire clan slowly turned red. The touching feeling towards Gojo Keigetsu, the longing for the future of Uchiha, the strong emotions constantly stimulated Uchiha Fugaku's heart and his eyes. In the bedroom where only the couple were present, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was changing rapidly. Single Megatama, double Megatama, triple Megatama. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly covered his eyes. "Chakra, my chakra." A huge and cold chakra also surged out with the change of the eyes. Best match. Mangeki Sharingan. Image, pictures speak louder than words. Location, images/17173169288-1004979-1117356366.jpg. Boss. Mrs. Mikoto couldn't help but cover her mouth, her pupils full of shock. This is the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. The 3 Megatama quickly rotated and connected, eventually condensing into a pattern similar to a shuriken. The Mangeki Sharingan is a rare sight even in the long history of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's chest was rising and falling violently, and as he was already an elite jonin, his aura rose even higher. Shadow level, broken. When the overflowing chakra dissipated, Fugaku's aura slowly restrained. After a while, he finally spoke. "I, Fugaku, can only reach my current state thanks to the kindness of Gojo Keigetsu. Gojo, my dear friend." As he spoke, Fugaku raised his hand and stroked his right eye. I will end the Cold War between the clan and the village. I want to protect what I want to protect, with Gojo's support and these eyes. Mrs. Mikoto was already in tears. Ever since the conflict between the clan and the village became increasingly irreconcilable, it had been a long time since she heard such a confident declaration of victory from Fugaku's mouth. Declaration of victory after awakening. The once high-spirited Uchiha clan leader is back. It's back, everything's back. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was facing the rising sun, leaving only a tall and deep back to Lady Mikoto. Mrs. Mikoto raised her hand, as if to touch Fugaku's back, and said very gently. The boss. Will you win? Will win. Underscore update as usual on Monday. Volume 37, the journey was full of suffering, and education was based on kindness. The kindness of the consultant must not be forgotten. Fugaku, you're late. Uchiha Setsuna tapped the table with his fingers. As a representative ninja of the Hawk faction, he is already old and has always advocated seizing the position of Hokage from the Senju faction. Whether it is by literary or military means, the Uchiha must obtain a position commensurate with their glory. Because of this, he has been dissatisfied with Fugaku for a long time. A weak guy who wavers from side to side is not worthy of being the leader of their tribe. Well, now that you're here, let the clan leader announce the agenda for today's clan meeting. The Jonin Uchiha Yadam tried to mediate. The Uchiha clan will. It was always Fugaku who proposed an issue related to the future development of Uchiha, which was discussed and voted on by all Uchiha ninjas participating in the clan meeting. Of course, as the clan leader, Fugaku has a veto power. Due to the tense situation, recent clan meetings were forced to revolve around sensitive topics related to seizing power. The hawkish Uchiha vote gradually gained the upper hand, and Fugaku had no choice but to use his veto several times. But, a veto will not be effective if used too much without the premise of absolute force. Ninjas are all tolerant. Fugaku was silent, and wrote down today's clan meeting topic on the blackboard: march through hardship, education through kindness. Uchiha. Not only the hawks, but even the doves Uchiha couldn't help but ask hey. The Uchiha who attend the clan meeting are all high net worth and highly educated ninjas. They were not illiterate, and they recognized every word written by Fugaku, but when they put them together, they were left at a loss. Page 24. The hardship march, the kindness education, the advisor's kindness is not over yet. Looking at the history of our Uchiha clan, it seems that we have always been marching in suffering. But now there is a change, a turning point that hasn't been seen in 50 years. This is a favor from Mr. Gojo. Oh, I understand this time. The tribesmen present all understood. They didn't understand at first, didn't understand in the middle, but they understood in the end. Gojo Kagetsu, the clan leader's friend and the Hokage's advisor, has become a very well-known figure in Konoha village in recent years. But he is in. The Uchiha clan, which has always admired the strong, doesn't care about that. Gojo Kagetsu is just a chunin, no matter what, he is just a chunin. Can he help them get the glory that belongs to the Uchiha clan? The tribesmen's indifferent expressions were within expectations. Fugaku was not in a hurry and slowly placed the 3 years in ninja school brought by Mrs. Mikoto on the table. What is this? The first one, read it yourself. Among the Uchiha, Fugaku was the eldest and Setsuna was the second. He frowned as a matter of course and was the first to flip through 3 years in ninja school. Konoha 39 years? Security department? The old lady who stole the military ration pills. Uchiha Setsuna frowned repeatedly. He was more senior than Fugaku and had more experience in the security department than him. It can almost be said with certainty that such a story never happened in the security department that year. But you can say that the Uchiha people are crazy, but you can't say that they have no strength. After a little thinking, Uchiha Setsuna understood the deep meaning of Hyooliang pill. Humph, I will never tolerate such cowardly behavior. Let us Uchiha respect a Chunin? That is your personal relationship with Fugaku, it has nothing to do with the clan. Uchiha Setsuna crossed his arms and crossed his chest. As a traditional Uchiha ninja, he preferred to trust the shuriken in his hand. We Uchiha have not fallen to the point where we need to rely on the support of those fools, a Chunin, to gain our rightful position. Fugaku, you are still too young to understand the principle of power coming out of the shuriken. I know Danzo. That guy is definitely not someone who will give up easily. He inherited the will of the Nidaime and has long harbored deep malice towards us Uchiha. Even if this article is really useful, the resulting situation is only temporary. The villagers of Konoha don't like us at all. Stupid. Elder Setsuna, this is our chance to live in peace with the village. The dovish Uchiha glared at each other. A brief peace won't do anything. Neither side paid much attention to this Hyouriyomaru and the Gojo's favor mentioned by Fugaku. This clan meeting seemed to be falling into an abyss of endless quarrels. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Setsuna, Yashiro, Taihuo, Inahiro. He called out the names of more than a dozen Uchiha clan jonins in a row, both doves and hawks, with an unprecedented serious tone, as if he was the king of hell calling out their names. The noisy meeting hall gradually quieted down. Those whose names I have mentioned above can stay. The rest of the tribesmen can leave first. This. The Uchiha ninjas looked at each other, but finally chose to leave. Finally. More than a dozen authentic plain yellow banner Uchiha men came to the meeting hall. Fugaku, what is it that requires you to disperse the tribe? You are all the absolute core of the Uchiha family. I will not hide some things from you. I did not discuss the topic just now with everyone here. At this stage, the clan must not engage in armed conflict with Konoha. We must also respect and remember the kindness of the 5 counselors. The domineering and deep voice echoed in the meeting hall for a long time. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes flickered. He didn't understand what was wrong with Fugaku today. Fugaku, who was always indecisive, actually said such tough words. But when facing the new Wolf King in the wolf pack, Setsuna did not choose to submit. He asked a fatal question. Fugaku, why do you think you can influence our will? Just by being a clan leader? Can you do it? With these eyes? The next second, Uchiha Setsuna's pupils suddenly shrank. What did he see? A pair of Sharingan eyes that were different from the 3 Megatama eyes and emitted terrifying and cold chakra appeared in front of the ninjas. Is this the Sharingan? No, that's not right, this is the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Setsuna exclaimed, Fugaku, when did you? Before he finished speaking, he seemed to fall into some kind of insane state of ecstasy. He muttered to himself. These are the eyes that Madara once had. These eyes, if we Uchiha had these eyes, we would be able to. Uchiha Setsuna raised his head with a fanatical look on his face. He was about to say something, but he met Fugaku's calm eyes. These eyes are the eyes that symbolize peace. They are the eyes that will give you peace of mind. Unless the village attacks us first, I, Fugaku, will never use these eyes to become an enemy of the village, and I will never allow my people to become enemies of the village. Now. Uchiha Fugaku placed his hands on the tabletop of the podium, and leaned forward slowly with a sense of pressure. As for what I said, live in peace with the village and respect and remember the kindness of the 5 counselors. Who agrees and who opposes? Fugaku looked around. This time, no one said anything. He nodded with satisfaction. The next topic is about purchasing 3 years of ninja school to provide basic education for our Uchiha children. Calling brothers too close, calling readers too unfamiliar, calling thick rice too strong, calling treasure too greasy. So, bring some money and knives, parents who feed and clothe you ___. Volume 38, Pa. The Jounin is not right and the Jounin is crooked. The next morning. Gojo Suketsuki's new home. Gojo Jiu, who was still fighting with the blonde banshee in his sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up in shock. Not because of anything else, just because of the prompt from the system. Uchiha Fugaku awakens the Mangeki Sharingan, Prosperity plus 300. The internal hidden danger of the Uchiha clan has been temporarily resolved, Prosperity plus 150. Unlock milestone achievement, the consultant's kindness cannot be forgotten. Award : Dakujutsu 6 Eyes Perfect Level, you will be able to perform extremely precise operations on chakra. Space-time ninjutsu unlimited technique proficient, regular shuriken, kunao, detonating tags, and ninjutsu will not work on you. Ninja Beast Mahalo cannot be summoned, you can extract a small amount of its chakra, which will significantly increase the chakra amount and recovery speed. Space-time ninjutsu Kang entry level, attraction centered on Kang, with a maximum output of negative infinity, similar to a small black hole. No seal is required when activating Kang, and it can be activated instantly. You can also spend time to adjust the direction, which can be derived into teleportation / high-speed movement / long-distance fast movement. Fugaku evolved into a Mangeki. Oh my goodness, the reward exploded. Gojo Jiu listened to the broadcast intently and couldn't help but smile with the same gratified smile as a hard-working farmer when he gets a good harvest. Just by listening to the description, you can tell that it is extremely powerful. Gojo Jiu closed his eyes and felt the warm current flowing out from his abdomen with 8-pack muscles. The chakra from Makulo is being refined. If his total chakra amount was only 1 card before, then now his body can control at least 2 card of chakra. As for Kang, there is also a technique with no lower limit. Gojo Jiu slowly stood up, and with a thought, he was in front of the dining table in the next moment, moving so fast that it surpassed the traditional instant body movement technique. Then he picked up the kunao on top and stabbed it hard into his palm. From a visual perspective, the tip of the kunao had already pierced into the fragile skin of the palm. But in reality, the kunao and the palm seemed to be separated by a wall of size that could never be crossed. The fact that the ninja tool hit Gojo Kaizuki became a reality that could never be achieved. Gojo Jiu lowered his arms and looked thoughtful. In other words, the current king is equivalent to a weakened version of Wangxiang Tianyan. The unlimited technique is an alternative version of Susanoo. From the outside, he can't see anything, but he is immune to the ninja tools and ninjutsu from the genin. Although genin is weak and has no reference value, if he is strengthened to the end without limit, he might be immune to the abnormal seal of Chibaku Tensei. Gojo Jiu was full of anticipation. The other end of the large flat. Jiue-jun, what are you messing with so early in the morning? Sam rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, she was already filled with resentment. What Gojo Jiu had done to her had almost touched her bottom line. As a last resort, she lowered her bottom line again and again. He said he was going to go to the ninja school to lay the groundwork for stealing student files, but ended up watching that speech that distorted his rationality. Without doing any effective preparatory work, he was dragged to the Konoha real estate exchange by Gojo Keigetsu, where he bought a fully furnished house that was ready for move-in, and then he started living together at night for some unknown reason. Samui pondered all night, thinking about how to contact Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, to bribe her. At this stage, she didn't know where Tsunade was, what her hobbies were, and she didn't know how to start the conversation. It seems like we are back to the starting point where we need to ask the village for help. But the village has already given her financial assistance. If she needs to rely on the village for everything, wouldn't she, Samui, become a useless ninja? I didn't sleep well the whole night. When I finally closed my eyes, I was woken up by the noise made by Gojo Jiu. The resentment in his heart was so intense that he wished Samui would raise her foot and stomp hard on Gojo Jiu's annoying face. Aha! Gojoja-Iu turned and looked at Samui. It seemed that this foreign female kunoichi from Kumagakure was being driven to mental breakdown by him. Page 25. Gojoja-Iu suddenly had an idea. Yay, I forgot to tell you that there is something very important that I need you to do recently. Again? Samui only felt her heart was sullen, and asked in a muffled voice, "What's the matter?" Cough. Didn't I promote you to be the head of the college's publishing house? So now you need to be responsible for all external affairs of the publishing house. Gojoja-Iu said mysteriously. According to my intelligence network, a well-known author in the industry recently wanted to discuss cooperation with our publishing house. When the time comes, I may need you to be responsible for the reception and sign Jiraiya to our publishing house. After all, my identity is not suitable for me to come forward. If this matter is negotiated, it will bring us considerable benefits. Money. 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 Gojo Kagetsu, this rubbish ninja, is really obsessed with money. Samui humiliated Gojoja-Iu viciously in her heart, but a gentle and considerate smile appeared on her face. That's what I should do. I just don't know, who is that famous author? You probably don't know his name. He is the author of the banned book Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya, hey. Lack of sleep slowed down Sam's thinking. When she found the name in her memory palace, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Jiraiya is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. I heard that he left Konoha a few years ago and traveled around the ninja world. I didn't expect that such a ninja would also be the author of such obscene books. Samui couldn't help but look down on the ninjas of Konoha. Pa! If the jonin is not upright, the jonin will be crooked. But soon, Samui realized that this was an opportunity. Her goal at this stage is to find and bribe Tsunade so that she can return to Konoha to support Gojo Kazuki and consolidate his position as the Hokage's advisor. Jiraiya is also one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and he knows some information about Tsunade. God-given opportunity. Gojo Kagetsu, this stupid and lustful ninja, will never know that it was he who personally handed over important information and opportunities to me. Yi, what's wrong? You look distracted. Gojoja-Iu was a little curious. From yesterday until now, it seemed that Samui had been hiding something from him. But the prosperity level has not changed, so we can rest assured. Nothing, I just didn't sleep well. A kiss will make you feel more energetic. 3. Epsilon. At. No, this is disgusting. Hiss, hiss. Ku. Volume 39, SHH, Free speech is not allowed here. Samui was on her way to the Polytechnic Press. The days filled with suffering seemed to finally see the light of day. Once I find Tsunade and have her establish Gojo Kazuki as an advisor, I will move out of my house immediately. Samui wiped her pink lips viciously again. Although it had been rinsed with cold water several times, the warmth left by Gojoja-Iu still seemed to be engraved into the skin's texture. Nausea. Nausea. I want to vomit. Being treated like such a vile ninja. Samui felt like she was being defiled. If Samui only fought for the village at the beginning, then now she is not only fighting for the village, but also for her own chastity. After losing the game called Defense of the Advisor, she had to give birth to a child with a vile ninja like Gojo Kagetsuki for the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village. Calm down, Samui. You can do this. Of course, if Gojoja-Iu knew that Samui was thinking this way, he would definitely become even more excited. The way to the Polytechnic Press is through the new commercial street. At first, Sam thought that the daily routine on this necessary journey would not change much. But by chance, she glanced sideways and saw a familiar figure. She slowed down her pace. Hey! Ichiraku Ninja Tool Shop. Samui blinked, her blue-green eyes showing a look of doubt, and she walked in. Ichiraku Ninja Tool Store is doing pretty good business. Although the secret medicine for bodybuilding has not yet been developed, some instant breakfasts that are good for the body are already on the shelves. Early in the morning, groups of ordinary ninjas and civilians chose to eat here. Order a pot of the best muye tribute tea, call a few good friends, and you can while away the whole morning. The don't rob note never disappeared again, and the boss Kobarai and his men always had a smile on their faces instead of vigilance. The bad experience in the hidden cloud village seemed to have become a thing of the past forever. This Konoha is really a great place. It's really boss Kobarai, why is he in Konoha? Samui was confused. Normally, the owner of a ninja tool shop would choose a village and settle there for life, and it is rare to hear that he would move to another village. Samui was not worried that her identity would be exposed, because when she was in the hidden cloud village, every time she went to Ichiraku ninja tool shop, she would consciously conceal her figure. Because I was scared away by Gojoja-yu, I didn't have breakfast. Simply, Sam found a quiet seat, sat down, ordered a few fast foods, and began to observe quietly. The waitress was busy shuttling between a dozen round tables and square stools. Her steps were light, and the sounds of the guests' conversations around her were carried into Samui's ears. "Hey, what are you looking at with a scroll so early in the morning?" "Oh, my child has been admitted to the ninja school, and the shurikens and kunai he needs to buy for training are very expensive. I was planning to find another job to supplement the family income. Then you can use the Bosi direct hiring promoted by Gojo Consultants. All the places in the village that need manpower are recorded on it. I'm looking for it." The two people who were talking took a sip of tea and said, "If you ask me, your child is too ignorant. It's time to discipline him. No matter how you teach me, I don't understand these things. Just read a book. Haven't you heard about the book 3 Years at Ninja School that suddenly became popular yesterday? That is." The conversation between the two soon attracted the attention of the tea drinker next to them, who interrupted and said, "It records some of the good things that happened in the 50 years since the founding of Konoha village. Especially the first one. I was really shocked after reading it. I felt really guilty for making an old man like that commit a crime for a Bing Liang pill. The police officer and the police chief inside are quite nice. They are good ninjas. If you are an official and don't serve the people, you might as well go home and sell ramen noodles. The Uchiha of today should really learn from the police officers back then. You idiot. The police officers back then are the same as the police officers in the police department now. The story is about the ninjas of the Uchiha clan." "Eh? How could this be? So they are good ninjas? But I heard Uchiha ninjas are all like that. And why can't they just write their names when they do good deeds?" "Ahem. Enough, this is a topic that cannot be touched." The man glanced at the guys wearing ninja forehead protectors around him with a vigilant look and whispered a warning. Samui raised her snow-white neck and drank the last sip of hot tea. There was deep confusion in his eyes. No, why haven't these Konoha villagers figured it out yet? The beginning is not important, the middle is not important, the most important thing is the last sentence: the people in this village are guilty. They are about to rebel, and you still care about the good things they did in the past? Stupid Konoha ninja. After all, Samui is a native of the ninja world and does not understand the horror of public opinion and public intellectual articles. In this age of information blockade, a magazine is enough to overturn some superficial ideas. It is very common to believe that rain is coming when you hear the wind. Rebellion and treason are big matters, and it is not the turn of grassroots ninjas and ordinary villagers like them to worry about them. Cannon fodder should have the awareness of being cannon fodder. But the police department is closely related to everyone. There is a joke circulating among the people of Konoha: there are 3 things you have to experience in Konoha Ninja Village: birth, police department and death. News from the police department would come out every now and then, and any movement would become a topic of conversation after dinner. Under the influence of the will of fire, the Konoha ninjas still retained the most simple concepts of good and evil. In their view, the old lady in the article is pitiful, the police officer is kind, and the onlookers and the war that caused all this are guilty. The tea drinker's words seemed to resonate with the people around him, and one of them couldn't help but say with tears in his eyes, "I can't help but reflect." Identification with the Uchiha seemed to be spreading at a viral rate amid the repressive political atmosphere. Everything was developing just as Gojo Jaiyu had promised. Human nature is like this. The more it is concealed and suppressed, the more people will spontaneously want to find out the truth. Under the guidance of the exploration psychology, the final conclusion is often more memorable. So the Uchiha are so kind, strange, why do we always think that the Uchiha are bad, why can't you just write your name in the book if you did a good deed? Is there some shady deal, someone is influencing our judgment, we have all been deceived by the mastermind, who is the mastermind? SHH, there is no freedom of speech here. Woohoo! The villagers' sympathy and guilt towards Uchiha turned into hot wind, blowing on Samui's puzzled face. As the tea guest said, Samui couldn't help but reflect. What went wrong? Image, thanks, location, images/17174643269-1004979-1117422237.jpg. This click list finally made it to the top, even if it was only for a moment. I am still very grateful to the fans ___. Volume 40. About the story of the people of Konoha singing the spirit of the Hyoromaru. The problem is. Page 26. There are bad people among the masses. Sir, we performed well, didn't we? Well, it's okay. You're a veteran actor. Here's the reward. Gojo Kagetsu first used a transformation jutsu, then put on a mask, and in a dark alley somewhere in Konoha, he gave the reward money to the extras. There was no such thing as Konoha suddenly becoming popular, it was just that someone was secretly fanning the flames. There were a lot of extras present. There was an old lady who stood up for Uchiha in a ramen shop, and a passerby who interrupted in a ninja tool shop. The extras were all very happy after receiving their money. Among them, the young man who was given the code name Jin by Gojo Kagetsu rubbed his hands. My lord, do you have any other instructions? This, really exists. Memorize this line. When you find that the wind direction is changing inexplicably, use these lines flexibly. What is that? The extras were filled with curiosity. Most of them are propaganda elites trained by Gojo Kagetsu. Compared with the simple ninja world, they are much more skilled in manipulating public opinion. If laymen do not understand propaganda, they will see adults as if they were a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If laymen understand propaganda, they will see adults as if they were an ant. The more I worked under Gojo Jaiyu, the more I was amazed at his ability to play with words. Gojo Jaiyu cleared his throat. In Konoha, at first they imprisoned the ninjas who petitioned for the people, and I didn't say anything, because I was a coward. Then they suppressed the Uchiha ninjas, and I didn't say anything, because I was not an Uchiha. After that, they imprisoned those who spoke for the Uchiha. I did not speak out, because I was an unrelated passerby. Finally, they came for me, but no one stood up to speak for me anymore. The veteran actors looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Among them, the one who wanted to improve the most stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. In the dark times, the village suffered persecution from the evil forces. This is something that every one of us in Konoha hates. The fate of ninjas and villagers is often closely linked. If we do not uphold the truth, do not uphold justice, do not maintain fairness, and only care about our own interests in the face of the evil forces in the village, and turn a blind eye to the injustice, bullying, and persecution of others, we will be the ones who are punished in the end. Who can ignore what happened to the Uchiha after hearing this? This is truly a piece of writing that an adult could come up with. My lord, Gao. My lord, hard. My lord, it's high and hard. The endless flattery made Wu Tiaojiu's face turn red under the mask. Okay, the ninja dogs in the village are all organized, so don't think about making progress like that. You know the rules. Pay attention to your own safety and don't expose yourself. After leaving these instructions, Gojo Jiu disappeared in a flash in this dark corner. The usual means of communication and the selection of locations were all observed by him personally with his 6 eyes. Although it cannot be said to be absolutely safe, there is no need to worry about surveillance from the root. The members do not know each other's real names, they only know each other's code names given by Gojo Jiu. This group of veteran actors will, for a long time, become Gojo Jiu's propaganda tools for integrating Konoha's power. After Gojo Jiu left, only a group of veteran actors remained there. Among them, the codename Vodka couldn't help but whispered, "Sir, who exactly is he? He even knows the organization of Konoha's ninja dogs. Be careful with your words. Vodka. Have you forgotten the organizational rules that the adults told us about? Don't tell secrets that shouldn't be told. Don't ask secrets that shouldn't be asked. Don't look at secrets that shouldn't be looked at. Don't discuss secrets in non-confidential places." A small unknown ninja clan. We should learn from the Uchiha clan and their attitude towards ordinary members of the clan. In the Uchiha, if children quarrel with their parents and run away from home, if they are hungry, they can go to any Uchiha house to get a free military pill. Do you know why the Uchiha clan members are all very rich? Why are there no clan members who have become homeless due to poverty in the Uchiha clan land? Because the relatively wealthy and powerful Uchiha clan members like to throw some Bing Liang pills on the roadside. Those clan members who are in trouble will pick them up to fill their stomachs, and even the extra Bing Liang pills can be sold to Bing Liang pill stores to make money. The rich will help the poor, the strong will help the poor. Let some people get rich and strong first, and then help the weaker ones. This is why the Uchiha clan is so powerful. What a united, friendly, harmonious and kind family this is. The Uchiha are not powerful without a reason. I have decided to define this spirit as the Bing Liang Guan spirit. We must spread it among our clan and learn from it. An elder who looked very old expressed his opinion in an old voice, telling the story of the modified version of Bing Liang pill that he had heard from somewhere. A tribesman raised his hand silently and refuted. But elder, didn't you always warn us to avoid dealing with the Uchiha clan? Foolishness changes with time. An old man in the tribe is like a treasure. In the elder's turbid eyes, there was a gleam of wisdom that seemed to see through the fog of the world. It doesn't matter what the Uchiha clan is like. What matters is what kind of Uchiha the village needs. What kind of Uchiha the times need. We will define Uchiha in the way the adults need us to be. Don't stand on the wrong side. This is the way of life in our small ninja village. Oh, is that so? Wait till the end of Parliament. The young ninjas of the Shinobi clan gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss the speeches made by the clan elders at the clan meeting today. In fact, it doesn't matter what the Uchiha clan is like, but the past customs of Konoha seem to revolve around attacking the Uchiha clan. The ninja world is a huge makeshift team, and the vast majority of ninjas are a mob. Not attacking the Uchiha? Are you a loner? Over time, a low-pressure atmosphere was formed. The Hyoaliang Mara spirit inexplicably announced by the clan elders today made these young ninjas change their attitude towards Uchiha, and they felt strange for a moment. For example, in the ninja school classes, in the past, under the coercion and inducement of the class bully, ordinary students would also join in the cold bullying of the nerds with good grades in the class. Suddenly one day, a new class teacher was appointed and announced that the bullying incident would be thoroughly investigated. For a while, the class bully was scared and was taken away by the head teacher for education, while the ordinary students who participated in the cold bullying reversed their attitude towards the nerd. Someone looked up at the dark sky and said in doubt, "Hey? Is the day going to change? It feels really uncomfortable to wear a cyber ball gag. Come and get some recommendation votes to relax __. Volume 41, it's about time that the hidden cloud ninjas felt inferior. Lying on the luxurious big sofa that Samui bought, Gojo-Iu felt a slight sense of guilt in his heart. Hey, you can't do that without some soup in Kumagakure. He is a good ninja after all. In case Samui ends up becoming his flesh and blood, then Kumagakure is still half his family. It is said that the wool comes from the sheep. I have fleeced so much wool from Union during this period of time, it seems a bit unreasonable not to give some benefits. As for the hidden cloud village, the pressure has been getting more and more intense recently. After all, he hadn't gotten any decent information for a month, so he was really getting anxious. If the people of Kumagakure feel that Samui is not doing a good job, it would be bad if they want to remove her and replace her with someone else. Also, revealing some insignificant information can make Samui's status in Kumagakure higher. The higher your status, the more support you will receive. The more Gojo-Iu can squeeze out, the more he can squeeze out. What's hers is his. Gojo-Iu touched his chin and thought, what should I reveal? At this time, Samui, who had been busy at the Polytechnic College press for the whole morning, also returned home exhausted. The beautiful rippling rhythm soon attracted Gojo-Iu's attention and inspired him. It's about time that the hidden cloud ninjas feel inferior because of the forehead protector. He immediately put on a thief-like attitude and waved to Samui, who had just put down her briefcase. Ji-yu-kun, what happened again? Samui sighed helplessly, looking forward to Jiraiya's arrival. As soon as she got Tsunade's message, she set off immediately and never stayed with Gojo-Iu for a moment. I'm going to tell you something important, but you can't tell anyone else. Gojo-Iu seemed to have heard some huge gossip and couldn't wait to share it with others. Event. Samui's heart sank and he pretended to listen. There was no doubt in my heart that this was fake news from Gojo-Iu. After spending some time together, Samui could be sure that Gojo Kagetsu was an incompetent and lustful Konoha Chunin. According to the intelligence recently collected by our Konoha Intelligence Department, there may be a rebellion in the Hidden Mist Village in the near future. What? Samui held back a scream and repeated to herself several times, calm down, before she calmed down. Knowing in advance that other ninja villages would rebel? Is Konoha's intelligence agency already so strong? Or was this rebellion planned by Konoha itself? Hehe, I was also shocked when I heard the news. Fortunately it has nothing to do with our Konoha. We can just sit at home and watch the show. Gojo-Iu said as he couldn't help but reach out and stroke Samui's white and tender little hand. Between choosing to sell out the village's information to Kumagakure and fabricating false information about Konoha, he chose to reveal to Kumagakure what was going to happen in Kirigakure. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the pig. Of course, the impending rebellion in Kirigakure was not false information he had made up. At this point in time, coupled with the stimulation of the upcoming release of the new issue of Yumu, Gojo-Iu can almost be 100% sure that there will be chaos inside Kirigakure. Page 27. Madness. There are so many things that can be done if you know in advance that a ninja village will rebel. She is fully confident that the Hidden Cloud village will benefit from this turmoil. Smart ninjas choose to profit from it, while stupid ninjas choose to watch the show at home. In the front face that Gojo-Iu could not see, Samui's eyes revealed a hint of deep disgust. It would be a waste of talent to let him know such information. But it was also thanks to him that I was able to obtain such secret information. From Gojo Kagetsu's words, Samui also caught a message: it has nothing to do with Konoha. From this point of view, it was probably the secret information obtained by Konoha's intelligence personnel outside, rather than Konoha's active planning of the Kirigakure turmoil. She had to admit that in terms of obtaining information, Kumagakure was not as good as Konoha at this stage. Well, we should reflect on this. Ji-yu-kun, you said that there will be a rebellion in the Hidden Mist Village in the near future. Where did this information come from? Inside the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato listened to Gojo Kagetsu's report and his expression gradually became serious. There are 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. If any problem occurs within any of them, it may cause a chain reaction in the other 4 major ninja villages. The reasons for the rebellion, the process of suppression, these are all valuable experiences that are hard to find in daily life. On the premise of ensuring safety, we can also accept rebellious ninjas as well as evacuated merchants and funds, all of which may become Konoha's valuable wealth. For this reason, Minato Namikaze attached great importance to it. Very reliable. Gojo Jaiyu nodded seriously, and explained without blushing or breathing hard, "This is the information I got from the Kumagakure spy. The intelligence department of Kumagakure has found out that a rebellion in Kirigakure is imminent." It's hard to say that Gojo Jaiyu analyzed such important information on his own. For the sake of the village, even if they had a good personal relationship, Minato might not necessarily accept his advice. But if there was a Kumagakure endorsement behind him, his credibility would undoubtedly be much stronger. Information from Kumagakure. Minato pondered for a moment, is that Kumagakure Kunoichi reliable? Is it possible that she deliberately leaked false information? Trust me, Minato. Samui's mouth is very tight. I had to work very hard to get the information out of her. That's it, I understand. Minato has always trusted Gojo Kagetsu's ability to do things. That day he said at his home that he wanted to keep this Kumagakure spy, probably for this day. The seeds that were sown finally bore fruit. Minato sighed. It seems that in terms of intelligence gathering, we in Konoha still need to learn from the Hidden Cloud Village. As the head of the Anbu, I should reflect on this. Fortunately, we have you, Jaiyu-kun, so that Konoha will not fall too far behind Kumagakure. I will start issuing tasks in the name of the Hokage. Deploy personnel around Kirigakure as early as possible to gain the greatest benefit. The plan of taking advantage of the situation and marching into Union was thus finalized. Minato pulled out a brand new ninja forehead protector from a drawer and handed it to Gojo Kaizuki. Jaiyu-kun. This is the first new forehead protector made by the Konoha Forehead Protector Factory. There are words engraved on the back. As the designer, I'll leave the first one to you. Gojo Jaiyu took the new forehead protector and touched the cold words on the back of it. He reminded, "Oh, Minato, the ninjas who accept the missions related to the Hidden Mist Village must be made to wear the new forehead protectors. Whether you are a Jonin or a Chunin, this is a prerequisite for accepting a mission." At this, Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, revealing the same sly smile as Gojo Kagetsu. "I understand what you mean, Jaiyu." Volume 42, Return to the Chakra Kingdom, Pure Power. The same night that he received the information, Samui passed it back, and emphasized the importance and urgency of this information. Union's finances have been tight recently, and in order to compensate the village for the 10 million taels given to him, Samui sincerely hopes that his village can profit from this turmoil. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Samui feels that she has done her best in this round. The next second after transmitting the information, she immediately used the breath-concealing technique to completely wipe out the chakra aura. "Come on Hwa, come on Union." For a moment, he slipped up and swallowed the interjection that Gojo Jaiyu kept saying all day long, and changed it into the most sincere blessing to his village. Information top secret. Unsealing warning. Union Year 51, Information Person, Samui. Information Source, Konoha Yandame Hokage's advisor Gojo Jaiyu, the Konoha Anbu he controls. Intelligence, the Hidden Mist Village will rebel in the near future, and the Leaf Village has chosen to participate in it by issuing a mission by the Hokage. Reikage's Office. AI, Mabai, and the Reikage Advisory Group, each of them held this information in their hands, their faces were grim, and no one spoke first. Unexpectedly, Comrade Samui, who had not sent back any information, suddenly made a big move. This let the hidden cloud village know in advance that rebellions would occur in other ninja villages. Then, there is more room for maneuver. The old advisor, the Raikage, was still smart. He spoke first. Now, there are two paths before us. First, immediately reorganize the military and send a large number of ninjas from our village to gather in the small country at the junction of Kumagakure and Kirigakure. Once the rebellion begins, we will take advantage of the situation and attack Kirigakure. AI clapped his hands and cheered, "Good, good, this is good. I've been annoyed by those rats in Kirigakure for a long time." Second, issue relevant tasks in the name of the Raikage. Let capable ninjas go to the border between the two villages on their own. Personally, I prefer the second option. Why? Only by launching an attack in the name of the village can we, the Hidden Cloud Village, gain the greatest benefit. AI raised his doubts. It has been less than a year since we, the Cloud Village, emerged from the quagmire of war. In addition, the monkeys from the Rock Village have been eyeing us covetously. If we take the initiative to attack, we will inevitably take risks. Besides, a full-scale war means we have to establish a temporary base in the land of hot springs, which is not good. We should make our enemies as few as possible and our friends as many as possible. And the most important thing. The old advisor paused and said, Konoha's choice is also to act quietly, not to engage in a large-scale war. This is undoubtedly the best way to cut some meat from Kirigakure while preventing the village from being invaded. Konoha, Konoha, it's Konoha again. Do we in Kumagakure have to follow Konoha in everything? This is inevitable. Currently, Konoha is the only developed village in our ninja world and is the beacon of the ninja world. We need to learn from Konoha's advanced experience and create a unique development path suitable for our Kumagakure. Only by facing up to the gap can we make progress. AI, you are too young and need to calm down and reflect on yourself. Also, the new forehead protector has been made. Let the ninjas on the mission wear it. In the land of hot springs, we might encounter Konoha ninjas with the same idea. Then we must show the generosity of our Kumagakure ninjas. Foolishly. Raikage AI left the Raikage building in a gloomy mood again. Not saying anything against it, was like tacitly accepting the Raikage advisor's suggestion. He is not good at talking, but AI is probably not convinced in his heart. Are they Kumagakure weaker than Konoha? They always make a poor imitation of Konoha. If you ask him, once the lightning chakra is activated, it's done. Why are there so many twists and turns? Since when did the martial arts-loving Kumagakure begin to compete with Konoha in quality? Feeling a little unhappy, Raikage AI planned to visit Killer B, who was in imprisonment, to see if the boy had gotten back on track during his imprisonment. When it comes to being the eldest brother, AI is really worried. Extra, extra. The second issue of Yi Mu is on sale. Quantity is limited, so hurry up and buy now. From the somewhat shabby commercial street of Union came the passionate shouting of bookstore clerks. The sharp-eyed Raikage AI also discovered that the two wooden men that the village was planning to focus on training were standing at the door of the bookstore holding a book. The other party seemed to have noticed me, but the look in his eyes seemed a little strange. AI puffed out his chest proudly, thinking that it was his well-trained chest muscles that attracted the admiration of the village ninjas. When the wind blew gently, it accidentally blew open a corner of the wool wood in the hands of the two wooden figures, revealing the words inside, "Free will, rights." Soon, Raikage AI arrived at Killer B's confinement room. Although it is called a confinement room, it can almost be said to be the most luxurious and comfortable single room in the Hidden Cloud Village. Everything you need is here, and all the facilities for muscle training are available. The interior is filled with stickers such as "Abstinence is the best medicine," "Not ejaculating is the best supplement," "1 drop of semen equals 10 drops of chakra," "They like it, I am afraid, because I know the terrible harm," you make yourself happy, but the symptoms make you suffer. Return to the chakra kingdom. Pure power is the power of healing. No matter how much chakra a ninja has, the prostate is fragile. Such a slogan. The main point is to awaken the heart of Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, as a powerful ninja. I get angry just thinking about this. The reason why Kirabi became his sworn brother was because of his unique skills in using the bull, thunder plow and hot knife. But in the last test, Kirabi was directly knocked out by him. It can be seen that reading those banned books has damaged his muscles. According to AI's original idea, this time he should see a Kirabi who is full of energy, full of vitality, and overflowing with chakra. The fact is, that's almost true. At this moment, AI was sitting cross-legged on the big bed, with powerful chakra emanating from his body. Without the temptation of the forbidden book, Killer Bee seems to be back on track as a mature and powerful ninja. Seeing this, AI crossed his arms and smiled with pride and satisfaction. After all, it was his adopted brother Kirabi who did not let him down. Kirabi seemed to sense the presence of the person coming. He slowly got up from the bed and said in a very serious tone, "Anagi, I need to tell you something today." "Oh? What? You want to ask me about the latest muscle building method? No problem, I can teach you. Let's put the muscle issue aside for now, yo." Page 28. Kirabi made the classic rap gesture, hummed a strange tune, and swayed to AI's side. "Anagi, I feel like you've taken away my right to freedom of speech, yet, Killer Bee has the courage to pursue freedom of speech, and the Yandame AI is broad-minded. The Hidden Cloud Village will become a powerful hidden village that the Land of Lightning is proud of. Yo! Anagi, this is the story that should belong to our Kumagakuer. Let us create a legend that belongs to Abby." Then, there were confusing words like "the daimyo of the Land of Lightning will also support it, do it boldly, it's great, even use force, give me a copy of the Spirited Away record of female ninjas." Oh, at least it's not completely incomprehensible. AI keenly grasped the keywords bold, force, female ninja. Killer Bee, his brain, and the 8 tails in his body have probably been completely destroyed by the forbidden book. AI clenched his fists suddenly, feeling grief-stricken. Instantly he entered the terrifying lightning chakra mode and roared at Killer Bee. Ninja Technique Personality Correction Fist. Why hasn't the cyber ball ended yet? If it doesn't end, I'm really going to follow the trend and post a bounty. Please give me some free recommendation tickets __. Volume 43, Konoha's hegemony is crumbling, and we, the Hidden Cloud Village, are rising up. Polytechnic Press. Samui put on Gojo Jaiu's favorite gold-rimmed glasses and started working as usual. But he didn't notice the white-haired ninja who appeared at the end of the street. "It's me, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya blew his nose and subconsciously raised his head to look in the direction of the high school press. "Is it because I'm too nervous? Why did I just feel a chakra fluctuation coming from the publishing house? People say that one is homesick when near home." Jiraiya, who has been away from Konoha for a long time, once again returns to the land where he was born and raised. Well, not as one of the Sunin, but as the pen name Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya's departure this system log is not in vain. At this stage, Jiraiya is tired of the fighting and killing during his career as a ninja. If it hadn't been a matter of life and death for Konoha village, he probably wouldn't have returned to the village as a Sunin. "This time I came back to study and communicate." Along the way, Jiraiya felt that the village had changed a lot during the years he was away, especially the new commercial street, which was really bustling. He didn't pay attention to ninja affairs, but after him, Konoha had a brilliant and great writer. Especially his favorite book, The Spirited Away Record of Female Ninjas, which made even Jiraiya, a professional writer, excited. It was as if he had regained the drive of his youth and refreshed his understanding of the ninja way that he pursued. "I wonder what kind of person that genius writer is." Jiraiya arrived at the gate of the Technical College Press, where a receptionist was already waiting there. When they saw Jiraiya with white hair, they understood and walked forward. This must be Master Jiraiya. President Gojo has told us to wait here. Please follow us. Gojo? It's a rare surname. Jiraiya followed behind, repeating the somewhat familiar name. I seem to have heard from the old man that the current advisor to the fourth Hokage is also named Gojo. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Jiraiya's expression was very strange, although it was normal for ninjas to have side jobs. But the side job of a village consultant is writing banned pornographic books, which sounds a bit abstract. Dong dong. Enter. A cold female voice came from inside the door, and Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he heard it. As expected, it wasn't Gojo Jiu, and judging from her voice, she was a great beauty. Jiraiya couldn't wait to push open the door, and his eyes paused for a moment when he saw Samui. In a trance, she seemed to see an old friend. But compared to that old friend, the President Gojo in front of him was taller and had a colder temperament. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the president of the Technical College Publishing House would be such a beautiful girl. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lord Jiraiya. You can also call me Jiraiya. Jiraiya talked incessantly, trying to show off his charm. Hello, Jiraiya. I invited you here to discuss the publication of the book and a small personal request from me. Oh? Why don't you tell me about your personal request first? Well, it's about Lady Tsunade. Such. This is the lucky bag that the author of the Hidden Ninja Record asked me to give you. Please open it after you leave here. In the president's office, Samui pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. He handed over the lucky bag that Gojo Jiu had entrusted to him. Although he was curious about what was written in it, Samui knew very well that don't ask what you shouldn't ask and don't look at what you shouldn't look at, so he naturally accepted the task. Jiraiya took the brocade bag and weighed it in his hand. Judging from the weight, there should be a piece of paper inside. Paper. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Perhaps this was the experience in writing that the other party wanted to pass on to him. Seeing the arrogant female president in front of him with a business-like attitude, Jiraiya didn't want to make trouble. He simply stood up and left, eager to go outside to see what was written in the mirror bag. Information is at hand. After sending away the confused Jiraiya, Samui couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. After all, she is a professionally trained spy and has mastered the art of speaking just right. He first hinted at his relationship with Gojo Jiu, demonstrating his clean political standing. After mentioning some women's private affairs caused by body issues, Jiraiya handed Tsunade's information to Samui without any preparation. With a deliberate and reasonable excuse coupled with the reaction of Chakra, Jiraiya met his own defeat. Of course, it is also possible that Jiraiya believes that no one can pose a threat to Tsunade in the Land of Fire. Fire Country Tanzaku Street, not sure which tavern or gambling house it is. Your hobby is gambling. Humph. Samui's cold and delicate face finally revealed a smile that came from the heart. Look at this, the Konoha ninja has fallen to this point. Orochimaru, one of the famous 3 ninjas of Konoha, didn't even know about it. Jiraiya was involved in pornography, Tsunade was involved in gambling, and the Hokage's advisor was pornographic, greedy, and stupid. It's just unbearable to watch. One has to admit that Konoha was very strong in the past, but now it is all show and no substance, and its position as the overlord of the ninja world is shaky. The land and water nurture the people. In Samui's opinion, the decline of Konoha is only a matter of time. And Union, a developing village, will take advantage of the opportunity to rise. Pity. Samui placed her hand on her heart. Because she was afraid of the title of the 3 ninjas, she had used the breath-suppressing ninja technique to the extreme just now. After notifying them in advance, I will no longer be able to use the art of telepathy for the next half-month. Otherwise, she would have to report back what she saw and heard tonight. Tell the ninjas in the village and the Reikage advisory group that the moon in Konoha is not as round, the air is not as sweet, and the ninjas are not as strong as they were a few years ago. Calm down, Samui. Next, what you have to do is to find a reasonable excuse to deceive that stupid and lecherous ninja Gojoja-yu. Find Tsunade, lose to her first to make her addicted to gambling, and then make her lose everything at once. Use this as a threat to get her to support Gojoja-yu and the Konoha high-level officials to prevent his position as advisor from being removed. Wait until everything is settled, and then use the telepathic technique to send back half a month's worth of news. Sam Yi sorted out his current thoughts and felt extremely calm. After being anxious for so many days, I seem to be able to finally have a good sleep tonight. Oh, as for the reward for the post, I'll open one on the day the post is published __. Volume 44, Basilisk. I want you. I want to help you practice. Jiraiya left the publishing house and strolled along the streets of the new commercial district. Various novelty shops are open for business. Feeling the changes that have taken place in Konoha over the years, everything seems to become familiar yet strange. The Konoha shrouded in the shadow of war in his memory seemed to have become a story in history books. There are several magnificent buildings in the new commercial street. Many outsiders gathered there and hired photographers to take photos and check in for themselves. It seems that there are also ordinary people who walk from small countries to Konoha. Konoha is kind-hearted and has introduced many policies that benefit tourists from other villages. For example, you can exchange slogans for free photo opportunities. From a distance, I could hear. We have arrived at the strongest village in the ninja world, Konoha. It's so beautiful, Konoha. Hey, isn't that the god of ninja? Look at the Hokage rock in the distance, folks. What a weird slogan. But Jiraiya straightened his chest unconsciously as he listened to the slogans of the outsiders. Jiraiya said with emotion, "Why do I feel that a ninja like me has been abandoned by the times? Where should we go next? It's a rare trip back to Konoha. Do you want to go see the old man?" As he was walking, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up as he saw a foot massage shop on the corner of the street. Page 29. Foot bath shop. Encountered this when Jiraiya was hiking to a small country. The young girl, who was dressed gracefully, was obviously an ordinary person, but her massage strength was comparable to that of a ninja, and she really gave Jiraiya a dream experience. I never expected to see this kind of store in Konoha. Now, when he saw the graceful girl at the door of the foot massage shop again, Jiraiya's little desire in his heart was aroused. How about going in and sitting down first? Jiraiya was about to take a step forward, but stopped, looking hesitant. Konoha is his hometown after all. Teddy doesn't eat grass in his own backyard, and what's more, he still has some charming and immature fantasies about Tsunade in his heart, which are not suitable for a teenager of his age. If Tsunade heard about the trip to the foot massage parlor, she could finally put this youthful fantasy behind her. Jiraiya felt a little reluctant. Just bear with it for a while, at worst we can go to the women's bathhouse at night. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, contemplating forcing himself off. His eyes unconsciously moved down and saw the mysterious brocade bag on his waist. Ah, look at me, I forgot to open it. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze was still lingering on the white thighs in front of the foot massage shop. Take one more look, everything is good. There was indeed a note in the brocade bag. The handwriting on it was clear, and it handed Jiraiya the words that the mysterious author wanted to convey. Great author, I have never met you before. Do you want to say something to Master Jiraiya? Jiraiya looked carefully. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. When I opened this treasure bag, you were standing in front of the foot massage shop, hesitating. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank, not understanding how the other party knew his current condition. Is it the old man's telescope technique? Please remember. You are not washing feet, but the mud of walking in the ninja world. You are squeezing away the edges and misfortunes smoothed by time. What hurts is their fate. They don't want your ninjutsu, they don't want your chakra, but they can give you all the tenderness in the world. At first you thought today was an ordinary day, when they stood in front of you carrying their boxes, like a flower nurtured by a spring in the mountains. The autumn wind knows your intentions and is gentle and affectionate. Love starts with the bell, and it's hard to calm down when the bell stops. If you don't go today, it would seem that you don't understand romance. Jiraiya was completely shocked, and all the chakra in his body seemed to be drained away. He subconsciously straightened his chest, and only one thought remained in his mind. Is this, the literary giant? I am a hero, how can I be someone who doesn't understand romance? You said Jiraiya and Orochimaru wanted to treat me to a meal. Real or fake? Gojo Kazuki was in the publishing house's office, looking at Kakashi with surprise. After Samui set off for Tansho Street, Gojo Jaiyu spent almost all his time in the publishing house and didn't even want to go home. This must be true. Kakashi nodded seriously. After all, it was Master Jiraiya who came to me personally to tell me this. Oh, in that case I have to prepare a good gift. Back off, Kakashi. Yes, Lord Gojo. And the results of the investigation into Commissioner Oyama's report of your corruption are out. Hey? How about it? Kakashi cleared his throat. According to the investigation, Gojo-sama, you have a good character and are undoubtedly innocent. Commissioner Koyama's report is pure rumor. Haha, Kakashi, you're quite good at taking pictures, and providing emotional value. Well, I'll tell you a secret. Gojo Jaiyu covered his mouth and whispered, actually. I'm a time-space ninja who traveled back through the dragon vein. Kakashi. 7. Probably this afternoon, Commissioner Oyama will be severely beaten by the masked man. And Kakashi, you will be promoted to a higher rank in the ANBU rank based on your own strength. Ah? Then you really did travel through time. O-B. Right, you can't just tell anyone that I'm a space-time ninja. If you tell them, it won't work. Gojo Jaiyu waved his hand. Okay, get busy. After seeing Kakashi off, Gojo Jaiyu was the only one left in the empty office. He closed his eyes and thought about Orochimaru. This guy's will is a little too firm. Gojo Kagetsu once tried many ways to change his mind and make him stay in Konoha. But his level of verbal persuasion was clearly not good enough, and he mostly received ambiguous responses. Coupled with the subsequent system log, Gojo Jaiyu's fantasy was completely shattered. Orochimaru's defection from the village is a foregone conclusion, and the bomb of human experiments that has been buried since who knows when is at risk of being detonated at any time. Some people believe that Orochimaru chose to defect after failing to compete with Minato for the position of the fourth Hokage and becoming a loser in the political struggle. This is simply belittling Orochimaru himself. Before defecting to Konoha, Orochimaru performed 521 B-level missions, 491 A-level missions, and 108 S-level missions for Konoha. Even Minato's S-level missions were less than one-third of his, only two-thirds of his A-level missions, and less than half of his B-level and C-level missions. This is a man who can be called the commander-in-chief of Konoha's 3 armies. In order to pursue immortality and develop technology to conduct bloody human experiments, he finally chose to defect from Konoha. As long as the ninja's energy is allocated to the right place, he will not pay attention to these trivial things. We must let the lower-level ninjas and civilians know that Konoha is still the same Konoha. As long as Gojo Kaigetsu is not gone, the situation will continue to improve without anyone else. Since we can't keep him, and we can't kill him at this stage, if we extend the world line, it might be possible to restore the prosperity of Konoha. Then facing this symptom, Konoha's chief physician Gojo Kagetsu thought. I have to discuss you somehow, Orochimaru. As for Orochimaru at this stage, has the impure world reincarnation been developed and improved? Gojo Kagetsu touched his chin. He could not remember much information about Orochimaru. Gojo Jaiyu took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote something that sounded like a spell on it. Most people might scoff at the above content, but for Orochimaru, who has gone into a trance due to his research, it can only be said to be just right. Snake Demon, I want you. Oh, no. Basilisk, I want to help you practice. Image, please watch VCR, location. Images/17176572488-10040979-1117522115.jpg. Underscore before it's even on the shelves, we're already fast forwarding to the pitiful part, referring to doing a normal gastroscopy. If everything goes well, I can still update tomorrow. If not, I may have to take the first day off tomorrow. But I will definitely update the day after tomorrow. After all, I only have one chance to take a day off this month. Underscore, please give me some free tickets and knives to comfort me. Volume 45, Come Back, Hashirama Hokage, my proudest belief. Weak, please, you are weak, now you know who is the boss, Orochimaru. Ah, come again, come again. Look at this Orochimaru. He got drunk after just a few bottles. He's really lame. Great. This Orochimaru is such a loser. Lord Jiraiya, from what you said, it seems that you are a good drinker. Gojo Kagetsu picked up the wine glass and took a big gulp. Neither he nor Orochimaru looked red in the face or out of breath, and they didn't look drunk at all. The latter is immune to all poisons. As for the former, the unlimited technique, activate. Only Jiraiya was left, staggering and unconscious. Come on, of course. After all, I have to go wash my feet after drinking. Let me tell you, the girls at the foot massage parlor on the new commercial street are really good at massage and are very brave. They have pretty good figures too, even a sonin like me. Plop. The invincible hero Jiraiya finally collapsed at the drinking table. Gojo Jaiyu smiled but said nothing. It's hard to imagine that Jiraiya invited Orochimaru to dinner simply to express his gratitude and to get information. Thanks to him for assisting Minato in making Konoha's governance prosperous, and for his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And the information, naturally, came from the great writer who was hiding in Konoha and wrote the Foot Bath Bible that amazed Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Mr. Gojo, for making a fool of myself. In his normal state, Orochimaru gives people a rather easygoing impression, and he does not have the arrogance of the three ninjas of Konoha. But as long as it involves ninjas and experiments, he will become eerie and terrifying as if he has switched personalities. Don't be fooled by the fact that Orochimaru looks harmless now. That's because he thinks the bloody human experiments he conducted in secret have not been discovered by Gojo Kagetsu. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Master Jiraiya, you are truly a man of character. Gojo Jaiyu gave a thumbs up, and at the same time, with his other hand, quietly stuffed the note with the spell written on it that he had prepared long ago into the brocade bag. After doing all this, he put the treasure bag on the table. Orochimaru's eyes were drawn to it. Oh? Advisor Gojo, what is this? It's a little token of my appreciation, and also a small gift. Perhaps I can help Lord Orochimaru in the training of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Training? Orochimaru was slightly surprised. It wasn't that he looked down on Gojo Jaiyu, but he thought he could easily beat any Jonin, not to mention Chunins. All Chunins were rubbish in his eyes, and could only be high-end consumables on the lab bench. What role can a Chunin's gift play in the training of ninjutsu? Never mind, it's all thoughtfulness. Orochimaru showed a natural and polite smile. Well, I am very happy to receive a gift from the 5 counselors. How happy are you? Orochimaru. Asterisk. Ahaha, I was just kidding. Lord Orochimaru, Please open it again when you encounter difficulties in your training. Maybe it really works. Page 30. Damn it, the experiment failed again. After sending the drunk Jiraiya back to his residence, Orochimaru quietly went to his human laboratory alone. He frowned and killed the wailing experimental subject on the operating table with one knife. The ninjutsu he is currently trying to master is Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation is an S-level forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This technique can revive and control the dead. In order to cooperate with the Impure World Reincarnation, Tobirama developed the multiplying detonating talisman to match it. Its main usage is that Tobirama first uses the Impure World Reincarnation to summon the dead, and then uses multiplying explosive tags to cover the dead with explosive tags, making them attack the opponent like a human bomb. But after Orochimaru stole this forbidden technique, he analyzed different uses of it. That is, reproduce all the strength of the summoned dead when they were alive, and like a puppeteer of Sand Village, control these dead to fight for you. The idea was good, but Orochimaru encountered a bottleneck. The summoned dead are limited by the strength of the carrier, they are limited by the strength of the caster and the strength of the summoned object. If the target is too strong, even Orochimaru himself cannot control it. These are the two most difficult points. I have tried many times, but I can't solve these two problems. Orochimaru's face was gloomy. Based on his experience in scientific research, if he cannot find a solution to a problem after many attempts, it means, this problem is not for him. Perhaps we can only wait until later, and let someone with more talent and the ability to conduct more in-depth research on Impure World Reincarnation continue to develop it. After figuring it out, Orochimaru seemed to be trapped in some mysterious sage time and sat back in his chair in boredom. The moment he sat down, the feeling of a foreign object in his pocket attracted his attention. Oh, it's the magic bag given by that kid Gojo-Jiu. Orochimaru took it out without interest, took out the note inside, and threw the bag aside without any nostalgia. Let me see, how do you, a Chunin, want to guide my training? The cold snake pupils slowly moved downwards, and Orochimaru's expression froze. From Lord Orochimaru, this is the secret language of ninjutsu that I developed myself. I have found that reciting it silently in your mind while practicing ninjutsu will have miraculous effects. The following. Come back, Hashirama Hokage, my proudest belief. The wood release technique is still vivid in my mind, and tears are flowing for no apparent reason. I vaguely remember Rashomon, and the powerful Chui Shao. Defeat all enemies and kill all rebel ninjas. Orochimaru. Snake's pupils dilated unconsciously, and he inexplicably felt a sense of beauty as if his brain was reset. As one of the most educated ninjas in the ninja world, Orochimaru knew every word on the note. But after arranging them into the above code, Orochimaru felt that his sanity was being polluted and distorted. This, secret code. Orochimaru murmured, with a cruel smile on his lips. You can already see it. This was completely Gojo-Jiu playing a trick on him, mocking his incompetence in scientific research. For a moment, Orochimaru silently wrote down Gojo-Jiu's name in the little notebook in his heart. Maybe when he launches the Konoha collapse plan in the future, he will kill Gojo-Jiu at the same time. But now, forbearance. Orochimaru muttered to himself and was about to throw the note away, but his eyes somehow stayed on the Hiragage. Could this be God's will? As a perverted ninja who is obsessed with pursuing immortality, Orochimaru is much more accepting of these ghost and god stories than normal ninjas. To put it simply, it is more superstitious. At the right time and in the right place, secret words containing the contents of the first Hokage appeared. Could this be God's will? How about, try it? Orochimaru convinced himself and came to the operating table. He used the corpse he had already killed to activate the Impure World Reincarnation and began to chant. Come back, great Hokage! My proudest belief! When the whispers ended, only the awkward yet polite sound of the wind remained in the air. For the first time, Orochimaru's face turned red, and he growled in anger in this dark secret room. "Is this also part of your calculation, Gojo-Jiu? I think I have won the resurrection match temporarily. I had a biopsy and will wait for a week for the results. I came back from the hospital and wrote the words at the speed of light. Routine request for recommendation votes. Volume 46, the incident regarding the anti-Uchiha ideology bill." That night, Gojo-Jiu returned home. "What? You said you were going out of the village." This time, Gojo-Jiu was really surprised. He subconsciously suspected that Samui had discovered something and wanted to escape from the village. This won't do. It's not even the stage where the infiltrating Kunoichi gets caught. 6 Eyes, activate. Hey? How come the chakra lines of the telepathy technique are in a sealed state? System log, start. As for Samui's influence on prosperity, it still remains that he has made the higher vocational publishing house flourish. Where do you want to go? Doubts came out of his mouth, but as if he was worried that his attitude would arouse Samui's vigilance, Gojo-Jiu explained. It's too chaotic outside right now. I'm worried about your safety if you go somewhere else. Gojo-Jiu took the opportunity to grab Samui's tender hand, his eyes sincere and eager, which made Samui couldn't help but turn her head away, feeling uncomfortable all over. It smells strongly of alcohol. I didn't go anywhere. It was just that a friend from the Kingdom of Flowers invited me to go to Tense Street. Short Strategy Street? Tsunade? The familiar place name instantly reminded Gojo Kazuki of the top one in the ninja world, the ideal type of men. And the things between him and her. Lu Yan looked at Samui strangely. Samui and Tsunade. I always feel like there will be some strange sparks. Gojo Kazuki's sixth sense told him that Samui's sudden proposal to go to Tansaku Street must have some strange connection with Tsunade. Oh, that's it. You can go, but I'm worried about your safety. I need to send a ninja to protect you. Sam was delighted. She didn't expect that it would be so easy to get clearance. She no longer had to use the prepared speech. This isn't a good idea. I heard that ninjas usually have missions to accomplish, right? Hey, I'm the one who issues the missions. The ninjas in the village are here to serve big shots like me. Gojo-Jiu pulled out a task scroll very proudly, picked up the pen and began to write. Escort Ms. Gojo to Tancho Street and protect her life safety during the process. Mission level, C, bounty 100,000 taels, special requirement, only female ninjas can accept the mission. After writing this, Gojo-Jiu threw down his pen and unceremoniously put his arm around Sam's sleek shoulders. After meeting me, have you ever thought about becoming a different kind of person? Samui's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard that. What was he hinting at? Could it be that my suggestion to go to Tancho Street had aroused Gojo-Jiu's vigilance? He wanted to incite her to rebel? Unfortunately, Gojo-Jiu underestimated Samui's ninja way. Why do you say that? What kind of person have you become? Samui's heart was already extremely alert, as if she had already hallucinated the scene of Gojo-Jiu being killed by her sword after being exposed. Of course. He has become mine. Recently, there is a rumor in the higher vocational publishing house that, you are mine. I would like to clarify that it is not a rumor. How disgusting. Samui had already prepared to die. But what came out of Gojo-Jiu's mouth next was not the argument of revealing his identity, but instead this, so vulgar that even the Reikage AI couldn't say it. It's still too fast, Jiu-kun. She refused tactfully. Gojo-Jiu was not annoyed by being rejected, and smiled mysteriously. Did you know that the Hidden Cloud Village has a magical ninjutsu? What is this magical ninjutsu? Since it was about his village, Samui became serious. Could it be that the ninjas of Konoha have infiltrated the village to steal ninjutsu? If this is true, the consequences would be disastrous. Let me show you, Yi. Gojo-Iu spoke affectionately, and then moved. Ninjutsu, Hell's Thrust, two-handed knife. Ah! Damn, such a tight defense. Let's try this. Ninjutsu, Hell's Thrust, one-pointed hand. It's not there, ah, oh ah. When did it start? Danzo Shimura and Mito Kato hid in the shadows of a tea house. Their faces were solemn as they discussed the unusual trend that had recently occurred in Konoha. The plan to suppress the Uchiha clan was something they had formulated a long time ago and had insisted on implementing. Even the taking office of the fourth Hokage, who was relatively close to the Uchiha, could not stop their plans. Page 31. A series of things including but not limited to, arranging for the arrest of the gangsters and sending them to the police department, and after they were released from prison, they made a big fuss about the bad reputation of the Uchiha, arranging for the old, weak, sick, and disabled to smuggle Uchiha police officers. They thought of many contingency plans. There were Uchiha who resisted the rule by force, there were Uchiha who joined forces with the hostile village, and there was also an Uchiha who had a psychopath and wiped out the entire clan. But no one had expected that Uchiha's reputation, which was as dark as the average skin color of the hidden cloud village, could be reversed. It's serious, Danzo. It's too late to investigate the source of the matter. Mitomano pushed his reading glasses. The naturally evil Uchiha has begun to learn to disguise himself. If the ignorant villagers really believe the Uchiha's words, it will be very difficult to eradicate them. This is a matter of great importance to the future of Konoha. Danzo frowned and asked impatiently, "Of course I know all this, but do you have any solution now?" "I have a plan to defeat Uchiha." "Say it quickly." "Anti-Uchiha Consciousness Act." Midaman Yan pushed up his reading glasses and said, "I have summarized that there are 4 main changes in the current wind direction. For this reason, I decided to break them one by one. First, we cannot mention the secret ninja controlling Konoha's will. Secondly, we cannot say that secret ninjas are persecuting Uchiha in Konoha. Third, you cannot criticize the political clique of the previous generation of Hokage headed by the Sandaime. Criticism is tantamount to secretly colluding with the forces outside the Omure, which is an act of treason. Fourthly, 3 years at ninja school is illegal because it cryptically mentions that secret ninjas persecuted the Uchiha. Anyone who talks about this book in public will be arrested and sent to the dark root prison." Hiss. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, she is one of his recognized close friends, Midaman N. Even though his talent as a ninja is average, he is a powerful weapon against the clan when it comes to Konoha politics, especially when dealing with the Uchiha. After hearing these outrageous bills, Danzo felt as if he had traveled back to the Warring States period before the village was established. Danzo subconsciously looked at his ninja forehead protector. It seemed that what was printed on it was not the emblem of Konoha, but the emblem of the secret ninja route. Yan Na. It's a good idea, but it's a bit too extreme for now. I am not the Hokage yet. To implement a bill, the Hokage must approve it. Given the Yandame's personality, it is unrealistic for such a bill to be passed. If I were the Hokage, I would definitely adopt your opinion. Danzo shook his head, as if remembering something, and said angrily. If it weren't for Hiruzen's indecisive nature, how could he have allowed the Uchiha clan to develop to this point? If the teacher had chosen me back then. Midaman saw that his old friend was about to reminisce about the past, and quickly stopped him. What should we do? Without the name of the village, there is no way to prevent the Uchiha from changing their reputation. Don't doubt my determination to deal with the Uchiha, Yan. When the route was first established, it was to act in the dark and resolve Konoha's crisis. Since the fourth Hokage's place doesn't work, I will send the root ninjas to visit the homes of those small and medium-sized ninja clans. As for you, Yan, you are responsible for influencing the communication between the villagers using the previous methods. Underscore where are you, Piao Piadadao. Volume 47, do what you think is right. Just like I once did. A few days later, the negative news about Uchiha suddenly spread among the people of Konoha again. But this time, the people of Konoha seemed to have come to their senses and no longer allowed their emotions to be swayed by the secret ninja. This kind of emotion is like when children are young, the more parents prohibit something, the more the children want to explore it. Instead of suppressing the positive public opinion about Uchiha, it made the image of the secret ninja more and more negative among the people of Konoha. SHH, be careful with your words, this is a topic that cannot be discussed. How dare you? You're dying. I heard that the secret ninja is offering a reward of 50 taels for those who are colluding with other villages. How dare you get involved in this mess? Who are the secret ninjas? How could such evil forces exist in our free and harmonious Konoha? Don't even touch this topic. An unknown low pressure swept across Konoha again. In the hearts of the villagers, it seems that a consensus has been reached silently. About the secret ninja. Don't think about anything, if you must think, don't speak, if you must think and speak, don't write, if you must think, speak and write, don't sign, if you don't follow the above rules, you will probably be taken away directly by the secret ninja. And in the pubs, tea houses, and ninja tool shops throughout Konoha, this phenomenon seems to be getting worse. Some kind-hearted villagers heard the strangers next to them sighing, and even though they hadn't started to say anything yet, they would immediately step forward to stop them and remind them in cryptic words. Stranger, if you don't want to be captured by the secret ninja, please stop this communication against the secret ninja immediately. But all the changes seem to have started with a rumor spread by an unknown person. Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the retired Sandaime Hokage, took the lead in holding up a banner to speak for the Uchiha ninja, but was eventually arrested by the secret ninja. In prison, the fourth Hokage's advisor Gojo Kijiki patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, "Be bold and do what you think is right. Just like I did before." Sarutobi Asuma looks into the distance with a determined look. An unnamed minister, if a village chooses to stifle the will of the villagers and ninjas to pursue freedom, it is undoubtedly a failed ninja village. Gojo Kagetsuo and the minister who wished to remain anonymous seemed to have become the spiritual leaders of the villagers of Kimura, and the villagers began to dare to speak the truth. Then, more and more voices are beginning to emerge among the people. The old lady at the ramen shop, the secret ninja is coming to catch me. No one will speak for me anymore. A passerby in the ninja tool shop, we are the ones who are punished in the end if we turn a blind eye to the injustice, bullying and persecution of Uchiha. A ninja who had been to the police department for reform, I've been to the police department, the soldiers there are very sweet. Little ninja clan member, protecting the Uchiha means protecting ourselves. There were also those naive genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. They carried the confused Sarutobi Asuma, held up banners and began to imitate Gojo Kagetsuki in pursuing the right to speak freely. Stop persecuting the Uchiha! Stop persecuting the Uchiha! Stop persecuting the Uchiha! Fuck the troublemakers! Damn the troublemakers! Shimura Danzo's face completely fell, and in extreme anger he picked up the teacup and threw it to the ground. He didn't understand why the methods that had always been effective in the past were no longer effective. He had clearly sent the root ninja to warn the various major ninja clans, and the Mito clan had clearly spread the word of pressure throughout the village. At first, the situation developed as he expected, but soon, it seemed to rebound from the bottom. You even made such a ridiculous statement as protecting the Uchiha. What went wrong? Why didn't the previous methods work? I understand. They will help whoever wins. Midaman Yan said with an unpleasant expression, Danzo, regarding the source of the rumors, please read this article. Adaptability. Someone is secretly pushing this. Danzo took the new issue of Iki, and the more he looked at it, the angrier he became. Secret ninja? Oh, should I say root? When did the root arrest Gojo Kagetsu? Which Fire Country daimyo commented on this? When did the Yandere go to the prison to talk to Gojo Kagetsu? Nonsense. It would be fine if it was just nonsense, but the rumor skipped the beginning and the middle, and fast forward to the Fire Nation minister said. Not only is his talk complete nonsense, he also quotes people out of context. For the first time, Danzo felt what it felt like to be persecuted. If I wasn't in Konoha, I would have really been fooled by the nonsense he said in this Yimu. Danzo immediately stood up and said, Our elbow, Yan, follow me to the Hokage building to ask the 4th Hokage for an explanation. I don't care what Gojo Jaiyu wants to do to other villages. But you have defamed my reputation and sabotaged my plan against the Uchiha. This Yimu must be stopped from being published. And Gojo Jaiyu himself must come forward to clarify the contents. The angry Danzo Shimura led Mito Kato to the door of the Hokage's office. Before I opened the door, I could hear the host and the guest having a cheerful conversation inside. Patriarch Fugaku, thank you for representing the Uchiha clan in supporting the development of Konoha. These 500 million taels are a thank you fee from the elders of our clan. Uchiha Fugaku said with emotion. These past few days, Elder Shana, a representative of the hawkish faction in the tribe, had the great pleasure of visiting the village. When he returned to the tribe, his eyes were already red. He was mumbling something strange. If outsiders see us, they will think we can't afford it. Give each of us a bottle. After returning home, he handed over the wealth he had accumulated for most of his life to Fugaku without saying a word, saying that this was the money to buy military ration pills, and asked Fugaku to pass it on to the 4th generation and let the 4th generation make the arrangements. As for the reason for doing these strange things, after Fugaku saw that the pockets of the ninjas traveling with Elder Setsuna were filled with various kinds of military pills, he roughly understood. But, we Uchiha have a request for how this money should be used. Please say. Minato said solemnly that when this village was in urgent need of development funds, the gift from Uchiha was undoubtedly a solution to the urgent problem. All this is thanks to Gojo Jaiyu, who was sitting in the advisory seat with his hands behind his head in an inverted triangle shape. Fugaku said seriously, that is, this money cannot be used to build the village's secret ninja. It is true that the clan and the village have reached a century-long reconciliation, but this does not mean that the Uchiha clan has forgiven Danzo's faction, which is based on the will of the 2nd Hokage. Oh secret ninja! Gojo Jaiyu took the initiative in the conversation and assured him. That's for sure. We definitely don't encourage secret ninjas. This money will be used for construction inside and outside the village. We must do both well. Fugaku got a satisfactory reply and nodded repeatedly. If he had not been worried about the possibility of ears on the other side of the wall, he would have wanted to show his eyes to show his trust in the village. After Uchiha Fugaku left, Danzo Shimura and Mito Kato walked into the Hokage's office. Gojo Jaiyu was not surprised at their arrival. Isn't this Danzo, Elder Mitaman? We just held a discussion meeting. Guess who was not invited? Humph, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shimura Danzo walked quickly to the front of Namikaze Minato and said, 4th Dame, I am here only to remind you of one thing. Page 32. The Uchiha clan has evil ambitions. They have always wanted to steal the achievements of the Shadame. Fully accepting them is like shooting oneself in the foot. I suggest that the publication of Yimu be stopped immediately, and that Gojo Jaiyu come forward to clarify the false content in it. Then we, the root, will secretly arrest those with ulterior motives who spread rumors and escalate the situation in Konoha village. The usually good-tempered Namikaze Minato's expression gradually turned cold, and he crossed his hands and supported his chin. Elder Danzo, I am the Hokage. The plan behind Yimu has been confirmed by me personally and will remain unchanged for at least 5 years. If the routes you lead really have nowhere to exert their strength, why not take a look at the hidden mist village in the distance? Volume 48, Wash the Shuriken of Konoha 7 times. Yandere, you're going to regret this. Danzo finally left in disgrace. But the expression on his face when he was leaving made it seem like he was about to lie dormant and cause trouble. Minato rubbed the sides of his nose helplessly. I really don't know why Elder Danzo has such a deep prejudice against Uchiha. Namikaze Minato glanced at the photo of him taking office as the yandere on his desk. Suddenly I realized that in the photo, Patriarch Fugaku and Elder Danzo were standing next to each other. It would be nice if everyone in Konoha could look united like in this photo. Katsuki-kun, come and look at this photo. Patriarch Fugaku and Elder Danzo are standing together. Namikaze Minato turned the photo to one direction. The power within the village was divided to this extent, and for a moment he felt a little sad. No, Minato, if I were you I wouldn't describe the position like that. Gojo Kagetsu said with a casual glance. What should I say? Elder Danzo and Patriarch Fugaku are standing together. I would say that the first from the left is Patriarch Fugaku, and the seventh from the right is Elder Danzo. Minato took a deep breath and said, Jiyu, I know you have a lot of ideas. Tell me, is there a possibility that the Uchiha clan and Elder Danzo will finally reach a great reconciliation in the ninja world? Gojo Kagetsu rarely looked at Namikaze Minato with a look like he was a fool. This possibility. Minato, you might as well wait for the Raikage to make a statement to persuade ninjas to read more. Knowledge can change destiny. Minato smiled awkwardly, then said meaningfully, the route controlled by Elder Danzo is also a part of our Konoha after all. Let him take the route to see the first out-of-village operation of Konoha after the Third War under the guidance of Jiyu-jun. After seeing the results, Elder Danzo will probably be a little more settled. Oh, Minato, you are still too kind. That's enough, I am the Hokage. The two smiled at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with joy. Taking advantage of this gap, Namikaze Minato asked, I have issued a mission regarding the hidden mist village in the name of the Hokage. According to investigations, the 4 major ninja villages except Kirigakure seem to have been in quite a mess recently, but it has not risen to the level of rebellion. Jiyu-kun, what are you going to write about in the next article that will be published on the front page of Yumu? This. Gojo Jiyu touched his chin and fell into deep thought. His original plan was to capture a member of the Hidden Cloud Village and torture him to death, but now, considering the turbulent situation in the entire ninja world, he has some new ideas. Let's talk about the Land of Earth first. The Land of Earth is too earthy, and Gojo Jiyu doesn't think highly of it. Another point is that there is a deep contradiction between Uegakure and Kumegakure, and they can restrain each other. Let's put the Land of Earth aside for now. Let's look at Kirigakure and Sand Village. Kirigakure is already being targeted. In addition, this time they are being fleeced by Konoha and Kumegakure together, so it is not a good idea to target them too hard, lest Kirigakure ninjas come to fight Konoha. After looking around like this, there is only one Sand Village. In the past ninja wars, Tsunagakure was among the most prosperous tribes, and now it's time to take revenge. Gojo Jiyu cleared his throat. I have a plan that can cause civil strife in Tsunagakure. What? Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, have you thought of an article so quickly? Well, if this article were used in the first issue, the people in Tsunagakure might scoff at it. But after 2 issues of Yimu, most of the petty ninjas, nobles, cowards, and businessmen among them have already developed a yearning for the Konoha in the book. So, even if the following article says so, they will choose to try it. Gojo Jiyu only felt that he had a handy fan at hand. If he had it, the atmosphere would be just right. Stop being so pretentious. The title of the article is, Wash the Shuriken of Konoha 7 times. Gojo Jiyu's thoughts were completely opened, and he spoke clearly and quickly. There is a Ichiraku ninja tool shop in Konoha. A wandering villager in Konoha's sand village. Like the villagers of Konoha, he washes the swords for the Konoha ninja tool shop in his spare time to earn a living. There is an unwritten rule in Konoha's ninja tool shop that the ninja tools must be washed 7 times with water. The work of washing ninja tools is paid by the piece. This wandering villager was tired after a day of work and didn't get much money. So he came up with a plan and washed his sword less often from then on. Sure enough, his work efficiency was greatly improved, and he was valued by his boss, so his salary naturally increased rapidly. The villagers of Konoha who washed shuriken together to earn a living asked him for tips. He said without reservation, "Look, what's the difference between washing shuriken 7 times and washing shuriken 5 times? Just wash it twice less." The villagers of Konoha nodded, but gradually alienated from him. The owner of Ichiraku Ninja Tool Shop has 2 prerequisites for judging people: 1, you are innocent, the other, you are honest. Therefore, the owner of the ninja tool shop only occasionally checks the cleaning of shuriken. During a random check, the boss used chakra to measure that the shuriken had not been washed enough times, so he questioned the sand villager. He argued, wouldn't washing the shuriken 5 times and 7 times keep the shuriken clean the same? The boss just said indifferently, "You are a dishonest person, please leave." This sand villager walked to the street, feeling indignant. In order to make a living, he went to another ninja tool shop in the village to apply for a job as a hand-washing swordsman. The boss looked at him for a long time before saying, "You are the sand village villager who only washed the shuriken 5 times, right? Sorry, we don't need you." The second, the third, he kept hitting a wall. Not only that, his landlord soon asked him to move out because his reputation had a negative impact on the work of other tenants, mostly Konoha villagers. Officials in charge of foreign affairs also talked to him specifically, hoping that he could go to other countries because he had influenced the atmosphere of Konoha. With no other choice, he had to pack up and move to another country to start all over again. He warned the villagers of Sand Village who were preparing to make a living in Konoha with great sorrow, "When you wash your sword in Konoha, you must wash it 7 times. After hearing about this incident, a minister of the Kingdom of Wind who wished to remain anonymous said, "My first reaction after hearing about this incident was shame, and then reflection. We should be ashamed of the dishonesty of the villagers and the people. We should reflect on whether Konoha's success in the ninja wars is related to the shuriken that were washed 7 times with water. Because, the shuriken that has been washed 7 times represents the cohesion of the village and the ability of metal to maintain its sharpness when killing the enemy." _votes. Volume 49, After entering the village, I had my own advisor to debate with me. This is Konoha's shuriken must be washed 7 times. Gojoja-iyo shouted sternly. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but be horrified and lost all desire to sleep. Minato felt that under the influence of Gojo Keigetsu, he had understood everything he should and should not understand. If you cut open the yellow hair, half of it might be black, called Gojoja-iyo. But even so, he also found it difficult to think of what words to use to describe such an article. I understand all the words, but they are together yet separate. As we all know, the sand village is extremely dry and water scarce. Even if you are a descendant of nobility or the son of the wind shadow, the privileges you can enjoy in terms of water are limited. Because of its unique geographical environment, it has become a closed and cruel ninja village. There are not many permanent villagers, but it is one of the 5 major ninja villages, so how few can there be? Namikaze Minato could probably imagine that scene. Those who were addicted to Yumu and the corrupt elders like Midaman waved their hands and vigorously promoted the wash 7 times plan regardless of the village's conditions. Or maybe the story in Hanmura where the petty ninja of Oki questioned the owner of the Tsunagakure ninja tool shop, asking why the shuriken were not washed more often? Was he trying to kill them in the ninja war because of a slight mistake? Or maybe ordinary villagers were aroused by their desire to win, and started shouting, "Are we worse than the villagers of Konoha, and began to disobey the village's orders and draw their swords. Of course, Yimu is issued to the whole ninja world, not just to the sand village. But in the ninja world, only the sand village is extremely short of water, and it doesn't matter if other villages wash the shuriken 7 times. As for Tsunagakuer, there might even be unrest due to the issue of water resource distribution. This is what Gojo Kagetsu said, targeting Tsunagakuer. Namikaze Minato woke up from Gojo Kagetsu's illusion. He groaned for a moment and said, "Gyujun, I can probably understand your thoughts. But all of this still cannot avoid a key question, that is, will Tsunagakuer believe it?" Indeed, from the perspective of a native of Konoha, it is really hard to believe that other villages would go to such lengths to learn from Konoha. Believe it, of course I will. Only with Konoha as a reference, other villages will lose their minds and follow suit. Because our Konoha's battle record can be checked. We get C every time and win every time. Gojo Kagetsu spread his hands and pointed out the core of the problem, they are both in the ninja world. The high-pressure environment of Kirigakure and Sand Village is obviously more suitable for cultivating strong ninjas. Why can't they be a match for us in Konoha even if they join forces? This question is a question in the minds of all the people from other villages. If I were to guess, the work of the advisory groups from other villages every day is to analyze the reasons why our Konoha is so strong, and to try to solve this mystery. The moon in Konoha is round, the air in Konoha is sweet, the Hokage rock in Konoha is beautiful, and the freedom of speech in Konoha is guaranteed. The strength of Konoha is definitely inseparable from these. As long as we learn from Konoha, everything will be fine. They won't know that the air is sweet because there are so many books, the Hokage rock is beautiful because of slogans, freedom of speech is because I write good stories, the moon is round because, cough cough, I can't tell you this now. I even think that each ninja village will try to make friends with Konoha, send young ninjas from their own village to study, and hold joint Chunin and Genin exams. Gojo Iyu patted the Yumo magazine on the table and said, after Yumo enters the village, there will be consultants to debate for it. Praise Yumo. Also, the Ichiraku Ninja Tool Shop mentioned in the article is the exact name of the shop. If someone secretly confirms it, the story of Yumirai will. Don't worry, I'm quite familiar with the hand-fighting uncle. At worst, I can write an article for him to advertise, and ask him to put pressure on the owner of the Ninja Tool Shop to make the owner of the Ninja Tool Shop cooperate with our promotion of Shuriken. It's done like this. You are really. Namikaze Minato wanted to shout birth, but he swallowed the words when they came to his lips. Praise Yumu. Danzo, what should we do? Follow me and seal yourself, and wait for the general trend. Danzo Shimura went deeper into the darkness, with a gloomy face, thinking about something. Page 33. Yan, what do you think we should do if things really develop as we expected and the Uchiha chooses to rebel against Konoha? Humph, how to deal with it? Midaman N showed a meaningful smile on his face, and casually pulled out a long sword from the waist of the ninja beside him and inserted it on the wooden table between the two of them. This is... Danzo's eyes lit up. I understand, Yan, you mean to kill all the Uchiha who are taller than this long sword, and as for the rest, you can consider taking them into the route for cultivation. Indeed, if it was the age group represented by this height, Danzo would be confident that he could brainwash him. Danzo, when did you become so kind? Hold the long sword horizontally, hold the long sword horizontally. Shimura Danzo looked at the height of the long sword held horizontally and let out a long sigh. Forget it, let's put this question aside for now. What did the fourth Hokage say about Kirigakure before we left? Midaman Yan's face turned ugly, and he took out a fresh briefing from his pocket. It's a mission. He bypassed us, the older advisors, and directly issued a mission regarding the Hidden Mist Village in the name of the Hokage. Rights lost. This is a serious loss of rights. Today, Minato Namikaze was able to bypass these old generation advisors and directly issue tasks. Would he dare to secretly dismiss them tomorrow? It was a big deal to launch a direct action against a large village. Listen to both sides and you will be enlightened, but only listen to one side and you will be in the dark. I see that the Bofeng Water Gate doesn't look like a village. If this continues, something big will happen sooner or later. Shimura Danzo's face became darker. Against Kirigakure? Did Minato Namikaze directly issue a war order against Kirigakure? If that is the case, I will definitely impeach him in front of Sarutobi and the daimyo. That's not the case. Take a look. Mission name, Mist Hidden Free Action. Mission level, C. The ninjas who received the mission went to the Kingdom of Hot Springs to establish a temporary base. Prepare to receive the pure ninjas, merchants, technical talents from Kirigakure, and assist the local engineering team to complete the construction of the facilities. During this period, you may encounter ninjas from Kirigakure, Kumigakure, and Unokuni. If they threaten or offend Konoha's interests, you can counterattack them at any time. The mission level will be adjusted after review, and the rewards will be upgraded accordingly. Basic Bounty, 5 taels. Danzo Sarutobi took the mission briefing and read it word for word, which was full of weirdness. First of all, why did the Yandere predict that some ninjas and merchants from the Kirigakure would escape, and why did he use the word receive? Even his roots had not received any information about this. Secondly, when did the Yandere become so tough? Knowing that he might run into those muscle idiots from Kumigakure, he still gave such an ambiguous order. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were a Konoha ninja who accepted the mission, with the support of the village's ambiguous mission description, you might really take action if something goes wrong. Strange, strange, strange. Is it possible? Danzo Shimura's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the fourth Hokage had secretly formed an intelligence force outside of the Anbu that even he didn't know about? When was it? Only in this way can I leave such meaningful words when I leave the Hokage building. Danzo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. How many ninjas have already accepted this mission? There are dozens of them. The number of ninjas accepting missions is still increasing. Oh, I understand. If this information is true, then Gojo Juiyu's vision is still too narrow. I will personally lead the root ninja to go to Kirigakure. I heard that the bloodline ninja there is very plump. Volume 50, Samui, Tsunade? Just a kunoichi with bigger breasts. The camera turns to Comrade Samui who has finally left the village. Under the direct sunlight, Sam wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at the young kunoichi, Kurane Yui, who was standing beside him without leaving any trace. Yui Kurane graduated from the ninja school at the age of 9 and became a chunin at the age of 13. With superior talent, after a few more years of training, she will naturally become a jonin of Konoha. On the surface, this guy accepted the escort mission on his own. But Samui did not let down her guard just because of the man's harmless face. Perhaps this is the life that a female infiltrator should have. She has been lurking around stupid ninjas like Gojo Kagutsu for a while now, and she almost forgot the danger of infiltration. According to the information Samui has, Yui Kurane was Gojo Kagutsu's disciple when he was teaching at the ninja school. It was not an ordinary teacher-student relationship, but a disciple-master relationship. Could it be such a coincidence? It just so happened that it was an escort mission, and the one who came was a female ninja who had a close relationship with Gojo Juiyu. Maybe, this was the spy that Wu Tiaojuiyu had placed next to him. And along the way, Samui could feel Samui's vague and hostile gaze towards her. Hard to say. We're here. Tan Street is right in front of us. Xi Rihong's indifferent voice brought Samui, who was still in a state of psychological game, back to reality. Hey, we're here so soon. You've had a hard time on this journey, Hong. That's all for now. You can go back to Konoha. I'll hire someone to escort me back later. I will tell Ji Yuejun when I get back. He won't blame you, and the mission reward will be settled as usual. No, Teacher Jiyu told me to personally escort you back. Even if the employer asks to change the commission midway, I will not do so. I will strictly follow the commission given by Jiyu teacher. This is my way of ninja. What does this have to do with ninja way? Also, isn't this girl ninja's attitude towards that rubbish ninja Gojo Kagetsu too weird? It's just like, the same attitude towards one's own father, but it doesn't feel weird to call him father. Zihai Hong's understanding of fatherly love is not pure. Under Xiri Hong's determined gaze, Samui had no choice but to give up the idea of sending this spy away. If you want to follow, just follow me. Please excuse me. The reason I told Gojo Kijiki was to meet an old friend. With Kurane Ui watching over me, my purpose of making friends with Tsunade would be exposed. But it doesn't matter. In the end, if Gojo Jiyu knew that I did all this for him, my position in his heart would be even more difficult to shake. By then, he will regard me as the mistress and backbone of the Gojo family, and will no longer dare to use those dirty and despicable methods on me. A book that has all the skills. Under Xiri Hong's suspicious gaze, a blush of shame appeared on Samui's fair face. At this moment, a group of people ran past with excited voices. Have you heard? The legendary big fat sheep has appeared. Lady Tsunade, we can't gamble anymore. If we lose, we'll really have to sleep on the street tonight. Shizuan, who was only 15 years old, had an angry expression on her young face. Lady Tsunade was really too excited to gamble today, and was actually willing to put all of their remaining savings on the line. Thinking of this, Jing Ian felt like crying. Because of someone, many industries that never existed before have emerged in the Fire Country, such as community convenience stores. At an age when a ninja should be training in the ninja world, Shizuan chose to work in a convenience store on Tansho Street, using her meager salary as the final living expenses for her and Tsunade. It feels like, a daughter is working so hard outside to earn money to support her old mother to play marbles. But this time, Lady Tsunade went too far. When she woke up this morning, she said something mysterious about good luck in gambling coming. He took advantage of Jing Ian's inattention and scouted out the little savings they had left. Thus, the current scene emerged. What did Shizue do wrong? She just wanted to live an honest and peaceful life in Tansho Street. Oh. Don't tell me so much, Shizuan. I have a feeling that this will be the next one, and I will take back everything I lost. All in. All in. Tsunade patted her classic blue cloth pants excitedly. Unlike the usual gamblers who lose a lot of money, Tsunade's eyes remain clear no matter how much she loses. She doesn't show the same defensive behavior as the traditional gamblers who lose a lot of money. Give way, give way. The voice of the casino security came from outside the crowd, and from the sound of it, it seemed that some distinguished guest had arrived. Tsunade was all too familiar with this. There are often fat, greasy businessmen with big brains and big intestines who want to gamble with her. The dirty things in their hearts, even Tsunade can guess what they are with her toes. And these people would usually be robbed by Tsunade afterwards. The main theme is to rob the rich and help the poor. Tsunade supported her head with one hand, placed the big thunder flat on the gambling table to relieve the pressure, and tapped the table with her other hand impatiently. He muttered, "Whoever it is, get started quickly." Tsunade-sama? Oh, no, but it's really big. Okay. It does not make sense? There seemed to be a quiet surprised and puzzled voice in her ears. Tsunade raised her head subconsciously and faced the woman who seemed like her half-sister. No wonder, Shizuan exclaimed, this figure is not much different even from Tsunade, just a hair's breadth away from the pillar and Madara. Maybe because she is more mature, Tsunade is still a little older. But it was a rare opportunity to meet such an equally matched opponent, and Tsunade couldn't help but straighten her back a little. She can't lose this competition. Why did you come here? Zihai Hong muttered softly. revealing deep confusion in her heart. Could it be that the female members of teacher Jiyu's clan came so far away just to gamble? What a woman with bad character. When she returns to the village, she will definitely report this to the teacher. Hey, that's Lady Tsunade. As a ninja, Kurenayui subconsciously looked around and suddenly discovered one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Lady Tsunade. Let me play a few games with you. Sam pulled out the chair with a smile and sat down with dignity. The originally noisy casino seemed to quiet down because of 2 blonde women with similar figures. Page 34. Samui looked at the blonde and brown-eyed woman in front of him, feeling a little disdainful. Tsunade, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, she has the strength of a cage, but as the rumors say, she spends her time in casinos and completely neglects her training as a ninja. Apart from her cage-level strength and the huge amount of chakra in her body, Tsunade is just an ordinary woman with slightly larger breasts. The 3 ninjas of Konoha are nothing more than that. I was tied up to make rice dumplings. I secretly used my phone to connect to the internet and wrote a chapter. I was late. After a few chapters, it's time to introduce some popular female ninjas. Chapter 51. Let me be honest, Gojo Jaiyu doesn't want my love at all. Samui shook the dice cup in his hand with a look of confidence. It is true that gambling is a bad habit for mature ninjas, but it is the complete opposite for Enbu ninjas. This is a skill that must be mastered in case of emergency. The outcome was completely in her control. Samui had already made a plan. Let Tsunade win the first few games, and then let her lose to the point where she has to sell her outer clothes to reveal her vulgar figure. Of course, in the end, there would be a scene of sisters who are as close as sisters and 2 people from the same village who are so anxious to commit adultery. Tsunade was so moved that she shed tears and finally agreed to her insignificant request. Oh? From out of town? First time in a casino, right? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and didn't agree immediately. Let me tell you, my gambling luck is very good today. If you sit at this gambling table, I won't show mercy even if you are a woman. It seems that Lady Tsunade is very confident in herself. Coincidentally, so am I. You know my name. Tsunade glanced briefly and found Kurenayui next to the blonde woman, who looked like a shy little girl meeting her idol for the first time, and looked at the ninja forehead protector on her forehead. After a moment of silence, a relieved smile appeared on his lips, and he muttered quietly, "Trouble. Konoha ninja." Then he looked up, "What's your name?" "Gojo Yi." 5. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, and somehow, the look she gave Samui suddenly became somewhat unfriendly. "Okay, no matter who you are, if you are prepared, come up." According to an unknown ninja scientist, the dopamine secretion brought about by gambling is even greater than that of end. The guests are happy as they clash with gambling chips, stand up and make noise. Not bad, not bad. I met a good match for the cards and a good gambler. This is really a very enjoyable gambling game. Tsunade was one of those happy people. It had been a long time since she had gambled so happily. God knew how she felt when she used Jing Ian's last bit of living expenses to win the chips that now filled up half the table in front of her. Such people are generally called gambling monsters in Tan's Street. Just a quick glance would tell you that there are at least nearly 5 million taels of chips on the table. But even though Samui lost so much money, there was no sign of panic on his face. As the winner, Shizuan also did not show any joy on her face. Because Tsunade's gambling law. Normally, when Lady Tsunade loses money at the poker table, it means nothing bad is going to happen. And once Lady Tsunade's gambling luck turns around and she starts winning money, something bad will happen. What does it mean to win so much money? She leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "Lady Tsunade, why don't you just forget it? I'm afraid you'll." "Of course I know my luck in gambling. But Shizuan, you didn't realize that it wasn't because my gambling luck got better today, but because that woman deliberately lost to me." Jing Ian was startled. Then you still. It's gambling, I have fun with it, and the rest doesn't matter. At the same time, I also want to know what she wants to do by setting up this scheme with so much effort. After several rounds of gambling, Lady Tsunade, you lost. The air pressure in the casino dropped. 1 second he seemed like he was possessed by the god of gamblers and was going to win all the Tsunade bets, and the next second he lost everything. Even according to the betting odds, she still owed Sammy a large sum of money. After unceremoniously taking all the chips in front of Tsunade back to herself, the originally dignified and generous Samui also revealed a cruel smile. She said in a cold voice, "Next, I want to communicate with Lady Tsunade alone. So, can everyone who is not involved leave first?" Slipped away. Seeing the irrelevant people retreat, Samu slowly showed his fangs. "Lady Tsunade, I am an immigrant from the land of flowers. There is a saying in my hometown that the loser at the gambling table will become the winner." Slave. Samui's body suddenly moved forward, and a gust of fragrant wind blew in Tsunade's face, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. Her movements were so large that inertia caused a dazzling ripple. A finger unceremoniously pointed in the air just an inch away from Tsunade's breasts. Normally, even for the same sex, this distance would either lead to a fight or a sexual encounter, which was a very ambiguous distance. Samui continued. "Those who lose at the gambling table will be given a metal ID card with the word Mortal Cat engraved on it, and will be treated like a pet and obey the orders of the winner until they pay off their debts." Samui's attitude looked extremely bad, like an evil female villain in a crime novel, and she changed back to the demeanor of a lady from a noble family when she entered the casino. Perhaps at this moment, her heart was indulgent. After being squeezed around Gojo Kagutsu for a long time, Tsunade vented all the accumulated negative emotions. "Humph, Gojo Jiu, you never thought that while you were humiliating me, I was using the same method to humiliate one of the 3 most respected ninjas in Konoha. As a female kunoichi who has infiltrated Kumagakure, humiliating the noble princess of Konoha, this feeling is surprisingly good." But Tsunade's mood didn't seem to change much because of Samui's harsh words. He even had the leisure to observe Samui's pink tongue moving up and down in her cherry mouth as she spoke. The tongue is soft, moves freely, is light red in color, and is covered with a thin layer of evenly granulated particles, very healthy, with no minor ailments common to ordinary people. He doesn't look like an ordinary person, but more like a ninja. But there is no chakra fluctuation in his body. Tsunade was a little confused. "You said your last name is Gojo Ichi? What's your relationship with that Gojo Jiu guy?" "What?" Samui, who was still trying to pubc Tsunade, was stunned, but responded subconsciously, "I am his, female, clan member." At the last moment, emotion prevailed. Sure enough, Samui still couldn't accept it and called herself the woman of that guy Gojo Jiu in front of outsiders. Hehe, clan members? Is the relationship really that simple? Tsunade's eyes flashed with wisdom that seemed to see through all disguises, and she muttered something incomprehensible. "That guy actually." As expected, there are 2 kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. Is he demonstrating? When she raised her head again, she said like a housewife, "This is not the place to talk, let's go to my house and talk." Samui followed Tsunade, somewhat confused. Although she had once been in control of the situation, Tsunade's attitude changed strangely after hearing about her relationship with Gojo Kagutsu. Is there something wrong? Sam thought to himself, forget it, as long as I can achieve my goal in the end. The group walked back home in this strange atmosphere. Zaire Rihong, who had been cold to Samui all the way, now acted like a koi fangirl and couldn't say a word. Suddenly, Tsunade, who was walking in the front, stopped and said, "We're out of alcohol at home. Let's go buy some alcohol at the convenience store where you work, Shizuan. Buy some wine." A hint of sadness flashed across Jing Ian's young face, as if she was recalling some bad memories. Come to the convenience store. Shizuan returned to the cashier counter, and Tsunade, who was holding 2 bottles of wine in her arms, stuffed one of the bottles into Samui's arms in a very familiar manner. Then he came to Jing Ian and said, Jing Ian, I'm here to buy some wine. Ah! Why are you buying wine again? Suddenly, Shizuan seemed like a different person, with an angry expression, which frightened Samui and Yuhakuren. What happened? What the hell is wrong with you, little Tsunade? Didn't I tell you not to do that? So many times. Shizuan slapped the notice next to the cabinet angrily. Didn't you see the new notice issued by the Land of Fire? Minors are not allowed to buy cigarettes and alcohol without permission, especially you ninjas. After saying these words, Shizuan's face was already bright red. Obviously, this is not the first time the two have cooperated like this. But Shizuan still felt ashamed, 10 points or even 9 points of shame. How old is Lady Tsunade this year? She is already as ripe as a peach, so ripe that it will juicy if you pinch it. But he always forced her to perform such a drama when necessary and in front of necessary people. You childish bastard! Shizuan scolded in her mind. I'm so sorry Shizuan, I thought I didn't have to check age. This is illegal. It's illegal, understand? If you're not careful, you'll be arrested by Konoha's secret police across the village. Is this okay? Hey? Tell me. Shizuan put her wrists together and shook them in front of Tsunade to show the seriousness of the problem. The prohibition of underage citizens of the Fire Nation from purchasing tobacco and alcohol was also a proposal put forward by Gojo Kagetsuki in his capacity as an advisor after he took office. First in Konoha, then radiating to the whole country. What is the reason for the proposal? To ensure the improvement of basic national physical fitness, so as to ensure that good ninja seedlings are not buried. By the way, in order to adapt to the speed of population change in the ninja world, Gojo Kijiki considerately set the age of adult citizens at 15 years old. Tsunade shamelessly patted her own majestic chest. But Shizuan, I'm actually an adult this year. Ah, you're an adult now, that's good, thank you for your patronage. After the performance, Jing Ian's face instantly fell, and she said emotionlessly, next. Page 35. As one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha, you actually like this kind of childish and clumsy performance. As expected, Konoha is beyond saving. Samui swore that she would never care about such meaningless issues as age. Ting, a total of 888 taels, thank you for your patronage. You don't need to ask my age? Is this okay? Because Miss Gojo is obviously an adult. Ha, that's right. Zhihaihong subconsciously rubbed her arms, and inexplicably felt that the temperature of the air had dropped a few degrees. Ah, joy! Tsunade slammed her wine glass on the table, her eyes already blurry with drunkenness. Well, Miss Gojo. You went through so much trouble to come all the way from Konoha to Tansho Street, spent an entire afternoon gambling with me, and even set me up to lose everything. You don't really want me to wear that stray cat ID card, do you? Tsunami pointed at the metal necklace sticking out of Samui's pocket. It was obvious that Samui was really preparing a prop to create an atmosphere. Tell me, what is your purpose? Tsunade suddenly leaned forward and unceremoniously placed a finger on the steamed bun that Gojo Kazuki loved most some time ago, poking it as if to test its authenticity. This woman. Samuel took a deep breath. If it weren't for the mission she was carrying and the fact that she was no match for Tsunade both objectively and subjectively, she would have definitely competed with Tsunade. It's like this, Lady Tsunade. Samui moved her calves that were pressed by her plump buttocks and took 2 steps back. I did this mainly to ask you for a favor. I will give you all the money I have. Please forgive me for any offense I caused during the previous gambling game. When asking someone to do something for you, you have to bow your head and put aside all your pride. Even when necessary. Samui understood this principle very well, so she kept a low profile. Let me guess. You are from Konoha, and you are a member of Gojo Juiyu's clan. What does he want to get from me through you? Yes. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Tsunade took another swig of wine and said, Gojo Kagetsu and I have known each other for many years. This is the first time he has sent someone to ask me for help. I can't remember the last time he invited me to his house to watch his cat do backflips. I'll be honest. He never wanted my friendship, and he was afraid of owing me a favor. Samui, oh. Why does it seem like the relationship between this person and Gojo Juiyu is a little different from what she imagined? Do not. I understand. He became the advisor of the Yandere in Konoha. He became rich and lived a good life. He had the Yandere brat and the Anbu to protect him. He doesn't seem to need a friend like me anymore. But, now he asked you to come to me and say, Tsunade-sama, I need your help. He has no respect for me at all and doesn't consider me a friend. He's not even willing to come to Tansho Street to see me in person and call me. Tsunade kept chattering like a nagging woman, and even when she was drunk she took a sip of wine. It looked like she couldn't even hold the wine glass. Who could have imagined that this was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex that could crack the floor with one punch? Okay, tell me, what on earth did he ask you to come for? Well, Lady Tsunade, this is actually a personal request. I would like you to return to Konoha and stand up for Mr. Juiyu. Finally back to the topic. Sometimes Samui really wanted to report to the Konoha guard. Have these Konoha ninjas who have come into contact with Gojo Kazuki become somewhat abnormal? Stand up? What stand? I am just an ordinary ninja who left Konoha. I have no influence and I don't have much say in Konoha anymore. Besides, with Minato Namikaze protecting him, who else in Konoha can touch him? Tsunade said drunkenly, old man? Or Danzo. The thing is like this. Samui immediately told Konoha that it was planning to introduce a policy of having many children and bringing more blessings. She also tactfully expressed that she did not want to have children for the time being, and said that the 20s were the golden development period for ninjas, and that Gojo Juiyu should not spend too much energy on love affairs. After telling her private affair, Samui did not forget to sow discord among the Konoha Brahmins. And I suspect that the village leaders wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Jiuejun. They knew that he was not married yet, but they chose him as a test subject for the policy of having many children and more blessings. He does not mean that. Tsunade's expression became increasingly strange. As the purest heir to the will of fire, the eldest princess of Konoha. The elders of Konoha, others don't know, but doesn't she know? The policy of having many children and good fortune. Such a catchy name, regardless of the political significance behind it. One can tell at a glance that it was thought up by Gojo Juiyu. The policies he proposed were used to persecute himself? Tsunade's eyes gradually turned into pity when she looked at Samui. Poor girl, she was almost fooled by Gojo Juiyu. This was simply a scheme planned by him, and the purpose was Samui's despicable body. The drunk Tsunade suddenly became unhappy. Gojo Kagetsu had never deceived her before. Isn't her body vulgar? She was obviously the one who came first. You are just being too sentimental. Gojo Juiyu is just simply greedy for your body, he doesn't want to have a baby with you or anything like that. Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about? Just because of your size? Don't be ridiculous. It was not until this moment that Samui realized that gambling was not Tsunade's real hobby at all. The female competition that she accidentally heard Gojo Juiyu mention is what she wants. This is shocking information. It turns out that Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, actually had some history with that rubbish ninja Gojo Kagetsu. The threat assessment of Konoha can be lowered again. Samui finally realized why Tsunade had such a strange reaction after seeing her. If that was the case. Humph, low-level figure. He's so skinny, is he malnourished? Freak fat. You are so pitiful, Lady Tsunade. You probably haven't received much attention from Jiyu-kun, have you? Click. The wine glass in Tsunade's hand began to crack. Do you think that size is a killer? Are you planning to show off the advantages of being a female animal in front of Jiyu-jun? That's a bit shameless. Tsunade's face became increasingly red, and it was unclear whether it was because she was angry or drunk. She slammed the table and looked at Shizun, who was dumbfounded beside her, and Yui Kurane, who had witnessed the collapse of her idol. You too think so? 2. Size should be used to measure the superiority of female animals, right? This is an instinct that Jiyu-kun simply cannot resist. Tsunade-sama, you are drunk. Shizun frantically dragged Tsunade to the bedroom. After a while, Tsunade naturally fell into a deep sleep. Shizun wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Ever since Lady Tsunade and Lord Gojo had come into contact a long time ago, her hemophobia caused by the death of Nawaki was cured, but her mental state became somewhat unstable. Afterwards, he adopted her from an orphanage and brought her away from Konoha to settle in Tansho Street, under the pretext that contact with Gojo Kagetsu would make her unlucky and she must be kept away from him. By the way, the orphanage where she was staying at that time was funded and established by Lord Gojo. If Lady Tsunade is not removed from the female competition battlefield in the living room, it might really start with a clothes bursting and size comparison stage. Then he returned to the living room and said to Samui with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm sorry, Miss Gojo, I made you laugh. As for the problem you mentioned, I will write a letter in the handwriting of Lady Tsunade. The elders of Konoha will understand after reading it. Tsunade-sama is not in a good condition to return to Konoha to speak for the Gojo advisors. Today's 2-in-1 update. Tomorrow I will return to the plot of Kirigakure. Please vote __. Volume 52, we are providing Konoha's ninja do assistance. Hokage's office. Gojo Jiyu came to give his routine work report, most of which was about the progress of the mist-free operation. After all, this was the first time that the fourth generation had taken the initiative to communicate with other villages since taking office. The ninjas below are all watching. This is a test of the ruling abilities of the Yandere and Gojo Jiyu. If they fail in the end, it will be a big blow to Minato's prestige, and Danzo and Mitamon will inevitably jump out to stir up trouble in Konoha. But if they succeed, Danzo's waist, which had been bent for half his life, should finally break completely. Don't be careless. Putting aside the above factors, it can be seen that Gojo Jiyu himself is also in a very high spirits. Namikaze Minato asked curiously, "Jiyu, you weren't so excited when you were dealing with Kumigakure, why are you here at Kirigakure? Did the hidden mist ninja offend you? Or is it the ninja world continental balance of power policy mist threat theory that you mentioned in the internal meeting before? Kirigakure is a singer, right? Is she worthy of offending me? It's not because of that policy assumption." Gojo Jiyu took a sip of tea and asked with interest, "Minato, what is the spiritual belief of our Konoha village?" "The will of fire." Minato answered immediately. "Then do you know what the antonym of fire is?" "Water, what's the problem?" "Why water?" Isn't this common sense that everyone in the ninja world knows? How can water jutsu restrain fire jutsu? You don't understand, Minato? Actually, this involves extremely profound mathematics. As the Hokage, you have to keep up with the cultural level. Namikaze Minato scratched his head. Although he didn't quite understand what Gojo Kagetsu was saying, he subconsciously sat up straight and said like a good student, "I'd like to hear more about it." Gojo Jiyu casually pulled over a blackboard beside him and wrote on it, "Let fire be X, its antonym by, then x plus y equals 0. Based on the above assumptions, we can conclude that y equals x equals 1 to 1 equals 0. Then, we consider 1 to 1 as a whole h. Isn't the equals sign above 2? Combined, water equals the opposite of fire equals h, o. So, Gojojo-Iyu's tone became inexplicably high, and he proudly patted his chest under his black uniform. As a firm believer and inheritor of the will of fire, I will never reconcile with the hidden mist village of the land of water. Minato. Although I couldn't understand what he heard or saw, it seemed like Gojojo-Iyu was playing something very trendy. Page 36. Well, okay, let's put this question aside for now. Namikaze Minato forced the atmosphere in the office to return to the tense state it should be during a special operation. Have you considered what statement you should make afterwards, Jiyu-kun? The current situation in the ninja world is 1 super, 2 strong, and 2 weak. The supernatural one is Konoha, the second strongest one is Kumagakure and Iwagakure, and the second weak one is self-evident. But before another Uchiha Madara or Hashirama appears in Konoha, it is still impossible to beat the entire ninja world with the strength of one village. Therefore, even if a special military operation is carried out against the relatively weak mist village, there must be a legitimate reason. This is the demeanor that a large village should have. Otherwise, the surrounding small ninja villages would feel in danger, band together, and join forces with the other 4 major ninja villages to take action against Konoha, which would be a disastrous situation. Gojojo-Iyu casually said, "Is there any need to think about this?" Of course, it means that oil was discovered in the hidden mist village. Oh no, it's a chakram metal mine. Ah! Minato was stunned. Let's not talk about whether there is a chakram metal mine in the hidden mist village. Even if there is, it's hard to say whether this incident will be defined as a war of aggression against Konoha by the ninja world. It's not appropriate. Oh? What do you think about that, Minato? I have given some thought to this. Minato Namikaze pinched his chin and pondered for a moment. Those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to 5 stripes are black. After spending so much time with him, his heart has become almost black. For the benefit of the village, Shumen's attitude towards other villages has always been tough and black-hearted. Perhaps we can say that citizens, nobles, and merchants from the fire country frequently disappear after entering the water country. Or perhaps Konoha ninjas are getting lost within the water country. For this purpose, we in Konoha will dispatch ninjas to conduct rescue and search operations. In this way, the image of Konoha and the invaders can be distinguished in the mainstream public opinion of the ninja world. Minato Namikaze was very satisfied with the reason he came up with for the special military operation. He looked at Gojo Kagetsu with expectation, hoping to hear a positive answer from him. Unexpectedly, Gojojo-Iyu still shook his head. "You are so petty. We are Konoha, the #1 village in the ninja world. Do we have to launch a special military operation just to rescue people and conduct searches? If we want to put pressure on them, we should ask the Mizukage of Kirigakure and the daimyo of Water Country to make a statement." Then, what statement should I use? We have to understand one thing, Minato. The clarification statement is not to let the village explain itself, it is to whitewash the village. The darker the Kirigakure is, the whiter our Konoha's special military operations will be. Gojojo-Iyu cleared his throat and explained his thoughts. First, we will conduct a unilateral special military operation against Kirigakure on the grounds that Kirigakure has ninja tools of mass destruction and secretly supports terrorist ninjas and renegade ninja organizations. Eliminate the bloody mist regime of the 4th Mizukage Karitachi Yagura and help the villagers of Kirigakure establish a free and democratic regime. Search for and destroy the ninja tools of mass destruction hidden in the hidden mist village and eliminate the terrorist ninjas. End the blood mist rule and provide Konoha Ninja Deo support. Protect the chakram metal mines of the hidden mist village. This is a non-renewable and precious treasure belonging to the entire ninja world. Gojojo-Iyu's words were powerful, in the end, we didn't find the ninja tools of mass destruction, but we protected the persecuted Kirigakure villagers and ninja clan. They announced to the public that the blood mist regime of Karitachi Yagura had already destroyed the physical and human evidence. In the end, they were forced to withdraw from Kirigakure and the land of water due to Konoha's philosophy of peace. Oh my god, the stereotype of Konoha, a noble, compassionate, beacon of the ninja world, has been imprinted in the hearts of the ninja world. Gojoja-Iyu closed his eyes and became intoxicated. Now is fantasy time. His words flowed in the small Hokage's office, and Minato Namikaze was stunned. It took a long time before he came to his senses from Gojoja-Iyu's statement. She said faintly, "Ji-Yu-kun, if I remember correctly, our special military operation mission did not mention attacking the Kirigakure homeland." "Oh, is that so? Then maybe I remembered it wrongly." Gojo Kagetsu scratched his head shamelessly. If he really did as the statement said, it would be no different from going to war with Kirigakure. Isn't this helping Goto Kibanayagura to divert the internal class conflicts in the village into external conflicts? No no no. Well, if you forget the first part and the second part, just remember the one in the middle. Provide Konoha Ninja assistance. Volume 53, It feels so good to be pushed from behind by the village. On the way from the land of fire to the land of hot spring. Ah, this new forehead protector always feels a bit weird. Might Guy patted the ninja forehead guard that he used as a belt. Because of the engraving, the back of the forehead guard has a somewhat bumpy and rough feel. The body of a physical ninja like Kai is the most sensitive, so it will feel awkward no matter how he wears it. By the way, what is engraved on the back of this forehead protector? Don't you even look carefully before you put it on. Asuma Sarutobi had a cigarette in his mouth and was running like a ninja like Might Guy, quickly running through the woods. It says, "No matter where you are in the ninja world, the powerful Konoha village will always be your strong backing. Please remember that you are a Konoha ninja." Upon hearing this, Akai, who was still moving back and forth on the tree trunk, immediately trembled. The muscles all over his body bulged unconsciously, and his chest, wrapped in the green tights, also stood up proudly. Although I don't understand why such a sentence was engraved, I feel my youth boiling. Ouch! Konoha's proud blue beast, activate! Hey! While Asuma Sarutobi was stunned, Akai's speed suddenly increased and he disappeared at the end of his sight in an instant. Asuma is, after all, a legitimate second-generation fire ninja, and he thinks more deeply than normal ninjas about the twists and turns involved. He touched his forehead with his thumb. This is undoubtedly an attitude, promoting the ideas and attitude of the contemporary Hokage's ruling. Tough, domineering and uncompromising. There is a kind of protective beauty that even if the ninja from this village made a mistake, but putting aside the facts, the victim is not at fault, right? This is absolutely different from the passive and weak philosophy of his father when he was in power. Asuma thought, if it was his father. Not to mention that the one who made the mistake was a ninja from our own village. Even if a ninja from another village took the initiative to offend Konoha, as long as it did not involve the bottom line, Dad would not only not pursue the other party's fault, but would take the initiative to apologize and choose to settle the matter peacefully. Regardless of the closeness of the relationship and the subsequent developments, as an ordinary ninja from Konoha village, based on my most simple emotional concepts, there is no doubt that he is more keen to give everything for the village governed by the fourth generation. No matter if I made a mistake or not, I have the village behind me to support me. This feeling. It's really good. Asuma Sarutobi pouted and spit out the cigarette in his mouth. Although I feel a little uncomfortable about the fact that my secret crush, Yui Kurane, has been wanting to stick to Gojoja-Iyu all day long since their school days. But Asuma had to admit that Konoha village seemed to be getting better and better under the governance of the Minayu combination. Really? What on earth was I thinking? Hong is 9 years younger than advisor Gojo. Asuma Sarutobi shook his head and put these distracting thoughts behind him. Because the destination of the mission is just ahead, the temporary base established by Konoha's advanced ninja in the land of hot springs. The kingdom of Tang is a tiny place surrounded by the kingdoms of fire, thunder, and water. It is an absolutely small country. But because of its unique geographical location, it has reaped the full geopolitical dividends. No matter which major power it is, it will not take the initiative to make enemies with it. Instead, it will provide appropriate assistance so as to establish a sea supply line when necessary in the game between the big villages. But at this moment, a group of Konoha ninjas who were heading to the base stopped. Somehow a group of Kumigakure ninjas appeared in front of them, and one of their leaders was even a jonin. Not good, we actually encountered a Kumigakure ninja here. What a coincidence! The ninjas on both sides stared at each other in a standoff. Asuma Sarutobi's hand unconsciously reached for the short blade at his waist so that he could draw it out and fight at any time. Asuma, what's going on? Might Guy, who was still just a chunin at this time, asked in a low voice. It would be better to leave this kind of thing that requires thinking to his companions. Hard to say. Asuma frowned. Originally, the mission description looked a bit strange, as if the village's secret forces had learned the news in advance and were trying to gain first-hand benefits. But usually, this kind of information is kept secret. How come the people in the Hidden Cloud village also knew about it? Is it that Kirigakure's intelligence work is too poor? Or is there a traitor in Konoha's intelligence department? Or is it that Konoha stole the intelligence from Kumigakure's intelligence department? There are many situations, and even Asuma's CPU is about to burn out and it can't figure out the result. But, one thing is certain. Asuma said with some concern, I heard from my father that the Kumigakure ninjas are all idiots with muscles stuffed in their brains. They are used to solving everything with force. If we encounter Kumigakure ninjas in the wilds of the land of hot water, I'm afraid this C-rank mission will quickly upgrade to an S-rank mission. It will undoubtedly be a brutal encounter. Encounter? Great, great, it's on fire. After hearing Asuma's concerns, Might Guy was not afraid, but became eager to try. The Kumigakure ninjas looking at the outskirts of the base did not show any fear when facing a jonin. Instead, they looked at him as if he were looking at gold coins. Asuma was a little confused. Akai, aren't you worried? What are you afraid of? All of us Konoha ninjas are here. Akai looked around and looked at the 7 or 8 ninjas from the same village, and puffed out his chest proudly. Besides, didn't you just say that, Asuma? No matter which ninja village we are in the ninja world, the village will always be our strongest backer. Even if there is a fight between the land of hot springs and the Hidden Cloud village, the village will be the first to help. This place is not far from our Konoha base. What's more? Akai licked the corner of his mouth. If there is a conflict, the bounty will be higher. With the bounty, I can go to the ninja tool shop to buy bodybuilding secret medicine. There are no worries anymore. This is the climax of youth, the moment when it burns the hottest. Akai's voice became more and more excited. Asuma was stunned, shook his head with a smile, and held the short blade in his hand even tighter. I'm really stupid. I just know that if it was my father who was facing this situation, he would warn us to abide by the rules of the local ninja village and avoid conflicts in other villages' territories. I will earnestly declare that Konoha can no longer fight a ninja war and cannot withstand the attrition. But I forgot that my father is now the old man at home. The one in power is the Yandere who has the ability to rush to the battlefield in an instant. His emotions seemed to infect many of the Konoha ninjas around him, who had a hint of worry in their eyes. Yes, there is nothing to be afraid of. They have the village and the support of the 4th Hokage behind them. There is no need to worry about not getting reinforcements or recognition after a conflict breaks out during a special operation and something goes wrong. In a word, the current Konoha ninjas are not afraid of causing trouble. I went to the hospital for emergency treatment and got an 4 drip. but I was late underscore. Page 37. Volume 54, have you ever seen the Great Ninja Village? Nonsense will make you fly. Damn it, why aren't these Konoha ninjas afraid of us? The one leading the team in Kumogakure is a special jonin. Having experienced the Second and Third World Wars in succession, he is experienced and knows the habits of Konoha ninjas well. Although they are very powerful, they are constrained by the customs of the village and have always been tolerant towards the outside world. Generally speaking, unless they encounter it on their home soil, Konoha ninjas will usually choose to be tolerant and then retreat, abiding by the principle of never acting on impulse outside. But right now, he was leading only a 7-member ninja team, and the Konoha team had at most one elite Chunin. If you don't become a Jonin, you will always be an ant. If a fight breaks out, my side will undoubtedly win. But the way the other party looked at his team, there was obviously something wrong. There are no concerns about village policies or the attitudes of the upper echelons. They just treated them as prey and didn't take him, a Jonin, seriously at all. How hateful! Captain, it's a Konoha ninja. Nonsense, I'm not blind, I can see. How is it? I heard from the elders in my family that if you encounter Konoha ninjas in a third-party country, as long as they are not Uchiha ninjas, you should take the initiative. Idiot! Have you forgotten what Reikage-sama told you? The hidden cloud ninja Jonin angrily rebuked that the ninja world is not about fighting and killing, but about following orders from superiors. If it was a few years earlier, he might have gone for it right away out of youthful vigor. But after experiencing 2 ninja wars, he understood one thing: if you don't act according to orders, even if you achieve victory, you will be blamed for disobeying orders, and in the end the credit will go to other ninjas. He won't do anything that's thankless. Following orders is the way for these little ninjas with no background to survive. Instructions? The mission I accepted only said to help build a base in the land of hot water, help the citizens of the land of lightning who are in the land of water evacuate, and follow the leader's orders to receive the ninjas and merchants who escaped from the village of mist. Look at your forehead protector, idiot! The Jonin was helpless and whispered a reminder: the instructions from the Reikage have been engraved on the new forehead protector. So you Chunins don't even check your equipment before setting off. Just like a cannon fodder genin who just graduated from the ninja school. Forehead protection. Hearing this, the Cloud Village Chunin quickly took off the forehead guard that he was using as a crotch protector. With eyes wide open, he stared at the side closest to the oregano, on which was engraved a line of small words: please strictly abide by local laws and respect local customs and the system of the ninja village. Hiss! The Cloud Village Chunin took a breath and said, I don't even remember what the laws of the land of hot springs are. What should I do? What kind of laws can a country have? As far as we ninjas are concerned, there must not be any fights or ninja encounters within the country. It would be fine if it was in a hostile village or country, but the Kingdom of Hot Springs is a neutral country. If it was before this operation, it would be fine. Lord Reikage would definitely support us in not worrying about anything when encountering enemies during the mission and just doing it. But now, there was nothing wrong with being a neutral country, it was just a layer of window paper, as long as the Reikage nodded. Who cares about the laws of the land of soup? The Kumogakure ninjas could break the face of the land of soup if they stood up. But now even the Reikage, who has always been fond of martial arts, has approved the new policy of Kumogakure forehead protectors, which is tantamount to tacitly agreeing to the above words. If he committed a crime outside, let alone getting support, it would be a good thing if he was not charged by the temporary military action court composed of the Reikage's advisory group when he returned. Thinking of this, the wrinkles on the middle-aged Jonin's face seemed to deepen a little, and his already somewhat hunched back unconsciously bent downwards again. But, why do these Konoha ninjas look like they're not afraid at all? They should be a special military operation like us, right? Aren't they afraid of being punished if they fight with us here? The Kumagakure Chunin questioned in a low voice. They were also in a sudden encounter, and even their strength was inferior to theirs, but they did not feel the slightest bit of oppression on the faces of those Konoha ninjas. Especially the guy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a green tights, who looked eager to try. How should I know? I'm not a Konoha ninja. Okay, stop talking so much, and retreat immediately without causing any more trouble. If something does happen, we have to report the on-site intelligence back to Lord Raikage and let the big man resolve it through the village's diplomatic channels. The hidden cloud ninja swore in a low voice, moved his body, and immediately disappeared in the low-pressure vortex. With the backbone of the team gone, the Cloud Village Chunin beside him no longer insisted and retreated in disgrace. Might Guy. Several Konoha ninjas who had already begun to refine chakra and prepared for a desperate fight stood there in a daze, looking at each other. I don't understand why the usually warlike Kumagakure just ran away without saying a word. They clearly have a Jonin leading the team and obviously have the advantage. At least. What about trash talk? Shouldn't he at least leave some meaningless trash talk like Konoha ninjas, just wait for me? Kai had no choice but to cancel the pre-swing of the 8 gates, coughed lightly and asked, Sarutobi, what do you think? It's hard to understand, but it feels good for some reason. No fighting, cool.jpg. At this moment, it was just like that moment. However, the attitude and stance of Kumagakure and Konoha towards the outside world seemed to have completely reversed. Let's not talk about this for now, let's go to the hot spring country base and report. A moment later, a group of Chunins arrived at the Zuya base, and there seemed to be a fierce quarrel taking place outside the base. The ninja wearing the Yuyan village forward protector danced and expressed his dissatisfaction. You Konoha are too domineering. It's fine to establish a base in our country of soup, but isn't it reasonable to charge you some temporary stationing fees? We in Tangyin don't want to get involved in the disputes between your big villages, but as a neutral ninja village, it's only right that we exercise our rights. You don't want us to side with Kumagakure, do you? The person in charge of the negotiation was Konoha's special Jonin, who scratched his ear impatiently and said, we will pay if the hidden cloud village pays. Bingzu Lietong secretly followed Wu Tiaojiu's orders. He also got the other party's promise that after completing this task, he would be promoted to the position of Hokage's bodyguard. The original words of Gojo Jiu's private order were as follows. If Yugakure dares to charge neutrality fees or stationing fees, we'll teach them what it means to be too far from heaven and too close to Konoha. If you don't want to become the next rain country, then you should learn the lessons that a small village should have. To put it in a complicated way. In addition to sucking blood from the hidden mist village, this special operation also requires showing off muscles to these small ninja villages and making clear Konoha's current position. Tell them that the days when they didn't have to do anything and could just rely on the name of a neutral village to reap dividends and receive benefits from Konoha are gone forever. They thought that they could scare off the hidden ninjas and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took out cash with the seal of the hidden cloud village from his pocket and said, they gave it to me. The stacks of banknotes swayed up and down, making the sound of pa 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 as if they were hitting his parallel face. No, the Kumagakure ninja changed their nature? Did they really give it to them? The next second, Bingzu Lietong immediately revealed a ferocious expression, took out a kunao and pressed it against the forehead of the Yugakure ninja. No, do you really dare to ask us for money from Konoha? Have you ever seen the Black Great Ninja Village? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you fly. Volume 55, Your way of thinking is too diode, I won't argue with you. When the Tangyin envoy came to the Union village to cry and complain. Raikage building. Good, good, this is really great news. Advisor Raikage laughed wildly toward the sky, his gradually shrinking muscles even showing signs of regaining a second spring. He looked at the envoy from Yuyan village in front of him with a friendly face, waved his hand, and asked his men to hand over a large stack of reward money and some inferior ninjutsu scrolls to the other party. Envoy Tang Yin thanked him repeatedly with tears of gratitude, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at the Raikage, who seemed to be accumulating anger. Fearing that the other party would object, he quickly disappeared from the sight of the Kumagakure high-level officials, holding the thick stack of reward money and ninjutsu scroll. Seeing the outsiders leave, Lei Ying Ai couldn't wait to slam the table and asked in an irritated voice, "Elder Yafu, why is this happening? Not long ago, the envoy of Yugakure village came to the Raikage building, and in front of the high-ranking officials of Kumagakure, he tearfully accused the Konoha ninjas of numerous atrocities in Yugakure village, such as establishing a temporary base without paying, occupying the main transportation route of Yugakure village, threatening the envoys of Yugakure village and snatching the neutrality fee paid by Kumagakure from the envoys, stealing the super light and heavy rock technique of Iwagakure village and being directly flown up. What's even worse is that they even occupied their Iwagakure ninja hospital, forcing the Iwagakure ninjas to cry more quietly. According to the description of the Yuyan envoy, any ninja dog passing by would be kicked by the Konoha ninja. As for how many of the accusations were true and how many were false, AI could only say it was hard to say. Even his brain, which was packed with muscles, felt something was wrong. At the same time, their Tang Yin envoy also praised Kumagakure a lot, focusing on the central idea of too far away from Kumagakure, too close to Konoha, which took up a whole hour of Raikage AI's muscle exercise. After finishing all this meaningless bureaucratic nonsense, Tang Yinkan finally expressed his purpose. What about abandoning the neutral village position and fully joining the great Kumagakure CO prosperity sphere, comprehensively boycotting Konoha? All the glory belongs to Kumagakure, jointly building the first island chain blockade line with Kumagakure to curb the development of Konoha. The emotional value was provided to the Raikage advisory group, but given the straightforward character of the Raikage, no matter how you look at the tiny territory of the Kingdom of Soup on the map, it has nothing to do with big alliance, glory, or island chain. During the conversation, the Raikage AI repeatedly showed off his biceps to the Elder Yafu, repeatedly raising his chakra dumbbells as a hint, hinting to Elder Yafu to quickly drive away this little Kala Tang Ian. However, Elder Yafu, the chief advisor to the Raikage, turned a blind eye to AI's dumbbells, and with a smile, he rewarded Yugakure village with 100 million taels of village development funds and a large number of low-level ninjutsu, and promised that there would be no less than 1 billion taels of aid funds in the future. The Raikage's eyes widened and he was about to blurt out, "This old guy is not worth conspiring with," subconsciously. Fortunately, years of experience have allowed him to control his temper. Now, it's time for post-mortem reckoning. Elder Yafu, I don't understand. AI pointed at the back of the Tang Ian envoy as he left. Why on earth would you give money to the Tang Ian ninjas? A full 100 million taels. Even Samui, who sneaked into Konoha alone, received only 10 million ryo in aid. Aren't you always talking about the tight financial situation of Kumagakure? Ma Bai, who seemed to be invisible at the side, heard her best friend's name and nodded repeatedly to show her approval. The actions of the old-school consultants were simply too unreasonable in the eyes of these young ninjas. AI, you are still too young. You just yell at us seniors without thinking, but we, the advisory elders who work so hard for Union, have a lot more things to consider. The way you think about things right now is too illogical. I won't argue with you, but I hope you will calm down and listen to me carefully. The great Elder Yafu slowly raised a finger, with wisdom flashing in his eyes. Remember the ninja forward protection reform plan that I strongly asked you to promote. So what? That is undoubtedly the information Samui sent back. The ninjas of Konoha must have promoted the new forward protector one step ahead of us. Page 38. But they, who had the upper hand, showed such lack of discipline in this special operation against Kirigakure. They are not comparable to our Kumagakure at all. Combined with the information that Samui reported, Gojo Kagetsu is a rubbish ninja just as the rumors say. AI, what did you realize? The Raikage's face was as black as charcoal. Elder Yafu's words were like a blow to his shield. Although his muscles were already impeccable, when faced with problems that required the use of his brain, all that muscle training was in vain. Alas, how foolish, how foolish! The great elder knocked on the table in disappointment. This shows that the will of the upper echelons of Konoha cannot be transmitted to the lower echelons at all. It also shows that Konoha's current 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his advisor Gojo Kagetsu have completely lost the recognition and support of the lower-level ninjas. If there is disagreement between the upper and lower levels of a village, it will undoubtedly be the beginning of its decline. The Kage has no power over the village's political structure is unstable, and Konoha is on the verge of collapse. Samui did an excellent job in intelligence work. She perfectly defined Gojo-jutsu and Konoha under the rule of the 4th Hokage. The great elder Yafu highly recognized Samui's intelligence work. Is that so? Raikage AI said hesitantly. He vaguely remembered that when the new Forehead Protector was first introduced, the reaction of the Kyumigakuer ninjas was so strong that they almost seemed to be rebelling. Especially the ninjas in the southern part. Especially in the past few days, there are also cloud-hidden ninjas who are muttering pursuing the right to speak freely and strongly resisting the replacement of the new Forehead Protector. Of course, these dissenting voices were eventually suppressed by AI's absolute muscle advantage. Is this a disagreement between the top and the bottom? But looking at the confident look of the great elder Yafu in front of him, AI couldn't ask the question. Leave your body to yourself and your brain to the village. AI chose to believe and believe again. But he still felt a little unhappy, and crossed his arms and said, okay, even so, why spend so many resources to aid Tang-E in village? Even Konoha doesn't give them money, so we just need to be a little bit better than Konoha, right? We did not withhold money, we did not occupy traffic arteries, and we did not use our muscles to intimidate their messengers. We gave them the money they were robbed of, and now they can't beat Konoha and they're asking us to give them some land usage fees? Does that make sense? If you ask me, there is no need to make friends with such a weak ninja village. No matter how much they oppose, it will not cause any waves for us in Kyumigakuer. The money we gave to Yugakushi can be used to buy muscle tonic for our ninjas in this village. Ask for votes __. Volume 56, $1,000 gold for Shuriken. Raikage AI made a judgment based on his simple emotional values, but was met with another denial from Elder Yafu. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I think you just don't understand, AI. I usually tell you to read more, but you just won't listen. Have you ever read a story that came out of the Fire Nation a few years ago? Stories? I never read boring stuff like that. Well, let me tell you about it. Once upon a time, there was a daimyo of the Land of Fire who loved playing with shurikens. He wanted to spend a huge sum of money to buy the best shurikens. After 3 years, he still had no success. At this time, a low-ranking guard in the daimyo's mansion volunteered and said, "Please give this job to me." The daimyo nodded in agreement. In less than 3 months, this man really bought a shuriken in good condition, but when he was about to buy the shuriken, he found that the shuriken was rusty. He thought about it for a while, and still spent 500,000 taels to buy back the rusty shuriken. When he brought the rusty shuriken back to the daimyo's mansion to report to the daimyo saw that it was a rusty shuriken and was very angry. He shouted angrily, "I want the best and most sophisticated shuriken. What's the point of buying this rusty sword? Isn't it a waste of 500,000 taels?" The guardian smiled and said, "Please calm down, daimyo. The money is not wasted. You are willing to pay a high price for a rusty shuriken. If the news spreads, the ninjas will believe that you are a daimyo who truly loves shuriken and knows how to use it. Then someone will come to offer shuriken to you. Later, within a year, the Fire Country daimyo really did receive 3 top-grade shurikens offered by elite Jonin-level ninjas. Elder Yafo looked intoxicated and clicked his tongue with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. What a profound story about the Fire Nation! He saw at least 8 pieces of life wisdom from it. The Fire Nation is truly a country full of wisdom, and Konoha village is truly a village full of thoughts. He still has a lot to learn. The plan to assist Tang Ian village this time was planned based on the principles he learned from this story. Governing a large village is like cooking a small fish. Elder Yafo felt that he was a late bloomer and finally showed his amazing political skills at this age. How is it? AI. Rakage AI, Abba Abba, W, degree O degree, W. I forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end. You're right, but what does the shuriken have to do with the 1 billion taels of funds given to Yugakure village? Don't you know how to apply a formula? Elder Yafo was extremely disappointed. The aid money is not given for free. We, Kumagakure, are willing to support even a weak ninja village like Uegakure. If this news spreads, other ninja villages will believe that you truly respect the weak and keep your word. In this way, more and more weak ninja villages will choose to rely on Kumagakure. The strength of our Kumagakure is enough to rank among the top 3 in the ninja world. In addition, these small villages have taken the initiative to attach themselves to us. After we establish the prestige of Kumagakure, it is time to create our own order. Kirigakure and Sand Village are both objects that can be united and incorporated into our order. To put it simply, it is a big money-spending strategy. We will establish a military and economic alliance centered on Kumagakure and create a greater Kumagakure-co prosperity sphere. We will first unite the small villages, then unite the big villages, gradually erode Konoha's voice in the ninja world, and finally replace it. I said this, do you understand, AI? Oh, so that's what happened? The Rakage AI controlled his muscles as if he understood and nodded. The pancake drawn by Elder Yafo broke through his muscle defense and caused an illusion attack on his brain. But AI still thought of a crucial question, then how can we raise the funds to buy shuriken? No, how can we raise the funds to aid the small ninja village? Can our cloud village really do it? This question, Elder Yafo was a little unhappy, and his instinctive reaction seemed to be to blame the village for hindering his perfect plan of spending a lot of money. After a long while, he sighed, we, the hard-working, capable and hard-working Kumagakure ninja, can only suffer a little. Cut the mission bonus, cut the bonus commission, reduce the salary of union civil servants, and raise the requirements of the daimyo. Also, if you want to maintain this strategy, you have to stop asking for protection money from the small ninja village. Elder Yafo picked up the teacup and took a deep sip. Ah, life as a ninja is just like this cup of tea. It won't be bitter forever, but it will be bitter for a while. As long as you persist in enduring hardships, every difficulty can be overcome. If the word give up appears in your mind, you must firmly tell yourself that we are enduring hardships for the next generation of Kumagakure ninjas. I agree with the proposal of the Asian elder. Seconded. Me too. The voice of approval from the elders drowned out the Rakage Ika's brain. AI didn't know when he came out of the Rakage building. However, the touch of the red seal on his thumb was real. He finally adopted the big money strategy proposed by the elder. AI stroked his yellow hair and muttered, why did they send ninjas to Kirigakure? To make money. But why is it that the village is already prepared to spend 1 billion ryo before the blood-sucking war with Konoha has even begun? Walking on the streets of Union, AI, who was always carefree, felt a little guilty for some reason. As for the reason for his guilty conscience, it was because the idle Kumagakure ninjas on both sides of the street had subtly changed the way they looked at him. How would you describe that change? Distrust? Incomprehension? Doubt? If it were in the past, AI might have picked out these questioning looks one by one and used his muscles to show off his strength. But now, it's so difficult to do. Let the ninjas of their own village suffer and live frugally, and all the funds raised be given to the weak ninja villages for free? Just to establish an alliance centered on Kumagakure? What kind of logic is this? Compared with the policy of letting the people of the same village suffer at the expense of the people of other villages, AI still prefers the style of Konoha. That's the attitude that a great ninja village should have. He has trained so much muscle, but in the end he still cannot exercise the privileges that a large ninja village should have over a small village like Yugakure village. Isn't all his training of muscles in vain? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Reikage AI felt. He could only let out a long sigh, snapped his fingers, and decided to give up thinking. Anyway, according to what Elder Yafu said, Konoha's situation will only be worse than ours. At the very least, Namikaze Minato's prestige is not as high as mine, and he can't even push forward his will to replace the Forehead Protector. If you can't figure it out, then forget it. As long as you don't think about anything, you won't have any trouble. Volume 1, Remarks and Rewards. Calling him Godfather is too intimate. Calling him Reader is too unfamiliar, calling him Thick Rice is too strong, calling him Baby is too greasy, so, brother. Okay, brothers. Everyone, look at me. Look at me, look at me, I have something to announce. Naruto, longing to become a public figure in the ninja world, will be on the shelves at 6:14 noon on June 12, Beijing time. I would like to ask for a valuable first order here. Please, this is really important to me. Congratulations to my fellow readers. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to all my brothers for their love. The data of this book has been pretty good since the first round of recommendations. There were some minor setbacks in the middle, referring to the cyberball, but in the end it went through 3 rounds of recommendations smoothly and was put on the shelves today. The standard chapter size is 2K words per chapter. As we all know, rewards are a delicacy that Hedgehog Cat has to taste. In addition to making the data before listing look better, it can also give the author more motivation to write __. Although I went to the hospital every day these days, I managed to save some manuscripts. I will double the amount of writing after I recover from my illness. So let me offer a reward. __. 1000 recommendation votes plus 1 update, 100 monthly votes plus 1 update, 50 blades plus 1 update. As for the reward, keep it for yourself to buy ribs. Good brother with a blade in hand, please modo. __. There is also the extra chapters mentioned during the oral sex. If the comments on the release of the book exceed 100, 2 more chapters will be added. __. The bounty will last until 0:2 on Sunday, and after the statistics are completed, it will be paid back in the form of 4K to K additional chapters per day. Image, now, location, images /1718244324979-11177770.jpg. Now that we have talked about the key points, let's talk about the plot after Ninja World Public Knowledge. First of all, there won't be any dark or cruel plots, it will definitely be a happy ending. Secondly, everything about the harem that everyone likes to see will be included. Finally, there are relatively few plots involving ninjutsu confrontations and ninja duels, and the plot is still dominated by abstract pranks, nonsense, and driving. The initial idea for writing the book was to imagine Gojo Satoru traveling back in time to become the Hokage, probably in the timeline when Naruto had just entered the ninja school and became a teacher and was invincible. After writing several versions of the beginning, I found that there seemed to be not enough content to write. With such an invincible protagonist, I would inevitably start writing plots such as ninjutsu duels that the author himself was tired of seeing. I simply thought about extending the timeline, and continuously reducing and downplaying elements such as ninja battles and ninjutsu duels. By chance, I was flipping through old books and came across Yilin, which I bought a long time ago. In addition, the author himself is a yellow card kid who hangs out in various forums, so today's abstract product was created. Page 39. If you think about it carefully, the Naruto world created by Kishimoto is so damn in line with Yulin. The ninja village was established with the country as the background, but Kishimoto himself did not spend too much time on the political aspects of the ninja world, which left a lot of room for secondary creation. From the first few villages that were all equally backward, to the despicable outsider protagonist who transformed Konoha, to finally it really becoming the Konoha in the public intellectual literature exported abroad. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. That's all. See you tomorrow at 12 noon, I'm going to write. __. The following rotten stalks make a purple potato pudding. __. I'm a loser who hardly pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because there is no time. My parents couldn't support me, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I've looked for a lot of jobs, but I can't get hired, probably because no one likes someone who isn't good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harshness of winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job writing novels at Hedgehog Cat. I'm a loser who hardly pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because there is no time. My parents couldn't support me, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I've looked for a lot of jobs, but I can't get hired, probably because no one likes someone who isn't good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harshness of winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job writing novels at Hedgehog Cat. I was a loser and hardly noticed whether the sun was shining or not because I didn't have the time. My parents couldn't support me, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I've looked for a lot of jobs, but I can't get hired, probably because no one likes someone who isn't good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harshness of winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job writing novels at Hedgehog Cat. I'm a loser who hardly pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because there is no time. My parents couldn't support me, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I've looked for a lot of jobs, but I can't get hired, probably because no one likes someone who isn't good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harshness of winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job writing novels at Hedgehog Cat. I'm a loser who hardly pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because there is no time. My parents couldn't support me, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I've looked for a lot of jobs, but I can't get hired, probably because no one likes someone who isn't good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harshness of winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job writing novels at Hedgehog Cat. Volume 57, 4C God. The 9 Tests of the Hidden Mist. Samhata, K. The water is misty and foggy. In the mist, you can vaguely see buildings that look like Bikini Bottom, and the whole village is filled with a terrifying and depressing atmosphere. This is Mizugakushi, known as the Village of Blood Mist. The specialties of Kirigakura are a must-try. Ever since the third Mizukage began implementing the Blood Mist policy, the entire village has been rushing towards the abyss of madness and destruction. Regardless of whether other villages are free or not, most of them are based on strength. Families with strong bloodlines are often respected and worshipped by people, and are an important part of the composition of a village. But the Blood Mist village is different. There are class distinctions here, and people are divided into different levels based on their status system rather than their own abilities. In the words of Gojo Kagetsu, the Kirigakura class is roughly divided into 3 levels: Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas. The natives of Kirigakura are of the highest status, namely the Kirigakura Brahmins represented by Yuanchi. Secondly, there are the families and individuals who have made outstanding contributions in the long war since the founding of Kirigakura and have gained the right to speak. The lowest class are the bloodline families that were swallowed up by the Hidden Mist village and the ordinary ninja clans. They are purely tools when carrying out the most dangerous missions, not even as good as a ninja dog. In order to graduate from the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Mist village, one of the graduation requirements is to kill one of your classmates. Judging from the above, the anti-terrorism statement proposed by Gojo Jaiyu is not a smear, but only exposes and exaggerates the current situation of Kirigakura. The Hidden Mist village was declining step by step amidst such extreme internal friction policies. The milestone of their decline was probably when Might Dai almost wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen single-handedly in the Third Ninja War. Due to such a closed policy, the speed at which information from the outside world enters Kirigakura is much slower than that of other villages. The closed and bloody policy cannot extinguish the anger in the hearts of progressive ninjas who want to be open and enterprising and change the world. The 17-year-old Hoshigaki Kisame was sitting at home in boredom. Hoshigaki Kisame is a true ninja who puts the mission first, does whatever it takes to achieve the mission, and is absolutely loyal to the Mizukage and the village. For many years, he has been diligently carrying out unimaginable tasks for the Hidden Mist village. Sometimes, in order to complete the mission, he even killed his companions to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy interrogation team and leaking intelligence. He even killed the only female ninja who understood him, but the female ninja did not blame him before she died. Instead, she said, "Your life must be hard," which made Hoshigaki Kisame fall into deep confusion. Just yesterday, he personally killed his former boss, the Zigwashan pufferfish ghost. As for the reason for killing the other party, it was confirmed that the Watermelon Mountain puffer demon sold information to the Hidden Cloud village, and was issued a wanted order by the 4th Mizukage. It seemed that his former superior had lost the ethics that a Kirigakura ninja should have after escaping from the Konoha ninja named Might Dai. If you are a mist ninja but you have to kill your fellow mist ninjas, then who am you? Friend or foe? What is my purpose? Where do I stand? Where am I going? Where can I find peace? The only thing I can experience firsthand is my own falsehood. The confusion in Hoshigaki Kisame's heart is not unique. The same question lingered in the mind of the Kirigakura ninja who was tired of killing. Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have seen clearly his future fate, and inherited his old boss's sword, Samehada, becoming its second user. Continue to be the lowest tool in the Blood Mist village, carrying out the most inhumane tasks. Hoshigaki Kisame felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, so he simply walked onto the street aimlessly. Because the Hidden Mist village suffered a disastrous defeat in the war against Konoha and several rounds of internal purges, the number of people on the streets has visibly decreased. Through the hazy mist, he seemed to see a female ninja with brown hair in the distance. That guy is Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi, who possesses the blood limits of both lava release and boiling release, might be the next target he will kill upon receiving orders. I'm really a little envious. Hoshigaki Kisame was full of melancholy. He heard that a while ago, a killer appeared in the ninja school who killed all the graduates of the same period, forcing the village elders to change the ninja school's graduation policy. Students like Mei Terumi's level can graduate and become ninjas without having to kill their classmates. Such a graduation policy, which is very common in other ninja villages, was achieved at the cost of the lives of a batch of Kirigakure students. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was in the danger period of mouth-to-mouth, naturally skipped the ninja tool shop he used to go to, and instead stopped in front of a bookstore. Before he inherited Samehada and became the executioner of Kirigakure, he wanted to read a book. The female companion who understood him and was killed by him loved reading the most when she was alive. The Kirigakure bookstore was extremely deserted. It was a holiday, but there were only a few people wandering around the store. Because of the high humidity in the air, the books in the store feel damp to the touch. Ninja-sama. What do you need? The bookstore owner rubbed his hands, looking attentive, but after seeing the appearance of Hoshigaki Kisame, his back was already wet with sweat. What kind of books do girls like to read here? Kisame asked after a while. Books for girls? Yes, we have. Please follow me, Ninja-sama. The boss quickly took a brand new copy of Umutu from the front row and handed it to Kisame. Sir, this is the copy. I'm giving it to you for free. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded and walked out of the store with the book in his hand. I started flipping through it out of boredom. For ninjas who enjoy killing people, books are certainly not as attractive as shurikens. Hoshigaki Kisame originally thought it was something boring like Ninja Night or Ninja World Journey, but when he turned to the first article, he was stunned and couldn't help but read it out. The adaptability one should have when born in the ninja world. What a strange name! He had to admit that this title deeply attracted Hoshigaki Kisame. His suitability should be fully met now. No matter what the village's order was or who to kill, he could adapt perfectly and execute it without hesitation. Books are like this. Even if you can vaguely guess what the next content will be, you still can't help but read on in order to find spiritual resonance. Even a powerful ninja like Hoshigaki Kisame is not immune. His gaze moved downward. He saw Gojo Kagetsu, who was only a chunin, became the Kage's advisor simply by working more than 18 hours a day, something that anyone could do. He saw Gojo Kagetsu was arrested by the village's Anbu and imprisoned. But the next Kage of Konoha gave Gojo Kagetsu the courage to tell the truth and pursue freedom of speech. He saw the ministers of the Fire Nation later gave Gojo Jaiyu high praise. Hoshigaki Kisame was in a trance, as if he was in an illusion, and fell into the spiritual world constructed by adaptability, and came to the Konoha village in the book. After he took his first breath of Konoha's air, the shark gills on both sides of his cheeks seemed to tremble. The air there was so fresh and sweet that it seemed particularly luxurious. The air of Konoha. Unlike the heavy, bloody mist village, Kisame felt his lungs being stained with blood every time he took a breath. In the book, he could only feel the invigorating atmosphere of Konoha. Life, liberty, trust in one's fellow man. Hoshigaki Kisame murmured, tears inexplicably flowing in his heart. For a ninja like him who kills people without hesitation, what is mentioned in adaptability just hits the softest part of his heart. Other people might just treat it as a story, but in the eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame, this is simply the most ideal mist village in his mind. Even ordinary ninjas, even the lowest ranking members of the Hidden Mist Village, can achieve equal status through their own efforts. The Hidden Mist Village should be open and tolerant, and even if someone commits a crime on behalf of the people, they will only be temporarily imprisoned. In the Hidden Mist Village, there is no chance to speak out at all, and the bloodline born in one's bloodline is already a sin punishable by death. The minister of a country can express his own opinions on the internal affairs of the village. Instead of the ninja going crazy enough to assassinate the minister of his own country under the blood mist policy, there should be more warm trust between the Kirigakure ninjas, rather than just cold contact between tools. My position. Page 40. An inexplicable seed was planted in Hoshigaki Kisame's brain, a seed that was different from becoming a killing machine, and it quickly took root and sprouted in his heart. Is there anything he can do? This village he has fought for half his life. Hoshigaki Kisame began to think. But before he could come up with an answer, the Kirigakure Enbu had quietly come up behind him. Hoshigaki Kisame, summoned by the fourth Mizukage. Ah, what is supposed to come is finally coming. Hoshigaki Kisame silently closed the book, returned to the bookstore, and put Yi-Mu back on the shelf under the owner's surprised gaze. Before leaving, he left a deep back and said to the boss, "Give it to the confused Kirigakure ninja." A moment later, Hoshigaki Kisame came to the place where he killed his old boss yesterday. In the dark and damp building, the body of the puffer ghost had disappeared, leaving only the big knife Samehada stuck deeply into the ground, as if waiting for his second owner. The fourth Mizukage, Karatagi Yagura, walked slowly from the passage behind Kisame. His voice was leisurely, "Kisame, do you see the big sword Samehada in front of you?" Originally, the 7 ninja swords belonging to our Hidden Mist village had to go through a lot of selection when choosing their owners. The great sword Samehada requires 9 full rounds of trials. First round, climb up 333 steps with a weight on your back. Second test, break through the circular blockade and cross the Hidden Mist village without killing any Kirigakure ninjas. Third test, stay on the chakra metal pillar for 12 hours every day. Fourth test, stay for the time it takes for an explosive tag to detonate under the Mizukage's command. The final 9th test is to use your own strength to gain Samehada's approval and pull him out of the ground. Karuju Yagura launched his mouth-to-mouth attack. "I know your character, so I trust you. I will only execute it for the sake of the country and the village. Yandere, just say what you want to say." Unexpectedly, Kisame interrupted what Karatachi Yagura was about to say. He moved closer to Samehada. "What test do I need to pass to get Samehada?" "Ah!" There was a hint of displeasure in the depths of Karatagi Yagura's eyes. It was already very respectful for him to come forward to recruit Kisame under his identity. Who is he? He is Uchiha Madara. He is known as the Hidden Mist. Using illusion to control 2 generations of Mizukage is equivalent to turning Kirigakure into his own talent training base. This guy Hoshigaki Kisame actually only cares about Samehada? What about the confusion in his heart? What about his wavering stance? What about his desire for liberation? Yagura Karatachi vaguely sensed something was wrong, but still thought it was just that Samehada was too attractive to Kisame. "You are different from other heirs. You can skip the first part, you can skip the middle part. If you want to get the big sword Samehada, you just need to complete the last test. That is, pull it out and use it." "That's it, I understand." Hoshigaki Kisame walked forward without hesitation, his arm muscles suddenly bulged, and his hands tightly grasped the hilt of the big sword Samehada. Haha! When Kisame pulled out the trident, the big sword Samehada, invisible chakras shot up into the sky and pierced the ceiling. The power of Samehada can be seen in the room. From then on, Hoshigaki Kisame had a ninja sword in his hand, which was extremely powerful. In his hand, Samehada weighed only 30 kilograms, but to the outside world, it also weighed 30 kilograms. More importantly, Samehada can not only absorb the opponent's chakra for its own use, but also use the large amount of chakra stored in Samehada to stimulate the regeneration of body cells. Compared to his predecessor, Hoshigaki Kisame is undoubtedly stronger. This also means the Akatsuki organization is going to have one more cage-level traitor. Clap clap. Karatachi Yagura clapped his hands. Hoshigaki Kisame was indeed someone he noticed. He pulled out Samehada so easily. Now, the useful consumables he had selected for Obito and Nagato had increased. The next step is to use mouth-to-mouth to get Hoshigaki Kisame to join Akatsuki. So, under the control of the illusion, Karujutsu Yagura continued to talk. Only you who have carried out countless dirty missions for the country and the village, and betrayed countless times in order to complete the missions, know that this world is nothing but a fake thing. Then I will free you from the false pain you have been in. All this time you have been fighting to kill your companions. Call. Before Karitachi Yagura could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hoshigaki Kisame's brutal sneak attack, wielding same hata in his hand. Kisame showed a sinister smile on his face, and through the flying blood mist, he met the stunned and panicked gaze of the yandere without fear. You're right. If you had told me this half an hour ago, I might have listened. But now, I've found my place. Today, I, Kisame, rebelled. At the same time, the rebellious forces that had been secretly accumulating in the blood mist also coincidentally broke out at the same time. The civil strife within the hidden mist begins. Volume 58, 5 Uchiha Shisui, why don't you avoid it? K. Because of the story you wrote, 1,000 golds for Shuriken, the Cloud Village Advisory Group issued a policy to help build the Yuyan village, and the Konoha Pipe Infrastructure Company received a large order. Prosperity plus 33. Because of your book The Adaptability to Being Born in the Ninja World, Hoshigaki and Mizusame of the Hidden Mist Village participated in the rebellion. Prosperity plus 66. Because you were the leader of the Yuyan village Konoha stronghold and issued a tough order, you gained ill-gotten gains. Prosperity plus 3. Yumo has been widely circulated among the high-quality citizens and upper-class society of the Land of Water. Prosperity plus 33. The Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village, had a civil war early because of Gojo Kazuki. Gojo Kazuki was lying on a chair in the Hokage's office in an inverted triangle shape with his hands on his head, listening to the system broadcast with a smile on his face. This series of prosperity made his heart itchy and he became a little unsatisfied. It would be really great if the prosperity was a little bit higher. When he heard the 5 words high-quality citizens, his eyes lit up completely. The 6 eyes beneath the black satin sparkled brightly. What kind of information is contained behind this? The high-quality citizen group covers a lot of people. In addition to ninjas, the ninja world also has many valuable side jobs, such as ninja scientists, master architects, ninja tool forgers, and story writers. And this time it is different from the previous +3 and +6, which is just like the check-in experience in a forum, but a full 33 points of prosperity. This shows that, maybe because of the rebellion of the Hidden Mist Village, the thinking of the people in the water country who are halfway up the pyramid and above has been greatly affected. This is really great news. The country needs to develop, the village needs to progress, and the new policies proposed by Gojo Jaiyu that are adapted to the ninja world cannot be separated from high-quality talents. It would take a long time to set up a special school for ordinary people to train them. The fastest way is to recruit them directly from other countries. If it weren't for the war and the lack of hope for advancement in their own country, how many highly qualified people would be willing to leave their homeland in this closed era of the ninja world? This wave is going to be big. After screening this group of talents and absorbing them into Konoha, we will be able to usher in another small climax. Gojo Kagetsu glanced at Minato, who was working as a company slave at the Hokage's desk, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As a high-paid consultant, he has already arranged all the tasks on hand, and there seems to be nothing for him to do in Konoha. Why not go to the front line himself and make a big splash? In the past, he did his best to stay in the back, but he had no ability to protect himself. Now that he had the 2 tortoise shells of the unlimited technique and the reversal technique, plus the teleportation function of the space-time ninjutsu Kang, even if he couldn't win, it would probably be okay to run away. It is already invincible. Gojo Kagetsu has always been a ninja with strong execution ability and he does what he says. Like a good student, he raised his hand in the Hokage's office, report to the Hokage. Jaiyu-kun, is there something wrong? Namikaze Minato held his forehead helplessly, as if he had already gotten used to this abstract daily life. He is already a qualified chunin, but when he was making a private report, he insisted on repeating the commands from the entire ninja school military training. Report to the Hokage, I want to go. I have something important to report. Go ahead. Gojo Jiyu coughed lightly, and a serious expression appeared on his face. I plan to go to the Yuyin village base myself, just in case. You're going to the Yuyin village base? Is that true? Minato Namikaze stopped writing and a hesitant and confused expression appeared on his face. He did not respond immediately, but pressed the emergency summons button on the Hokage's desk. In just 3 seconds, a Byakugan Jonin from the Hyuga family appeared beside him. Namikaze Minato said seriously, confirm the identity of Gojo advisor. I suspect he is now a spy from another village in disguise. Ah! The Byakugan Jonin was surprised, but still quickly activated his Byakugan to scan Gojo Jiyu. He made a judgment at a glance. Hokage, the person in front of you is Gojo advisor, the real Gojo advisor. Oh, is that so? It's okay, you can go down now. As ordered. For the first time, Gojo Kagetsu felt the feeling of being persecuted by himself, 4th generation Hokage. Are you polite? Ah, sorry. Namikaze Minato said emotionlessly, it's just that I suddenly feel like Jiyu-kun has become a different person. Please, I have always been like this, okay? Wherever there is a need for sacrifice, wherever there is a need for dedication, I, Gojo Jiyu, will be there. Gojo Jiyu said righteously. Although everyone has his or her own specialty, even during the Third War, when Konoha was at its most critical moment, Jiyu-kun never went to the battlefield once. Namikaze Minato said faintly, then he cleared his throat and adjusted himself back to the way the 4th Hokage should be. So? Why did Jiyu-kun want to go to the front line of the Yugakure base this time? In theory, this operation is safe, and it is also stipulated that Chunin can accept the mission, but you are just a civilian after all, Jiyu-kun, and you haven't practiced as a ninja for a long time. The ninja world outside is very dangerous. I'm worried that you will die out there. Namikaze Minato said seriously, as if he was coaxing some 7 or 8-year-old kid who was shouting about becoming the king of ninjas. It seems that I have really been underestimated. Gojo Jiyu slowly stood up from his seat, stretched out his right arm, and raised a thumb to his chest. Don't worry, I, your advisor, am the most, strongest. Minato Namikaze looked at Gojo Kagetsu's confident appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he sighed helplessly. I understand, Jiyu-kun, this is your ninja way. If you must go outside, please bring my escort team with you. They are all experienced jonin with infinite loyalty to the village. I would not trust you to leave the escort mission to others. I thought I would get a positive response from Gojo Jiyu, but I didn't expect him to reject it outright. That won't work. How can a guard team be stronger than the one they are protecting? This is like saying the one they are protecting is an irrelevant piece of trash, and they are really going to be killed by the plot. Namikaze Minato, N_. What weird things is he saying? Page 41. Then grant special permission to allow Jiyu-kun to form an advisory guard of his own. Namikaze Minato compromised, thinking that he had touched Jiyu-kun's fragile Chunin self-esteem. That won't work either. Only the Kage in a village has the right to form his own guard. Any other guards or organizations, in theory, belong to the village. Redundant weaving is equivalent to the bureaucratic dregs passed down from the daimyo. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. What on earth is going on? Oh, what I mean is that the ownership of the advisory guard belongs to the village. I just have the 24-hour right to use the guard. Gojo Jiyu patted his chest and said, don't worry, I will use the advisory guard critically to gain a deeper understanding of the ills of bureaucracy. Minato Namikaze opened the drawer, took out a Hokage token and threw it at Gojo Jiyu. Seeing the token is like seeing the Hokage himself, that's the rule. With this token, it is like giving the green light in the village, and any good ninja you like can be forcibly recruited into the guard organization. As for the expenses incurred in hiring, they will be reimbursed by the village. Gojo-Ju accepted the token happily and bowed to Namikaze Minato. The first generation died before the village was even halfway completed. The ninjas of the Anbu and the civil servants are all a whole. There should be no difference in rewards and punishments. If there are people who have committed crimes or those who have behaved kindly, they should wait for me to come back and let me decide on their punishments to show that the Hokage is fair and strict in handling state affairs. There should be no favoritism. I was originally a commoner in the Kingdom of Flowers, making military ration pills in the Kingdom of Flowers. I just wanted to survive in the chaotic world, not to become famous among the 5 great nations. Stop going crazy here. After a long time, when Gojo Kagetsu was scolded away, Namikaze Minato slumped down in the Hokage chair and let out a long sigh. He touched his yellow hair and always felt as if he was missing something. From what Ju-kun said, the members of the guard team must be Chunin or even Genin. Will that protect him? When Gojo Kagetsu came to the Uchiha clan again, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere of the clan had changed. To be precise, it was the villagers' attitude towards Uchiha that changed, which in turn changed the atmosphere within Uchiha. There used to be a black joke about Uchiha circulating in Konoha. A villager in Konoha lost his parrot. This parrot can only curse people, and it would be bad if it fell into the hands of the Konoha police department. If this villager wants to protect himself, he must make a public statement in Konoha, "I lost a parrot, and what it said has nothing to do with me." But what about now? Jokes are just jokes after all. There were even quite a few Konoha villagers carrying bird cages filled with ninja parrots, hanging around in front of the Uchiha clan's territory, which was once a forbidden area for foreigners, and dragging members of the Uchiha clan to walk their birds. Gojo-Ju also saw that there were many Uchiha kids on the street who were not suitable to be ninjas, and were being chased around the streets by their parents with a copy of 3 Years at Ninja School in one hand and a kunao in the other. The once repressed and heavy Uchiha had completely changed. So vibrant, so vibrant. Gojo-Ju couldn't help but sigh. Only 10 breaths after he entered the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku led his trusted followers to follow behind and greet him. His face was filled with smiles. "Gojo-kun, why did it take you so long to come visit our Uchiha?" "Alas, I am so busy with official duties. Since I accepted the order from the 4th Hokage, I have been worried and sighing day and night. I am afraid that I will not be able to complete the task entrusted to me, which will undermine the wisdom of the 4th Hokage. So why are you here today, Gojo-kun?" Fugaku asked tentatively. As for this question, Gojo-Ju took out the Hokage token from his pocket and waved it in front of Fugaku. "I'm a conscript. You know about the Kirigaku free action, Fugaku. The 4th Daemon ordered me to form a special mobile team under the command of the advisor and go to the front line to command the entire operation." Conscription? Kirigaku free action? Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was nothing. It was no big deal. "It's easy. I will go to Yugakure village with you, Gojo-kun." "Oh, no, no. The restriction of the trial secret realm is that no ninjas above Chunin can enter." "Well, mainly I want to bring the younger generation of Uchiha to the front line for some experience, and by the way, I will give them some pointers on their training, okay?" "That's fine, I'll call up our Uchiha ninjas of the right age." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in understanding. The training of Uchiha ninjas tends to be inherited within the clan, and they are not short of money, so they rarely participate in special operations against other villages. However, Gojo-kun came to Uchiha personally to recruit people, which was undoubtedly a sign of goodwill from the 4th Hokage. Uchiha is finally going to slowly start getting involved in the Naruto series. Uchiha Fugaku was secretly moved. Soon, all the Uchiha ninjas of appropriate age were gathered in the center of the training ground. Gojo-Ju took a quick glance and saw Ataki, who was only 5 years old, Izumi, and Shisui, who was 8 years old, among them. After Fugaku briefly explained the whole story, he handed the stage over to Gojo Keigetsu. The young Uchiha ninjas below looked like curious babies, looking at the legend of kindness in front of them that was sung in the clan. The consultant's kindness cannot be forgotten has been imprinted in their minds like a steel stamp. Gojo-Ju had already locked onto Ataki, Izumi, and Shisui, but he still pretended to be so pretentious and showed off in front of each of the half-grown children. This operation is special. I will only select the 3 best people among you who can pass my test. 5 tests and 9 tests, the first test, taking a knife from fire. Gojo-Ju's voice suddenly rose. He came to a brazier, took out the kunao that he held in his hand every day like a walnut, and burned the tip until it was red. The next second, Gojo-Ju moved and came in front of Uchiha Shisui at a speed that no one could react to. The red-hot kunao was already aimed at Shisui's eyes. If it moved an inch forward, Shisui's eyes would be destroyed. Being my bodyguard requires a price. Gojo-Ju said mysteriously, why don't you avoid me? Because I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Shisui blinked. The consultant, what a strange person. This kind of attack distance can be easily avoided by the Uchiha clan members who have opened their eyes. But he was an advisor after all, so Shisui still took Gojo Keigetsu's face into consideration. I'm not afraid. I'm just not afraid. What courage! You, Uchiha Ataki, and the little girl beside Ataki, the 3 of you have passed the test. There were immediately bursts of dissatisfied shouts from all around. Uchiha was never weaker than others in his life, even if his opponent was his own clan. The kindness of advisor Gojo must not be forgotten has long been instilled into the hearts of every new generation Uchiha under Fugaku's promotion and the continuous output of 3 years at ninja school. Perhaps the current loyalty ranking in the hearts of the new generation of Uchiha is Fugaku first, Gojo second, and Naruto third. Damn it, how could this happen? Am I weaker than Ataki? He's not healthy, Mr. Gojo. I'm healthier. I also want to repay the favor of Gojo Counselor. The huge training ground suddenly became noisy. The new generation of Uchiha tried to attract Gojo Keigetsu's attention in their own way. Uchiha Ataki, whose name was called, had a strange look on his face. No, what did the level that elder brother Shisui passed have to do with him? It seems that I just made a pill of it just for his jealousy. But the consultant's kindness opened his eyes. Uchiha Ataki was still full of gratitude towards Gojo Keigetsu in his heart, and walked over without any objection. Uchiha Izumi looked around and pointed at himself with his index finger in disbelief. At me? Just you, stop dawdling, cough. Gojo-Ju clapped his hands and looked at the current situation of the martial arts arena with great satisfaction. Not only Uchiha Ataki, but the entire new generation of Uchiha was evolving in a very strange direction under his destruction. Okay, don't think about repaying my favor so quickly. You must remember that the consultant's kindness is inexhaustible. After saying this, Gojo-Ju led the 3 Uchiha brothers out of the clan territory in a swagger. The 3 little ones were tied up by Gojo-Ju in deep doubt and boarded the pirate ship heading to the base of Yuyan village. In the setting sun, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the backs of the 4 people, full of emotion. 2 men and 1 woman. It's exactly the same as the assignment after graduation from the ninja school. For Ataki, it can be considered as early training as a ninja. But just now Gojo-kun seemed to say, guard. Well, at least it's really connected to the Hokage family. After leaving Uchiha, Gojo-Ju was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he put on his mask, summoned his own crew of veteran actors, and explained what he had planned before leaving. Including but not limited to strange materials such as materials for making anti-counterfeiting cards and high-definition, uncensored and refined pictures of Konoha village buildings. After giving the instructions, he took the three little ones and set off for the Tangyan stronghold. Counselor Gojo, who were those ordinary people just now? The three little ones have already carried their own bags, which are filled with spare clothes, marching tents, high-calorie ration pills. Normally, as a ninja, it would be enough to just bring some food rations, but under Gojo-Jai's strong request, the few of them still packed up these unimportant necessities of life. It's no longer appropriate to call for a consultant. You three have now been incorporated into the advisory guard team, responsible for protecting the personal safety of Advisor Gojo. Gojo-Jaiyu said solemnly, this operation is not to compete with ninjas from other villages, but to recruit people from the Hidden Mist village. Since we are poaching people, we naturally have to do a good job of publicity. The skills of being a ninja are too rough, and professional matters should be handled by professionals. Those are my special propaganda team. They will arrive at Tangyan base before us, so we can go slower along the way. Now, Tangyan village, start. Volume 59, 4 Great Consultants, no need to say more, K. Kirigakure, why is there no movement? Such doubts lingered in the minds of the ninjas in the strongholds of Konoha and Kumigakure villages. Although it has long been understood that the Land of Water is a relatively closed country and the Hidden Mist village is a relatively closed village. But after observing for the past few days, I can't help but sigh at how closed the Water Kingdom is. Perhaps due to the influence of transportation, the number of people entering and leaving the border of the water country is undoubtedly much less than that of other major countries. Konoha's special Jonin, who was in charge of the team, couldn't help but recall the arguments made by the 5 advisors when he had the honor to attend a meeting in the Hokage building. Compared to other villages on the mainland, the village of Kirigakure has an additional natural sea defense line. Although as a ninja, you can absorb chakra on the soles of your feet to fight across the sea, but it will eventually consume chakra. And because you can't swim, you can easily be ambushed on the sea. The unique geographical advantage gives Kirigakure a lot of room for development. At the same time, I believe that if there is no ninja god, Kirigakure will become our Konoha's #1 enemy in the ninja world in the later stages of development. They can rely on their own economy and ninja strength to make the big villages on our ninja continent contain and compete with each other, to prevent one village from dominating the mainland ninja world. In fact, Kirigakure is manipulating the balance of ninja villages on the continent. By establishing their own ninja bases and Kirigakure outposts in the small coastal countries such as the Land of Hot Springs, the Land of Bears, the Land of Iron, and the Land of Craftsmen, and by building an island chain to blockade Konoha and Kirigakure at sea, they can almost be invincible. The detonating tags can't even reach the Kirigakure's homeland. Kirigakure can easily maintain its position through the ninja world balance policy. But it is a pity that 2 generations of Kirigakure are stupid ninjas with no brains, which has caused Kirigakure to be in a long-term chaos. And I, Gojo Kagetsu, will not give Kirigakure the opportunity to wait for a strong man to fall from the sky. I will strike decisively when I find an opportunity and destroy all the possibilities of Kirigakure's development. Whenever I think back to Advisor Gojo's speech at the military symposium at the Hokage building, my heart always surges with emotion. Page 42. In addition to the Shadow Guard organization that Advisor Gojo promised privately, this was one of the reasons why he couldn't wait to sign up for the Kirigakure Freedom Operation. It turns out that Kirigakure is the strongest enemy Konoha may encounter in the future. Bingzu Lietong was filled with emotion. At this moment, the Byakugan ninja in charge of the outpost observation suddenly shouted excitedly, It appeared. It really appeared. There are so many ships. From the perspective of an inland ninja, it is really difficult to see so many ships appear at once in a lifetime. As far as the eye could see, dense black dots suddenly appeared on the sea level. Ferries and merchant ships of varying sizes were rushing desperately to the Land of Hot Springs as if they were fleeing. When you get closer, you can even observe uncontrollable fear on the faces of these refugees, as if something deadly is chasing them. Elbow. Go meet them. There was no need to issue the same order, as most of the people present were chunins and genins of Konoha, and they were all eager to get going. The bonus for the mission was tied to the number of heads, which meant that the more heads you pulled in the end, the more generous the reward you would get. This kind of mission, which has little combat risk and offers generous rewards, is perfect for these chunins and genins. Ninja Run. It's Ninja Run. One by one, the Konoha ninjas stepped onto the water and completed the contact mission quickly. When the first rescued Kirigakure villager came to his senses, he told the Konoha ninja the whole story with lingering fear. The village and the country are in chaos. They are completely in chaos. The Mizukage was also assassinated and is nowhere to be found. More and more refugees from the water country arrive, and everyone talks to piece together the fragments of what happened. After a while, they understood what had happened. Just as described in the intelligence, civil strife really broke out in Kirigakure. A voice of opposition that had been suppressed for a long time since the implementation of the blood mist policy erupted like a volcano. And behind that opposition force were several great nobles from the land of water who opposed the daimyo. Not only the ninjas were in chaos, but even the samurai were in chaos, and the entire country and village fell into horrific civil strife. The fourth Mizukage, the shadow of the village, seemed to have also been attacked and is missing. The Blood Mist and Reformist ninjas were fighting each other, while those ordinary ninjas who did not want to be involved in the trouble and suffered from the oppression of the Blood Mist took off their ninja forehead protectors and joined the fleeing crowd. Looking around, how many people are there? At first glance, it seemed that there were too many people to count. A rough estimate was that there were probably more than 1,000 people gathered near their Konoha base. Among them were ordinary ninjas, wealthy merchants, small nobles, and ordinary citizens of unknown professions. On the sea, there are still a steady stream of ships appearing. A whole large oil well blew out. Everyone, don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. A kai, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, shouted in the crowd. Such a chaotic scene almost made this well-trained physical ninja lose his footing. As long as the mission requirements say that they want to accept pure ninjas and merchants from the land of water in the hidden mist. Might Guy and other Konoha ninjas could only show their friendly side as much as possible, for fear that too much chakra would leak out and scare people away. Not good. This scene is a bit too chaotic. Asuma Sarutobi, with a cigarette in his mouth, was struggling to maintain order in the situation. All the plans are complete, but there is always a loophole, and problems will be discovered when they are actually implemented. These ninjas might be good at completing D-level missions and catching random people, but it's a bit difficult to complete the resettlement work. It's easy to resettle one person, but it's a headache to resettle hundreds of people, not to mention how to filter out the right target. It seemed that no one present had ever served as a leader or presided over the work of receiving refugees. Only when it comes to this kind of situation can one realize the difficulty of being a leader. Asuma said with emotion, "The advisor is great, no need to say more." The chaotic relocation work at the Konoha base lasted until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The continuous influx of refugees from the water country has finally slowed down. Sitting in the commander's tent, he rubbed his brows in embarrassment. Is he the right person for this? He is just a special ninja from Konoha who doesn't have much of a role. Asuma, are the statistics out yet? It's out. Asuma looked haggard. The lighter in his pocket was taken away by the unruly people of the water country while he was putting it away. What a terrible thing! As of now, there are a total of 3144 refugees from the land of water, of which more than 3,000 are ordinary people whose identities and occupations cannot be counted at the moment, and dozens of ninjas from all over the land of water. The vast majority are genin, with a small number of chunin. Asuma reminded. The ninja world is still quite conservative in this regard. Generally speaking, taking off one's ninja forehead protector or making a scratch on it means breaking away from one's past ninja identity. Either leave the ninja profession and return to production, or become a rebel ninja. When advisor Gojo first proposed that they could try to accept pure ninjas from other villages, they were strongly opposed by the conservatives led by the elders of the Midaman clan. Asuma also once sided with the conservatives. But when Asuma saw with his own eyes the state of these ninjas after taking off their forehead protectors, he silently changed his previous political stance. Although it is not absolute, but in the eyes of these water country refugee ninjas, Asuma only saw the desire to survive. Consultant Gojo once said that the eyes are the windows to the soul and they cannot be deceived. Being a ninja, after all, is a profession to support a family. Things like hatred and glory are things that only senior ninjas consider. For these ordinary lower-level ninjas who are swept up in the general trend, there are really not so many twists and turns. Ah, what is going on? Asuma shook his head, hesitating whether to use fire escape to light his cigarette. Bazuki Jonin, how should we proceed with our work? This problem, let's not talk about it for now. I have already sent an urgent distress signal to the village, and someone will be sent to deal with it. Let's talk about the refugees outside first. What is their attitude towards joining Konoha? It's not good. Most people want to rest in the Kingdom of Hot Springs for a while, and then return to their hometowns after the civil unrest in the Kingdom of Water has subsided. The Konoha stronghold was in a mess, and the Kumagakure stronghold was not much better, if not worse. The hidden cloud ninjas who advocate the use of force are like wild beasts. Under the order and the iron fist of the Raikage, they become a group of wild beasts tied with ropes. As for the Land of Water, under the high-pressure environment of the long-term blood mist rule of the Hidden Mist Village, they are quite sensitive to unfamiliar environments. As soon as they come into contact with the Hidden Cloud Ninja, they dislike each other, and friction is inevitable. Damn it! It's so frustrating. Kumagakure Chunin was indignant and punched the beam. They were just a group of refugees, but they dared to confront them, the Kumagakure ninja. Really desperate. If it weren't for the order from Lord Raikage. The Kumagakure Chunin sighed and stroked his ninja forehead sadly. There are many different opinions on the interpretation of the words engraved on the forehead guard. Some people think that this is the beginning of the village's decline, while others think that this is the beginning of a shift in the will of the village's top leaders. In short, during this sensitive period, even the beast-like cloud ninjas are restraining their hearts and trying their best to avoid friction and conflict with the outside world. No one knows whether he or she will become the first chicken to be killed to scare the monkeys when the political wind changes. It's not a good idea to keep so many people in the base all the time. The number of ration pills and medical scrolls consumed every day is huge. Hasn't there been any guidance from above? Everyone knew that something would happen in the Hidden Mist Village, but no one expected that this rebellion would not only affect the Hidden Mist Military Department, but would also cause unrest in the entire Water Kingdom. The scale and scope of its influence are so large that it is simply the most annoying example since the beginning of the Ninja Village era. The Cloud Village Chunin took off his forehead guard to clean the sweat stains on it. Suddenly, he heard his companions calling out from the tent. Without having the time to put it back on, he placed the forehead guard next to the sink and walked into the tent. At this moment, several refugees from the water country passed by the sink and saw the words engraved on the back of the forehead protector. They showed a look of surprise. I was wondering why these apes from Kumagakure suddenly seemed to have changed their nature. It turns out there are words on the back of their forehead protectors. There are words on the back of the forehead protector? What's wrong with that? Look at the attitude revealed on this forehead protector, our good days may be coming. The Hidden Cloud Village will definitely treat us, the water country refugees, well. The leader of the small refugee group had a shrewd light in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had some brains in his eyes. Although they are idle in the water country, do not work, have not received many years of education and cannot read a few words. Most of them work as $0 shopping guides in the water country. However, this did not prevent them from becoming a popular choice after fleeing from the water country to the Hidden Cloud Village, good citizens. The astute refugees from the water country seemed to have figured out the profound meaning of the words behind the foreign protector. This is to show goodwill to good citizens like him in other countries. I remember some brothers fled to the Konoha base. Hurry and bring them here. Our good days are coming. The refugee leader gave the order at a rapid speed. Coincidentally, the unbelievable voice of the cloud-hidden ninja came from the tent. What? Everyone is welcome, and we accept all of them, and we treat them well. Assigned to the southern part of the village? Isn't this ridiculous? Why would Lord Rakage give such an order? Is he serious? The advisory board's opinion? A quarrel? But isn't this still an approved order? If it's approved, it's Rakage-sama's problem. Inside the tent, the face of the Kumagakure Chunin, who was receiving orders passed down layer by layer, had completely darkened. He didn't understand why the top leaders of Kumagakure would issue such a ridiculous order. The ninjas on the front line could identify the cunning and evil water country refugees from the refugee group at a glance. Absorb these unproductive guys into Union? Wouldn't that ruin everything? The Hidden Cloud Village is neither big nor small, but it is divided into several modules based on the tribes and ninja clans before the village was built. Among them, the South District is the area where the people of Kumagakure are the most fierce, and it is also the area that produces the most elite Kumagakure ninjas. The most wanted criminals in the Hidden Cloud Village, the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, came from there. What on earth were those stupid consultants, whose brains were completely corrupted by their muscles, thinking when they stuffed these refugees into the South District? Were they expecting them to create wealth or become elite ninjas of Kumagakure? The Kumagakure Chunin, whose skin was as black as charcoal, sighed helplessly. A foreseeable storm was about to sweep through their Kumagakure village, but he was powerless to stop it. He is a book lover and has also read Oki. Sometimes he would fantasize that if he could become an advisor as a Chunin, would he be able to stop this turmoil? Unfortunately, without ifs, he could not be Gojoju. He waved his hand helplessly and had to order his genin to start the work of relocating the personnel. May the first Kumagakure be above us, and may God bless the villagers of the Southern District. Volume 60, 6. Hold a Konoha green card and become an honorary Konoha citizen. K. What? You said that the Kumagakure base has begun to accommodate the water country refugees. They were all walking around anxiously in the same place. Although this action probably won't lead to bloodshed, it can be seen as an invisible test, a war without the smoke of gunpowder. The person who asked the question was the Kumagakure Intelligence Department that provided the information of the imminent Kirigakure rebellion, and the two students who answered the question were naturally Kumagakure and Konoha. The content of the exam is to suck as much blood from Kirigakure as possible and attract more high-quality talents for the village. This is a rare opportunity in the ninja world to suck blood from other big ninja villages. If you miss it, you don't know when the next time will be. What should I do? Why don't we follow the example of Kumagakure and accept them all? If it's too late, the refugees from the base will be secretly sent there. Without Bingzu Lietong noticing, several familiar yet unfamiliar figures had quietly arrived at Konoha's stronghold. Page 43. The passerby at the ninja tool shop was already dressed as a refugee. He was very familiar with the refugee who looked like a big boss and started chatting with him. Konoha, how can it attract so many talents from the entire ninja world? The high-quality education, the relaxed talent introduction policy, and the strong business environment will protect the talents of Konoha. In Konoha, life has become very simple, socializing has become less frequent, life has returned to the family, and everyone lives their own life. There are not so many intrigues and interpersonal relationships. People with ability have a better and bigger platform here, and people without ability can also receive military ration pills for free. No one cares about your background. No matter what your background or identity is, even an ordinary Chunin can reach the position of advisor through his own efforts. Even an ordinary person like me might be able to become a high-ranking official in the village. A pure passerby in the ninja tool shop showed a hint of yearning in his eyes. That would be great, if only I could get a Konoha green card and join Konoha. This is a photo of Konoha given to me by my distant relatives in Konoha. The pure passerby mysteriously took out a large-scale, carefully refined map of Konoha's buildings from his pocket. Do you know why there has been no plan to deal with us refugees for so long? I guess we're just waiting for the visa officer to interview us and issue us green cards. Konoha green card? What is that? The big boss had obviously fallen into an illusion and was attracted by the Konoha described by June passerby. He asked subconsciously. At this time, many refugees around were attracted by the topic of the two. You don't know this? It seems that recently, because there are too many people from other ninja villages and countries who want to sneak into Konoha and join Konoha, the Konoha Hokage has to launch a new certificate. The green card symbolizes the color of leaves, and it means a permanent residence permit for outsiders in Konoha. With this permit, you can live in Konoha village permanently without worrying about being driven away by the Konoha police department. So that's what happened. The big boss nodded with sudden realization. As for Konoha, he had made special efforts to learn about it some time ago. It is indeed a very desirable country. He read the articles The Konoha Store Under Attack and Adaptability over and over again. It seems that the villagers of Konoha are stupid, and they are the easiest targets for big bosses like him to burst gold coins. And adaptability, it seems that the political environment of Konoha is also quite free, which is not comparable to the Hidden Mist village. In addition, I heard good news from some business partners who went to Konoha. He had no patriotic feelings towards Kirigakure, and after hearing what the passerby said, he began to feel itchy in his heart. Little brother, do you know how to get the Konoha green card? Asked the big boss, rubbing his fat fingers. This. I can't say this. I heard that there are a fixed number of green cards and they must pass the visa officer's assessment. I don't want to have more competitors. Hey, please, little brother, this is really important to me. The big boss smiled knowingly and immediately took out a few bills from his wallet and handed them over. Put your ear close and listen carefully. His original idea was that since he had money, he could find a small country or village that was permanently neutral and become a wealthy landlord. But after hearing this, it seems that even if you have money in a small country or village, you can't enjoy anything good. If you really want to enjoy it, you have to go to Konoha village, the strongest and most developed village in the ninja world. Similar scenes were being played out in every corner of the stronghold. The young man codenamed Jin pretended to be a disarmed genin from Kirigakure. If you ask me, other villages in the ninja world may decline due to the death of powerful ninjas, but Konoha is the only one that cannot be destroyed. Why? Surrounding him were the former genin of the Land of Water. Although they no longer wanted to live the life of a ninja, their past professional ethics still made them subconsciously refute. A ninja village can only be strong if there are strong ninjas. How can it not decline if they die? You don't understand. Jin shook his head. A village like Konoha has experienced 50 years of rapid development and accumulation, and has established a complete set of systems and institutions. Let me give you an example. Take us ninjas for example. We all have occupational diseases and hidden injuries. Ask yourself, is it expensive to see a doctor in the Land of Water? The sharp question made several armored water country genin who were eavesdropping lower their heads. Is it expensive to see a doctor in the Land of Water? Of course it is. As a country that is often internal consumption and self-devouring, it is possible to be alive today and dead tomorrow, and there is no energy to develop the medical industry. When ninjas are injured and left with hidden diseases, many of them just take time to heal everything. There are medical ninjas, but they are only available to the Brahmins of the water country, Kirigakure. It has nothing to do with ordinary genin like them. Jin was very satisfied with the reactions of the people around him. and then he put on a sad and angry expression. We, the ninjas of the water country, are also human beings. Why should we be driven like cattle and horses? I have long wanted to go to Konoha. I can get more benefits by doing the same job. You all know there are no Sunin. Who doesn't know the name of the three ninjas? We were all ninjas once, right? Among the three ninjas of Konoha, there is one named Tsunade, and her main focus is medical ninjutsu. I heard that several years ago, she reformed Konoha's medical system with the help of Gojo Kagetsu, the current Hokage's advisor. There are several hospitals run by the Konoha government in Konoha village. You can get treatment for a small fee. The treatment and medication are separate. We are the patients, and the center is not like the village treating us like cattle and horses. Besides, there is no occupational contempt chain in Konoha. Even if you sell ration pills, you can still live well. You don't have to be a ninja swordsman anymore. Although Konoha doesn't seem to be covered in gold, I feel like I've already won a lot just by going there. I'm so envious. The armorless ninjas around looked at each other in bewilderment. Tsunade's era was a long time ago, so they didn't know much about her. But they often heard the name Gojo Kagetsu. Where did you hear this before? It seems like it was in the song Yumu. Yes, Yumu. It's a character in Yumu, now I have to believe it. Many children will read the same magazine, comic, or animation thousands of times, not because they are bored, but because the plot corresponds one-to-one to the impression they have already formed in their minds. Every time I watch it, I feel a sense of pleasure similar to being recognized. This principle is probably similar to the feelings of the armorless ninjas at this moment. Because I had heard Yumile's story before, and now when I heard someone mention it again, I couldn't help but have a little more trust in the credibility of what was said. The little knowledge they had about Yumu from hearsay had already formed a preconceived stereotype that Konoha is advanced, civilized, and open. Alas, but it is difficult for those of us from other villages to join Konoha now. We must pass the assessment of Konoha's visa officials and obtain Konoha's green card before we can join Konoha. What is a green card? It means that he has some special skills and can make large investments in Konoha. I don't really understand the details. It depends on how the Konoha base is arranged in the end. Then, Jin sighed again and again, looking worried. He perfectly acted out the image of Runrun from the land of water in front of this group of armorless ninjas. I really don't want to go back to the land of water. Staying one more day is just suffering in the human world. When the unrest in the village is quelled, armorless ninjas like me will definitely be called back. If I don't get the Konoha green card, I will be completely ruined. I want to go to Konoha. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. The image of Konoha, which was originally vague in the minds of the water country refugees, suddenly became tall and three-dimensional. It was like a bright lamp, a beacon, dispelling the confusion in the hearts of the water country refugees who had lost their homes. Before this, most people's idea was to wait and see. Tired of the disputes in the ninja world, many people want to spend the rest of their lives in neutral countries such as the Iron Country and the Wave Country. Or if you are brave enough, going to the Hidden Cloud Village is also a good choice. The news of the stronghold there has been passed on, and the refugees will be resettled in the southern part of the Hidden Cloud Village. But after such publicity, people's hearts immediately became restless. Yes, people always move upward. Who would want to suffer in this world when you can live comfortably? The idea of obtaining a Konoha green card and becoming an honorary Konoha citizen has quietly occupied the minds of most of the water country refugees in the stronghold. Asuma, who was walking around to maintain order at the scene, was the first to discover this and brought the information back to the headquarters. Bianzolei touched his head in confusion. Konoha green card? What is that? I've never heard of it. Permanent residency? Visa officer? What the hell is this? Not long after, there was a commotion outside the headquarters tent. It's someone from Konoha. Is it the visa officer? When Bingzu Lietong heard the news, he rushed out quickly. He wanted to see who dared to make up such an outrageous rumor. Just 2 steps out of the tent, he scratched his head with a wry smile, half-bowed respectfully, and opened the curtain for Gojo Jiu. "Master Gojo, I have waited so long for you to finally come." Asuma behind him twitched his mouth awkwardly, and looked at the 3 short Uchiha ninjas wearing strange uniforms and masks behind Gojo Kagetsu with some confusion. Through the gaps in the mask's eyes, one could see the eyes with Megatama inside. Even though only 2 people opened their eyes and the chakra fluctuations were not strong, it still made one feel terrified. What the hell? Why such a big fuss? Well, you have to refer to your job title when you're working. Gojo Jiu sat in the position of the base commander very consciously, and taught with a serious face, "My current position is the visa officer of Konoha village, and I am fully responsible for the issuance of Konoha green cards. Do you understand?" "Ah? There really is a Konoha green card?" Bingzu Lietong scratched his head and said, "I understand, Officer Gojo. I will start arranging for the refugee to come to you for a green card interview." After a moment, the big boss entered first. He rubbed his hands awkwardly and subconsciously began to look around. The man sitting in the first seat, with white hair and black eyes, looks ordinary, but even the commander of the previous base can only stand beside him. He must be the visa officer. Look at the people sitting on the seats on both sides of the desk, wearing black cloaks, eagle masks, and deep red pupils underneath the masks. Sharingan. The big boss straightened his back subconsciously and almost screamed. Even if you are not a ninja, you have heard of the name of the Uchiha clan. It is definitely the most famous and widely known ninja noble family in the ninja world. No matter what your appearance is like, just sit on either side of the visa officer and the atmosphere of the entire visa ceremony will be instantly felt. The big shots of Konoha, plus the nobles of the ninja world, such a high standard visa ceremony made the big boss who was used to big scenes a little nervous. Ahem. Gojo Jiu cleared his throat and began his question, "Are you going to Konoha alone?" "Well, it uses the unique accent of the Fire Nation. To put it more formally, it is Mandarin." The big boss sat upright, awkwardly imitating Gojo Kagetsu's accent, and said lamely, "No, I am going to Konoha, the land of fire, with my family of 5. What countries and villages have you visited before?" "This. No, as you know, the water country has very strict controls. I have never been to any country or village before." The big boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling embarrassed but also a little inexplicably proud. Look. Konoha's attitude towards a big boss like him was not to treat him as a refugee at all, but to treat him seriously as someone who wanted to settle down in Konoha. He was respected. The idea of becoming a glorious Konoha person became more enthusiastic. "Do you have children? If not, do you plan to have children?" "We don't have any children. 4 of the 5 in our family are my wife. We plan to have children once we settle down." Gojo Jiu paused as he pretended to record information, then continued to ask, "What is your occupation? How much personal assets do you have?" "Ah? This. I am a honey merchant from the land of water. As for my assets..." The big boss thought for a moment and continued, "About 100 million taels." The air fell silent, leaving only the sound of 4 pen tips scraping against paper. The big boss didn't know how 4 people managed to record such a small amount of interrogation information, but he didn't dare to ask. After a while, the big boss asked anxiously, "Mr. Visa Officer, I still have my family's green cards, can they be approved?" "This matter?" Gojo Jiu nodded slightly, holding up the empty white paper in front of him, pretending to ponder, "In principle, your green card will not be approved. We in Konoha value ninjas, workers, and people with professional skills. Merchants can only be ranked last. Also, you have too many wives. If you give birth to children in Konoha in the future, it will take up a lot of village resources. This is also within consideration. This is not possible, visa officer. How can I get a green card? The big boss was getting anxious. After he had fantasies about Konoha, he could no longer accept other relatively weaker villages and countries. It really deserves to be called a great ninja village. Other ninja villages treat their merchants as treasures, but Konoha treats them as trash. However, the more they despise them, the more merchants like him are tempted. There is a way. First, you have to pay about 1/6 of your personal assets as a green card special guarantee fund as proof of your determination to join Konoha. If you have no criminal record in Konoha within 10 years, it will be returned to you. Page 44. Secondly, if you are a businessman, you will have to go to the Konoha Business Bureau and pay 1/6 of your personal assets to ensure that you will use this money to invest in business construction in Konoha and give full play to your unique value as a businessman. Finally, because you have many wives, you will have to pay 1/6 of your personal assets as a penalty for the Konoha marry less, have less children, live a happy life policy. If you can do the above 3 things, then the Konoha green card can be issued to you. The big boss was dumbfounded and asked in a daze, then my money will only be half left, right? If you promise me that you don't sincerely intend to join Konoha, please leave. Your green card will not be approved. Gojo Kagetsu pretended to throw the white paper in his hand away. Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui also understood what he meant and turned their heads to stare at the boss with their Naha Sharingan. The big boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gritted his teeth and said, "No. Visa officer, that's not what I meant. I can do everything you mentioned. Please give me another chance." The greater the obstacle, the greater the reward. This is the truth that the big boss has always believed in. He didn't dare to imagine how great it would be after joining Konoha, which cost so much money. A Konoha like that must be a paradise for a rich man like him. Clap clap. Very quickly, the moment the big boss agreed, Gojo Jiu stamped the green card document that had been prepared long ago and handed it over to Bingzu Lietong. Congratulations to you and your wife for obtaining our Konoha green card. I wish you a happy life in Konoha. Gojo Jiu said with a pleasant face, special staff will contact you for the payment of the relevant money. Next person. The big boss just left like that, holding 5 light green cards in his hand. The moment he opened the tent and walked out, he couldn't help but straighten his chest. When faced with nervous inquiries about his experience from his fellow countrymen, his accent couldn't help but carry a hint of Fire Nation Mandarin. Now he is already an honorary member of Konoha village. The next person to enter the visa tent was a dark-skinned genin with a weird appearance. He was the kind of person you could tell at first glance was not a good person. Gojo Jiu glanced at him casually, without asking any questions, as if he were talking to a big boss, and asked, "I will only ask you one question from now on. If you can answer it, you can have our Konoha green card." The dark-skinned genin's eyes lit up. "Please ask." A female ninja from your Kirigakure was pregnant with a black-skinned ninja from Kirigakure. She got pregnant 5 times in a row, but all of them ended in miscarriage due to unknown reasons. In the end, the female ninja died from the miscarriage. The Hidden Mist Village has decided to posthumously award her an honorary title. May I ask what title it is? What? The dark-skinned genin's first reaction was to be stunned, thinking what a strange question this was. He had already prepared a speech in his mind, determined to hide all the sins he had committed in the past and join Konoha to enjoy life, but he did not expect that the other party would ask about the decision of the Hidden Mist Village. This question is not difficult. This big shot in Konoha probably wants to test my ability as a ninja. This is not difficult for me. Mist Village, Blood Mist, training ninjas, heroes. Several elements instantly connected in the mind of the black-skinned genin, and he answered, "The hero behind the scenes." Wrong. Gojo Jiu said expressionlessly, "The correct answer is Sin Buster. I'm sorry that I can't issue you a green card. Now please go out and turn right to report to the Kumagakure base. You will be welcomed there.